Chapter 1 Root Under the Light. The village needs light, but it needs darkness even more. From today on, you are the darkness under the light, and the root under the shadow of the big tree of the village. Yes. Times 100. 3 years, you have been members of the training class of Root for 3 years, but I want to tell you that the real training has just begun. Next, in addition to doubling the amount of training, you must take this medicine every day, which will bring you stronger strength. In addition, until you are promoted to a reserve member, the last elimination system will be implemented every month, and those who are eliminated will not be qualified to become Root members. Yes. Times 100. Very good. After rigorous training, you have all become qualified members of the training class. Next, until you reach adulthood, you will be eligible to participate in the annual assessment, and those who pass the assessment can be promoted to a reserve member. Yes. Times 40. Number 1, congratulations on your successful promotion to a reserve member. You are now eligible to have a real code name. What code name do you plan to give yourself? Ghost. Ghost? I remember your name is Naraku, number 1, right? The code name Ghost is quite suitable for your name. Thank you. Okay, since you already have a code name, let's start the final ceremony. What ceremony? The seal of the tongue. Ah! The shrill screams echoed in the dark secret room. Konoha. Ninja School, first year teacher's office. Have you heard that Uchiha Shisui from Class A has applied for early graduation? Ah! Is this true? The first grade has only been enrolled for 3 months. Ordinary students definitely can't do it, but isn't this Uchiha Shisui? You have seen his usual performance. Not to mention senior students, even some genin may not be as good as him. That's right, I remember Uchiha Shisui he is only 5 years old, isn't he the same as Hitaki Kakashi back then? If he passes the test, wouldn't he break Hitaki Kakashi's record of being the youngest genin? That's true. Hitaki Kakashi graduated early after half a year of enrollment. If Uchiha Shisui succeeds, he will really break the record. Hehe, after all, they are from the wealthy Uchiha family. Although the people of this family are mostly arrogant, their talents are indeed not comparable to those of us common people. In the office, a group of teachers were discussing enthusiastically. Some sighed, and some were sarcastic. At this time, a teacher wearing glasses couldn't help but talk to another teacher at the opposite table. Naraku, do you think Uchiha Shisui can successfully pass the test? The teacher sitting opposite, called Naraku, looks much younger than other teachers in the office, and looks like only 17 or 18 years old. In addition, his appearance is also very outstanding, and he can be called handsome. Naraku was originally preparing for class with his head down, and did not participate in the discussion of others, but when his colleague at the opposite table specifically asked, he still looked up politely at the other party. I think there is still a lot of hope, after all, Uchiha Shisui's excellence is obvious to all. Naraku replied seriously. Yes, it seems that Kakashi's record is really going to be broken. The glasses teacher thought about it and couldn't help but sigh. Compared with Naraku, who has only been working in the ninja school for half a year, the glasses teacher has been working in the school for more than 10 years. 3 years ago, he naturally taught Kakashi. Compared with Kakashi at that time, the glasses teacher had to admit that Uchiha Shisui now seemed to be more outstanding. Back to Naraku. After chatting briefly with the glasses teacher about Uchiha Shisui, he quickly lowered his head to continue preparing lessons. Well, at least on the surface. I didn't expect that Uchiha Shisui had such an experience, but according to the atmosphere of the Uchiha clan competing for the first place in everything, I'm afraid that Uchiha Shisui himself doesn't want to do this, and his clan will also ask him to compete. Turning the pen flexibly, Naraku thought about it for a while and didn't think about it anymore. After all, in his current situation, he doesn't have the extra energy to care about others. Pretending to be busy, Naraku waited patiently for the end of get off work as always. Ding-ling-ling. Time unknowingly came to evening. Suddenly, with the ringing of the school bell, the whole ninja school suddenly became lively. Students of all grades ran out of the school happily. The teachers were similar. Everyone unconsciously unloaded a heavy burden and left in 2s and 3s with a relaxed look. Naraku did the same, but he did not leave the school, but found an empty corner. Release. After making sure that there was no one around, Naraku made a seal with his hands in front of him, and in an instant, he disappeared. This was just a shadow clone. In an apartment in Konoha's residential area. The light of the setting sun shone on the bed through the window. On the bed was a black-haired young man sitting cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky. This person was Naraku. Suddenly, with the release of the shadow clones of the ninja school, Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. It's time to go home, time flies so fast. Naraku sighed in his heart and closed his eyes again. There is no way, now is the critical period of cultivation. After persisting for half a year, after the perfection of calming the mind, concentrating the mind is also about to be perfected. Once calming the mind and concentrating the mind are perfected, he can sense and breathe the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then become a cultivator. That's right. For Naraku, using the shadow clone to take charge of the affairs of the ninja school instead of himself is not just for laziness, but to create more time for cultivation. The most important thing is that what he practices is not the ninja method circulated in this world, but the method of cultivating immortals. Naraku is a cultivator, and he is also a time traveler. However, unlike most time travelers who take over bodies, he is reincarnated and reborn in the present world. About half a year ago, an unexpected experience awakened his memories of his previous life. In his memories of his previous life, the ninja world he is in now is just from an anime. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that with the awakening of the memory of the previous life, a bronze tower also appeared in his mind. When he digested the memory of the previous life and resonated with the bronze tower in his mind, he realized that the bronze tower was the golden finger of him, the time traveler. Chapter 2: The Gate of Immortality. Like Naraku, the bronze tower is a product from other worlds and is suspected to be a treasure inherited from a sect in a certain world of immortal cultivation. As for why the bronze tower appeared in his mind, Naraku is not clear for the time being. After all, the bronze tower did not show any wisdom, and only left him with the inheritance on the road of immortal cultivation. However, one thing is certain, that is, the bronze tower is definitely a great opportunity for him. The bronze tower is divided into 9 floors. After discovering the bronze tower, Naraku can transform his consciousness into a human form and enter the tower as long as he concentrates. This process is similar to the consciousness of the Jinkriki entering the sealed space of the tailed beast in the body. Although the bronze tower has 9 floors, a certain restriction was set, so that Naraku can only enter the first floor at present. Of course, even so, the immortal cultivation inheritance placed in the first floor of the bronze tower is already very remarkable. It's like the immortal cultivation method he is practicing at this time. As a golden finger, Naraku naturally attaches great importance to the immortal cultivation inheritance in the bronze tower. Therefore, in order to have more time to practice, he found a way to come to the ninja school. At the same time, he used the shadow clone to replace his work in the ninja school, and he devoted himself to immortal cultivation. Now, after half a year of hard work, he is about to step into the threshold of immortal cultivation. The difficulty of immortal cultivation is far greater than the ninja method of this world. Just to get started, you need to complete 2 steps, namely, calming the mind and concentrating the mind. Calming the mind is to calm the mind and let your mind not be shaken by everything. Concentrating the mind is to condense the mind and let your mind be highly unified. Naraku is now about to usher in the perfection of concentrating the mind after the perfection of calming the mind. As Naraku's mind repeatedly visualized the bronze tower as the object of visualization, his mind became more and more concentrated, until he entered the state of forgetting both the self and the world without a sound. Buzz. Unconsciously, when he completed the last step of concentration, he finally reached perfection. In an instant, Naraku's consciousness transcended his body and saw the outside world from another perspective. The first thing that caught his eyes was the countless floating stars around him. Is this spiritual energy? Has my concentration been perfected? The consciousness saw the stars, which shocked Naraku's mind, and he immediately understood the situation at this time. Cultivating immortals requires spiritual energy. If it is said in this world, spiritual energy is natural energy. Just as this world does not even have orthodox cultivation methods, but can develop immortal mode, the spiritual energy of this world, although it cannot be compared with the real world of cultivation, is obviously not a place without spiritual energy. According to the records in the Immortal Secret Book, when the mind is settled and the mind is perfect, you can feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. At this time, the starlight was exactly the same as the description of spiritual energy in another inherited secret book of Immortal Dao in the first floor of the Bronze Tower. The induction of spiritual energy made Naraku's mind involuntarily collapse. Fortunately, he noticed this situation in time, stabilized his mind immediately, and then began to breathe in and out according to the immortal cultivation method. Inhale, exhale. While continuing to visualize the Bronze Tower, he breathed in and out according to a special rhythm. Soon, the free spiritual energy seemed to be attracted and slowly flowed into Naraku's body. As the spiritual energy entered the body, Naraku controlled the spiritual energy to circulate in the body until a cycle, the spiritual energy merged with himself, and finally gave birth to the first wisp of true Qi. Practice Qi. In the Qi refining period, what is cultivated is a breath of true Qi. Born with the birth of the first wisp of true Qi, it also means that Naraku successfully stepped into the door of immortal cultivation and became a first-level Qi refining immortal cultivator. The first wisp, the second wisp. Continuously breathing in and out spiritual energy, in the operation of the nameless technique, Naraku's body nurtured more and more true energy. Until... Ding-a-ling-ling. The alarm clock on the bedside table suddenly made a harsh sound. Naraku, who was breathing in and out spiritual energy, paused slightly, chose to stop practicing, opened his eyes and looked at the alarm clock. Is it this time already? Naraku looked at the 7 o'clock displayed on the alarm clock in surprise. From the release of the shadow clone to now, he felt that it didn't seem to have been long, but unexpectedly, 3 hours had passed. He sighed in his heart that there is no time for cultivation. Naraku didn't hesitate, he immediately got up and turned off the alarm clock, then got out of bed and put on his shoes. He stretched his body, and a happy smile unconsciously flowed on his face. It took half a year, and once he became a cultivator, his mood was naturally very good, and he almost couldn't help but twist his mouth. Try to see the difference between true energy and chakra. Although there were still things to deal with, Naraku could not help but want to test it when he sensed the true energy gathered in his danshin. Different from chakra. Chakra is used immediately and is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy. The true energy is stored in the danshin after being refined. However, no matter how the two exist, the key to distinguishing the two is power. Naraku glanced at the room and finally looked at the opposite wall. Walking forward, he extracted the chakra of the same amount of true energy he currently possessed, condensed his right hand, and pressed towards the opponent's wall. Crack! The extraordinary force of ninjas all comes from chakra. This also includes physical skills. Even without using any skills, under the amplification of chakra, Naraku's right hand also pressed fine cracks on the wall. This is because there is not much condensed chakra. After all, he had just entered the first level of Qi training, and his Qi was still very weak. With the same amount of chakra, it was naturally the same. After the chakra experiment for comparison, the next step was the Qi. Although he had just started practicing, Naraku's control of Qi was still very smooth. As he practiced the technique, the Qi in danshin immediately flowed, along the meridians, and also condensed on his right hand. He pressed to the side of the cracked wall. In an instant, Naraku felt that his right hand was like it was pressed on the watered soil, and it sank into it easily, forming a clear palm print. He stopped and stared. The difference between the subtle cracks and the clear palm prints undoubtedly made the power comparison between the true Qi and chakra clear at a glance. The power of the immortal cultivator really did not disappoint. Looking at the comparison on the wall, Naraku raised the corner of his mouth, and finally couldn't help but twist his mouth. The power of the true Qi is obviously far superior to ordinary chakra. As for the immortal chakra, at present, he has not really seen it, so he can't make an accurate comparison. However, Naraku believes that the true Qi will never be weaker than the immortal chakra. After all, compared with the immortal mode like the side door, the immortal cultivation method he is practicing now is undoubtedly the real immortal road. After adjusting his happy mood, Naraku began to deal with the marks on the wall after he regained his peace. The way to deal with it is very simple, that is to directly destroy the marks on the wall. Although the result is that the wall becomes bumpy, it will reduce the possibility of information leakage. Chapter 3 The Future Maiko. After washing the dirt on his hands in the sink, Naraku did not delay any longer. He tidied himself up and left quickly. Naraku was dressed very traditionally, a standard navy blue ninja uniform and a green vest that only Chunin had. After leaving the apartment, he went directly to a nearby street. As the richest country and ninja village, in the absence of war, the night did not bring any impact to Konoha, and pedestrians were still everywhere on the street. Naraku first found a restaurant to have a full meal, and after filling his stomach, he entered a weapons store with ease. Welcome. As soon as he entered the weapons store, the female clerk standing at the counter greeted Naraku with a smile on her face. Hello, I ordered a batch of kunao in your store, this is the order. Naraku walked to the counter, casually took out an order from his pocket and handed it to the other party. The clerk took the order and looked down. After a while, the clerk looked up at Naraku and smiled, My dear customer, your order seems to be due in a few days. I know, it's still 7 days away, but I want to order some other ninja tools. Okay, customer, you can go to box 3 and wait, and our staff will serve you in a while. The clerk returned the order to Naraku with a smile. After receiving the order, Naraku put it back in his pocket, and then walked towards the box with the word 3 in the store skillfully. Entering the box, Naraku closed the door with his backhand, observed the situation inside the box, and after confirming that it was correct, he walked towards the opposite wall. Open. Approaching the wall, Naraku suddenly raised his hand to seal, and the next second, the opposite wall rippled and turned translucent. And behind the wall, a staircase appeared that sloped down. Seeing this scene, Naraku did not stop, and directly passed through the wall as if passing through a water curtain, and then went down the stairs. And after Naraku passed through the wall, after a while, the ripples on the wall quickly returned to their original appearance. If someone else entered the box at this time, even if they touched the wall, it would be no different from a normal wall. Obviously, the wall that Naraku passed through was actually a barrier combined with illusion. Let's talk about Naraku. After going down the stairs, he soon reached the bottom. Waiting for it was a dim corridor. At the same time, there were a total of 10 doors on both sides of the corridor. Stone door. Naraku walked straight to the 7th stone door without stopping. He formed a seal again, and immediately, the tightly closed stone door slowly fell to the bottom, revealing the environment inside the stone door. Inside the stone door, there was a secret room. And unlike the dim outside, the secret room was brightly lit, and even a set of sofas were placed. It is worth mentioning that there was no one in the secret room, but there was a figure sitting on one of the double sofas. This person was wearing a standard Anbu combat uniform. And the tight combat uniform outlined a graceful figure with clear lines and long golden hair. Even if this person was wearing a mask, it could be distinguished that this person was a woman. When the stone door opened, the blonde woman who was suspected to be from the Anbu also looked at Naraku at the first time. You are a little late. The eyes moved. A crisp voice came through the mask on his face. The blonde woman greeted Naraku very familiarly. Naraku was not surprised by the blonde woman in the secret room. As he walked into the secret room, he smiled and responded, Sorry, Captain, I was too serious in training today, so I came a little late. As he spoke, Naraku, who was approaching, sat down naturally on the single sofa on the side. At the same time, as he entered, the stone door that had fallen to the bottom rose again, closing the secret room. As soon as he sat down, Naraku did not waste time, and took out the scroll that had been prepared long ago from the ninja bag behind his waist and threw it to the other party. This is the information for this month. When throwing the scroll, Naraku's words also revealed the situation of the scroll. Raising his hand to catch the scroll accurately, the blonde woman opened the scroll and took a simple look at it. She put it into her ninja bag, and then she took out another scroll from her ninja bag and threw it to Naraku. Naraku was a little surprised, but he also reacted quickly to catch the scroll. Looking down, when he noticed the mark on the scroll that looked like a pattern but was actually a cipher, he couldn't help but frown slightly and looked at the blonde woman opposite. Are there any missions? The cipher mark on the scroll represents the mission certificate. In other words, the scroll records the missions passed down from the organization. Well, the name of this organization is Root. That's right. Naraku is a member of Root. This is why the blonde woman opposite is wearing the Anbu combat uniform. Because Root also belongs to the Anbu in terms of organization. Don't worry, there is no danger in this mission. With your strength, as long as you are not careless, it will be easy to complete it. The blonde woman nodded slightly. Yet. Naraku responded and opened the scroll to check it directly. The contents recorded above made Naraku's eyes slightly condensed. I don't know whether to say it's a coincidence or a necessity. The current task just happened to involve the person he talked about in the office during the day, Uchiha Shisui. According to the requirements of the task, he was asked to find out the detailed strength of Uchiha Shisui in the graduation assessment 3 days later, and at the same time prevent Uchiha Shisui from passing the assessment. Seeing this, Naruku's heart actually didn't have much fluctuation, and he wasn't even too surprised. The reason is not only that he and Uchiha Shisui didn't have much contact. It's also because he knows that it's normal for Danzo, the leader of the root organization, to suppress the Uchiha clan. Captain Nono, this mission is indeed quite simple. I thought there would be some danger. After reading the content of the task, Naruku didn't show anything, but instead chatted with the blonde woman jokingly. Yakushi Nono, this is the name of the blonde woman opposite. Yes, it's Nono, the walking priestess in the future of the original plot. Of course, at this time, Yakushi Nono was not so famous, and was currently only the captain of one of the classes in the root organization. Yes, that is, the class where Naruku was. It seemed that because Naruku called her name, Nono naturally took off the mask on her face. Suddenly, the other party's very beautiful face was revealed. With her graceful figure and long golden hair, it can be said that Nono is definitely a charming woman. New book released. Please collect and recommend. Chapter 4 Suppressed Emotions. You are now responsible for organizing the collection of information on excellent seeds in the ninja school. Generally speaking, even if there is a mission, it will be relatively safe. Yakushi Nono smiled gently. As a member of the root organization, Naruku will serve as a teacher in the ninja school, naturally not really to teach students. The ninja school can be said to be the largest source of soldiers in a ninja village. Part of the source of soldiers for the root organization also comes from here. In order to better recruit excellent seeds, the organization will specially place personnel in the ninja school to collect intelligence on students. Naruku is currently responsible for this intelligence collection task. Every month, he comes to this base set up by the root organization in the village, which is a weapon store on the surface, to hand over intelligence. Yes, it seems that you really listened to my words. With your current strength, it is better not to use banned drugs. When talking about the task, Nono focused her eyes on Naruku's face. After carefully observing Naruku's complexion, she couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on her face. Naruku smiled and said, "Of course I have to remember what the captain said." He was not surprised that Nono could discover his situation. After all, in addition to being a senior ninja, the other party also practiced extremely powerful medical ninjutsu. With the other party's medical level, it is undoubtedly very simple to observe a person's physical health. As for the so-called banned drugs, they are actually a special drug of the root organization. The training of personnel in the root organization is very cruel, not only in terms of the amount of training, but also in terms of the training methods. Although the root organization is affiliated with the Anbu, in fact, under the authority of someone, the root organization can be regarded as Danzo's private armed forces. Therefore, in order to make his armed forces strong enough, Danzo can be said to have tried every possible means. For example, banned drugs are one of the means. In order to train excellent tools better and faster, Danzo will let the personnel of the root organization take special drugs that can stimulate the potential of the human body during training. This kind of drug can make people stronger at a faster speed. The price is that it will overdraw vitality. If you take banned drugs for a long time, then living to the age of 30 is already considered longevity. Although Naruku behaves as an ordinary chunin in the ninja school, in fact, he is fully qualified to be promoted to a special jonin. This is not only because he has mastered certain sealing techniques, but also because he has the strength close to jonin. At the age of 18, Naruku can definitely be called excellent with this strength. The reason for this strength is not only because Naruku worked hard, but also because of the stimulation of banned drugs. For example, chakra. Under the stimulation of banned drugs, his chakra volume is not lower than some senior ninjas. The same is true for his physical fitness, which is far superior to ninjas of the same age. Of course, these outstanding aspects are all obtained by overdrawing his body. Half a year ago, he looked healthy, but in fact he was already riddled with holes. According to Nono, it is not certain whether he can live to the age of 25 in the future. In fact, even without Nono's reminder, Naruku is also aware of his physical condition. Just as Naruku chose to stimulate his potential through banned drugs, he knew that weak strength was more fatal than overdrawing life. The root organization has never been a charity. Even if he deliberately concealed part of his strength, he would rather stay as a reserve member in the organization to reduce the chance of being assigned to high-risk tasks. But no matter how much he escaped, most of the tasks of the root organization were extremely dangerous. Therefore, rather than being killed by others because of insufficient strength, he would rather overdraw his life in exchange for stronger strength. This choice is not for a better mission, but for freedom. Now, as Nono said, Naraku has made changes and stopped taking banned drugs. The reason is self-evident. With the awakening of his past life memories and the appearance of the Bronze Tower, he has a better choice and naturally begins to cherish his life. Okay, the mission has been handed over to Mang, so I'll go first. The two chatted for a while, and Nono stood up, as if ready to leave. Are you in a hurry? Naraku, who was watching Nono's graceful figure under the combat uniform, suddenly asked. Nono paused and his eyes met Naraku's. The two looked at each other and noticed Naraku's slight smile. Nono understood what Naraku meant. The next second, Nono answered with action. She turned and walked towards Naraku, and silently began to take off her combat uniform. Seeing this, Naraku also took off his clothes with a smile, and then hugged Nono who was walking over. In a frank manner, without too much verbal communication, Naraku raised his hand to pinch Nono's chin, and then lowered his head to kiss the other's cherry lips. With a soft moan, the two of them lay on the double sofa where Nono had sat before. After a while, Naraku began to communicate with his captain in a familiar way. The root organization is very cruel, so it is also very depressing. Although Denzo has implemented brainwashing in the training of root organization personnel, how can human consciousness be wiped out so easily? Especially those who can be recruited into the root organization are geniuses. In fact, there are only a few people in the root organization who are truly brainwashed. Most of them just choose to suppress their emotions under high-pressure rule. But human emotions are not so easy to suppress. Once the threshold is exceeded, it is easy to cause mental collapse. Therefore, it is necessary to find a way to vent emotions. Like Nono, at this time, he often goes to the orphanage to relieve his emotions by taking care of orphans. Naraku is a bit more violent. When he was young, he fought. Now he fights. Well, the former fights between men. The latter fights between men and women. And the latter fights with the captain, the pharmacist Nono. Maybe it's because Naraku looks pretty good. It may also be because Naraku is also from an orphanage. Anyway, when Naraku suddenly asked Nono to fight, Nono did not refuse. Then the two of them completed an important baptism of life and maintained this relationship tacitly. In the secret room, Naraku sometimes knelt and sometimes squatted, making the sofa gradually become shaky, as if it would fall apart at any time. Later. After more than an hour of communication. After Nono left first for a while, Naraku also left the weapon shop leisurely. Chapter 5 The Seal of Tongue Eradication. Chapter 5 The Seal of Tongue Eradication. Back home. Naraku, sweating all over, went straight into the bathroom and took a refreshing bath. After washing, standing in front of the sink, Naraku reached out and wiped the mist off the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he suddenly stuck out his tongue. When refining chakra and concentrating the tongue, black lines appeared on the tongue surface immediately. This is the seal of tongue eradication that every member of the root organization will be set up with. The seal of tongue eradication is the key to Denzo's control of the root. Although the root will also conduct brainwashing in various ways. But just like Naraku and Nono, the main reason why the root organization members have to obey Denzo is still the seal of tongue eradication. This curse seal has 3 functions in total. The first is to prevent the members of the root organization from leaking any information about Denzo and the organization. The second is that Denzo, as the caster, can control the lives of root members within a certain distance. The third is that Denzo, as the caster, can sense the location of each seal. It must be said that Denzo's desire to control the root is very abnormal. In some aspects, the seal of the tongue is even superior to the bird in a cage seal of the Hyuga clan. If you want to be free, the first thing to do is to deal with this curse seal. Naraku looked at the curse seal on his tongue, and the calmness he pretended to be was completely removed, and his eyes were full of coldness. No one wants to be controlled by others, especially by their enemies. Naraku is an orphan, and even before he was forcibly recruited by the root organization, he was adopted by the Konoha orphanage. But Naraku knew very well that he was not actually from Konoha, and he was not even from the land of fire. Because his parents came from the land of rivers. The land of rivers is located between the land of fire and the land of wind. When the land of fire and the land of wind were at war, the land of rivers was one of the battlefields between the two countries. Naraku's parents were originally villagers in a village in the land of rivers, but the war between the two countries affected the village, so that the entire village was destroyed. His parents died in this outbreak, and he, who was 3 years old at the time, survived by chance because his parents used their bodies as a cover. As for why he ended up in the Konoha orphanage, it was because Konoha won the battle. The major ninja villages have always had the custom of adopting war orphans. This is not the kindness of the major ninja villages, but because orphans are also a kind of war resources. Especially when they have the qualifications of ninjas. Just like every time a war breaks out, a large number of cannon fodder will be buried on the battlefield. Most of these cannon fodders are ninjas trained by major ninja villages from war orphans. The same is true for Naraku. When he was discovered by the Konoha ninja, because he was young and had the qualifications to become a ninja, he was not killed, but was transported back to the Konoha orphanage as a resource. As for why Naraku knew his origins so well, it was naturally not told by someone, but because this was his own experience. Yes, although Naraku had not awakened his past life memories before, he was also special after reincarnation, that is, he had started to remember things since he was born. In other words, he remembered his parents' death clearly. Because of his own abnormality, even if he tried to hide it, he was more mature than his peers. Perhaps because of this, when the root organization selected seeds in the orphanage, Naraku was chosen. The death of his parents. The cruel experience in the root organization. All these made Naraku not only feel no affection for Konoha, where he had lived for more than 10 years, but full of disgust. For example, the reason why he deliberately distracted his energy to study the sealing technique was actually to find a way to break the tongue root seal. The curse seal is a branch of the sealing technique. Naraku knew very well that only by solving the tongue root seal could he hope to gain freedom and leave or even destroy this place that he hated. However, the tongue root seal was obviously not so easy to break. Especially, the sealing techniques that Naraku could learn all came from the root organization. Although Denzo was very generous in investing resources in the root organization in order to better develop his armed forces, it was not completely without restrictions. Common techniques such as Ninta Igen were open to a very high degree in the root organization. Not to mention low-level techniques such as D-level and C-level, even high-level techniques such as B-level and A-level can be freely consulted in the root organization. But special techniques such as sealing techniques were less open. Obviously, Denzo was not an idiot. The other party knew that the important reliance of controlling the root organization was the seal of the tongue. For this reason, he would naturally pay special attention to the spread of sealing techniques to prevent someone from breaking the seal of the tongue through sealing techniques. Even if the possibility was very weak, he was still on guard. Because of this, even though Naraku painstakingly studied the sealing techniques he could obtain, he never made much progress in breaking the seal of the tongue. Half a year ago, he was unwilling to try to crack it by force, but the result was that the tongue trouble rooting seal was triggered and he almost died. However, it was this experience that may have stimulated his brain with the tongue trouble rooting seal, and as a result, he unexpectedly awakened his past life memories, which gave him a new life. According to the records of the exercises, after entering the chi refining stage, the next step is to breed the spiritual consciousness, and the spiritual consciousness can not only explore the outside world, but also look inward. At that time, maybe you can use the spiritual consciousness to understand the tongue trouble rooting seal. Naraku stared at the mirror that was shrouded in mist and became blurred again, retracted his tongue, his expression returned to peace, and turned to walk out of the bathroom. Coming to the bed, Naraku sat cross-legged. However, he did not rush to start practicing, but instead concentrated his mind and sensed the bronze tower in his mind. After a while, an ancient bronze tower appeared in Naraku's mind. And when his consciousness came into contact with the bronze tower, his consciousness was immediately attracted. After a while of spinning, Naraku's consciousness took shape and appeared in an empty hall. There were not many decorations in the hall, and there was a light column in the center that went straight to the top. At the same time, in front of the light column, there were 3 jade balls emitting bright light. The hall in front of him was the first floor of the bronze tower. For the situation in the hall, Naraku would naturally be familiar with the situation. He took a step and walked towards the central light column. Now that I have entered the immortal path, I wonder if I can enter the light column. Thinking so in his heart, Naraku, who walked to the light column, also raised his hand and pressed the light column. The light column is the passage to the upper level. Only by entering the light column can you be teleported to the upper level. Chapter 6 Inheritance. Assessment. When his palm touched the light column, Naraku immediately felt a strong resistance from it. In response, Naraku was in awe and tried his best to circulate his true energy in an attempt to break through. But even if he circulated his true energy to the limit, he could not break through the resistance of the light column. Such a result obviously proved that his cultivation level, which had just entered the first level of Qi training, was not enough to enter the second level of the Bronze Tower. It seems that it still doesn't work, but I can feel that the resistance has indeed decreased. If so, as long as I continue to improve my cultivation, I will be able to enter the upper level sooner or later and obtain more immortal inheritance. Naraku retracted his palm with some disappointment. When he first entered the Bronze Tower, he naturally tried to enter the light column. The resistance from the light column was even greater than it is now. The disappointment did not last too long, and Naraku quickly adjusted his mood. Although he still failed to enter the light column this time, the reduction in resistance undoubtedly proved the way to enter the light column. That is, he needs to have a higher level of cultivation. Now he has successfully embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Next, he only needs to work hard to improve his cultivation, so that sooner or later he can enter the light column, reach the upper level, and obtain more immortal inheritance. Thinking of the immortal inheritance, Naraku glanced at the 3 jade balls in front of the light column. These 3 jade balls are the immortal inheritance placed on the first floor of the Bronze Tower. One of them is the nameless immortal cultivation technique that Naraku is practicing now. The other 2 jade balls passed on the magical power called 5 Elements Art and the Secret Book of Immortal Path, which recorded many knowledge of cultivating immortals. Naraku had already obtained the inheritance recorded in these 3 jade balls. So after testing the light column, he did not stay, but directly withdrew from the Bronze Tower. Consciousness returned to the body. On the bed, Naraku slowly opened his eyes. My current cultivation is still very shallow. Instead of distracting my energy to cultivate magical powers, I might as well concentrate on improving my cultivation and break through to the second level of Qi training at least. Not to mention the Secret Book of Immortal Path, it is impossible for Naraku not to be jealous of the magical power inherited from the first level of the Bronze Tower. After all, from the introduction of this magical power, even if he only mastered a part of it, he could greatly improve his combat effectiveness. However, things should be prioritized. With his current cultivation, even if he wanted to force cultivation, he would probably get half the result with twice the effort. With a decision in mind, Naraku no longer wasted time and immediately began to breathe in spiritual energy to improve his cultivation. Time flies. 3 days have passed quietly. This day, just as the task was assigned 3 days ago, Naraku became Uchiha Shisui's examiner without any surprise. Naraku was not surprised by this. After all, with Denzo's power in the village, it is not difficult to do this. In a vacant classroom. Teacher Naraku, are you my examiner? In front of the podium, a 5-year-old boy with a round nose and a very immature look at Naraku standing opposite him unexpectedly. The boy is Uchiha Shisui. As a teacher who teaches first graders, Naraku naturally has contact with Uchiha Shisui, and they know each other. Yes, I am one of the examiners of this assessment. This is Teacher Oyama, also your examiner. Naraku looked at Uchiha Shisui opposite him, nodded with a smile, and introduced the other person beside him. Naraku was not the only examiner, there was another one. The teacher Oyama standing next to Naraku was also wearing a standard Chunin uniform. However, compared to Naraku's youth, Oyama looked like a middle-aged man, and he looked very serious. Oyama was also a teacher at the ninja school, but he was in charge of senior students, so Uchiha Shisui didn't know him. Hello, Teacher Oyama. After Naraku's introduction, Uchiha Shisui behaved very politely and immediately bowed to Oyama. Hello. Oyama nodded slightly to Uchiha Shisui's salute. Then he said with a serious face, Uchiha Shisui, as an early graduation assessment, the assessment method is much stricter than the normal graduation assessment. In the next assessment, in addition to facing the theoretical assessment, you also need to fully master the 3 body techniques and accept the actual combat assessment. Yes, I will try my best to complete the assessment. Uchiha Shisui showed a serious look on his young face. It is obvious that no matter he volunteered or was forced by his family, he took this assessment very seriously. Teacher Naraku, let's get started. Okay, let's start the assessment. The attitude shown by Uchiha Shisui made Daishin very satisfied. However, in this assessment, he was only the examiner responsible for recording, and the specific arrangements of the assessment still needed Naraku to be responsible. Seeing that Dashin asked for instructions, Naraku did not waste time and directly announced the assessment the beginning of the exam. The first thing to be done is the theory exam. Let Uchiha Shisui sit in the desk at the back, and Naraku handed the test paper he had prepared long ago to him. Time is up. An hour later, Dashin, who was in charge of keeping time, announced the end of the theory exam. In fact, before the time was up, Uchiha Shisui had actually stopped answering questions. It was not that the content of the test paper was too difficult for him to answer, but that he had completed all the questions on the test paper in advance. Naraku stepped forward to take the test paper away and began to mark it on the spot. Under Dashin's record, Uchiha Shisui's theory score came out soon. Shisui, congratulations, your theory score is full marks. After marking, Naraku announced the results. He seemed to praise the other party with admiration. Teacher, you are too kind. I just learned the knowledge I should master. Uchiha Shisui scratched his head embarrassedly. Naraku smiled and then began to prepare for the next exam. The second item is the assessment of the three body techniques. For normal graduation assessments, you only need to choose one of them as the assessment, but as Dashin said before, for early graduation assessments, you need to fully master the three body techniques. Uchiha Shisui obviously has no problem with the assessment of the three body techniques. Transformation technique, clone technique, and substitute technique are all mastered very skillfully. Not bad, I also give you full marks in the assessment of the three body techniques. Naraku clapped his hands and praised Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui still behaved very modestly. The last thing to do is the actual combat assessment. Now you have half an hour to rest, and then we will go to the actual combat training ground. Okay, teacher. Hearing Naraku's words, Uchiha Shisui nodded. Although the assessment of the three body techniques did not cause him much burden in chakra consumption. But facing the upcoming last assessment, Uchiha Shisui was not careless and prepared to adjust his state to the best. Chapter 7 Sharingan. Half an hour passed quietly. Without wasting time, the three of them left the classroom and headed for the actual combat training ground equipped by the ninja school. Although it was only used by students, the actual combat training ground was also very complete. Even though it could not be compared with the number 44 training ground that appeared in the original plot, it also had a diameter of about 1 kilometer. The training ground simulated a forest environment. There were trees, rocks, streams, etc., and the environment was very complex. Let me tell you about the assessment rules. This time the assessment time is 1 hour. Next, Uchiha Shisui, you will enter the training ground in advance, and Naraku teacher will enter 10 minutes later. With an hour as the limit, there are two criteria for passing the assessment. The first is that you defeat Naraku teacher, and the second is to persist until the end of the time without being captured by Naraku teacher. Arriving at the entrance of the training ground, Oyama explained the rules of the actual combat assessment to Uchiha Shisui. Understood. Uchiha Shisui listened very carefully and nodded immediately after listening. Although he was only 5 years old, Uchiha Shisui's psychological attitude was no longer childish, but rather particularly mature and sensible. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had no problem, Naraku immediately announced the start of the practical test. Swish! When the test began, as Dashin checked the clock, Uchiha Shisui did not hesitate at all, and immediately turned into a black shadow and rushed into the training ground in an instant. No wonder you dare to apply for early graduation. Not only did you learn the instant body technique, but it seems that you have mastered it quite well. Dashin, who was checking the clock, saw the way Uchiha Shisui left and couldn't help showing surprise. Although the instant body technique is not a particularly advanced skill, not to mention the students in the school, even many genin have never mastered it. Obviously, just one move of the instant body technique well highlights the extraordinariness of Uchiha Shisui. Naraku didn't say anything, just crossed his arms and calmly stared at the direction where Uchiha Shisui left. Uchiha Shisui's talent might not be inferior to Kakashi's, or even surpassed it. But the opponent now is still very immature after all. Although he was a little bit bullying, he would not allow Uchiha Shisui to disrupt his plan. Time passed little by little, and 10 minutes passed quickly. Swish! Accompanied by Dashin's signal, Naraku also did not hesitate, and instantly performed the instant body technique, and the whole person disappeared from the spot and entered the training ground. From the time I entered the training ground to now, about 25 minutes have passed. In other words, the assessment has been going on for about 15 minutes. Along the way, I have carefully erased traces and even deliberately created several wrong directions, hoping to confuse Naraku teacher. In a corner of the training ground, Uchiha Shisui, who was hiding in the dense tree canopy, curled up as much as possible, silently estimated the time while keeping alert. Although this test was not his own choice, but was arranged by the family. But since he accepted it, he was unwilling to fail. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Swoosh! Suddenly, while Uchiha Shisui was waiting for the test time to pass, his ears were very sharp to catch the sound of breaking through the air. When this situation appeared, Uchiha Shisui's heart tightened, and he did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately rushed out of the tree canopy. Look at the tree canopy again. A bitter the black shadow that had transformed into nothingness, almost the next second after Uchiha Shisui jumped out, drilled into the tree canopy, then flew out from the other end and pierced into the tree trunk next to it. As soon as his figure landed, Uchiha Shisui quickly stabilized his figure, and at the same time, his sight immediately captured the surroundings. When his sight captured one of the directions, it immediately locked onto a figure not far away. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of breaking through the air was dense. Uchiha Shisui's chakra burst under his feet, and his figure jumped to the other side. His hands quickly took out a stack of shurikens from the ninja tool bag on his legs and threw them at the figure not far away. The shurikens spun rapidly in the air, and several of them collided, rubbing against each other and producing sparks. No, this is a clone. The shurikens kept changing their trajectories in the collision, but in the end they all accurately hit the figure not far away. However, when the shuriken hit the figure disappeared from the spot like a phantom. This scene fell into Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly moved his position and jumped to the side. Uchiha Shisui reacted quickly. In terms of ninja quality, many genin are not as good as him. But his reaction was obviously under the control of the attacker. Uchiha Shisui, who jumped to the side, had not landed yet, and a figure quickly swept behind him and swept Uchiha Shisui's legs with a whip kick. Bang! After the impact, Uchiha Shisui suddenly lost his balance, and the whole person spun half a circle in the air and was about to fall to the ground. But at this time, Uchiha Shisui hurriedly found his center of gravity, supported his body with his left hand, and grabbed the katana worn on his back with his right hand, and slashed at the figure behind him. Ding! The blade was blocked by the kunao. Looking at the holder of the kunao, it was Naraku. Naraku used a kunao to block Uchiha Shisui's slash. His expression was normal. Without waiting for the opponent to respond, he raised his leg again and kicked the opponent's waist. Bang! With the dull sound of the collision, Uchiha Shisui felt pain and flew out in a mess. No, Naraku's speed is too fast. I must make changes, otherwise I can't hold on for long. After falling to the ground, Uchiha Shisui did not dare to stay. He endured the pain from his waist and quickly rolled on the ground and jumped up. Sharingan open. At the moment of jumping up, Uchiha Shisui looked at Naraku, and his eyes turned red quietly, and a megatama appeared in each of them. Sharingan? Awakened so early. Just as he was about to continue to suppress him, Naraku noticed the change in the opponent's eyes. When he saw the Sharingan appear in Uchiha Shisui's eyes, Naraku was also quite surprised. He did know that the other party would awaken the Manjiki Sharingan in the future, but he never thought that the other party, at the age of 5, had already awakened the Sharingan. Although the earlier the Sharingan awakens, the more powerful it is, the earlier it awakens, which undoubtedly means that the person's talent in Sharingan is better. At the age of 5, Naraku awakened the Sharingan. He knew why the other party could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan in the future. The other party's talent in Sharingan is indeed a well-deserved genius. The Sharingan can be used as an important bloodline limit to implement the entire Naruto series, and even once made Naruto become Legend of the Eyes, which is enough to prove the power of this bloodline limit. Chapter 8 The Lesser of Two Evils. After opening the Sharingan, even if it is only one Megatama, it is enough to make Uchiha Shisui not only insight, but also chakra, all aspects of himself have been greatly improved. The Megatama rotates. When Uchiha Shisui locked onto Naraku with his enhanced insight, he immediately used his most proficient illusion. In an instant, on the opposite side, Naraku seemed to be hit, his eyes became blurred, and his body became stiff. Success! Naraku's abnormal phenomenon caught Uchiha Shisui's eyes, and he was immediately delighted, and then he turned around and ran decisively. That's right! Uchiha Shisui did not choose to counterattack Naraku, but chose to run away. Really smart. Just as Uchiha Shisui turned around and ran away, Naraku, who seemed to have been hit by an illusion, suddenly regained his focus. He looked at Uchiha Shisui's back and admired him in his heart. The other party's choice to run away was the right choice. The Sharingan does have a blessing in casting illusions. But Uchiha Shisui is at best close to the level of a Chunin. Even with the blessing of the Sharingan, using illusions against a Chunin can only play a certain role in restraining. If you choose to attack, the chance of winning is only 30% at most. On the contrary, running away is different. What is going on now is not a real fight, but a test. The rules of the test do not require Uchiha Shisui to defeat Naraku, but only to persist for an hour without being captured. Therefore, the best choice is to delay time, not to fight hard. It can be said that based on the strength shown in the fight just now and the decision-making ability shown by Uchiha Shisui now, Uchiha Shisui is fully qualified to pass the test. It's a pity that Uchiha Shisui has now become a victim of someone's suppression of the Uchiha clan, so Naraku can only bully the weak. Swish! Chakra circulates his feet. Naraku rushed out quickly. There was obviously a huge gap between his speed and Uchiha Shisui. He almost caught up with Uchiha Shisui, who turned and ran away. After coming behind Uchiha Shisui, Naraku pressed his right hand on his neck and pressed him to the ground without waiting for him to react. "I'm sorry, you didn't pass the practical test." While suppressing Uchiha Shisui with his right hand, Naraku took out a kunai with his left hand and inserted it into the mud in front of the opponent's sight. When Uchiha Shisui, whose side face was tightly pressed against the ground, saw the kunai in his sight, his original struggle stopped suddenly, and at the same time, Naraku's emotionless voice came to his ears. In the previous fight, although Uchiha Shisui seemed to perform well, it was actually just Naraku who gave the opponent a chance to perform. The purpose was naturally to act more realistically. At least to make outsiders look like he really tested Uchiha Shisui, instead of completely violently oppressing him. Swish! Naraku suppressed Uchiha Shisui, and the next second, a figure appeared beside him. The person who came was Oyama, who was responsible for supervising and recording the assessment. When Uchiha Shisui entered the training ground, Oyama also followed behind. "Uchiha Shisui, because the assessment time has not ended, you were captured by the examiner, so you did not pass this practical assessment." Oyama looked at the situation in front of him, looked at Naraku deeply, and then announced the assessment results. Naraku was very sensitive to Oyama's strange look, but did not pay much attention to it. After Oyama announced the result, he stood up and let go of Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui, who regained his freedom, quickly got up. The first thing he looked at was Naraku, who was putting the kunai back into the ninja bag. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were full of unwillingness. He often competed with other people in the family, and he knew his strength very well. He was definitely qualified to become a genin. Now the assessment failed, just because the examiner gave a higher difficulty. After being unwilling, Uchiha Shisui sighed again. "No matter what, failure is failure. Teacher Naraku, I should apply for the graduation assessment again next year. I hope that I will still be my examiner next time." After adjusting his mood, Uchiha Shisui said to Naraku seriously. Although he was unwilling to fail the assessment, he did not hate Naraku because of it. Instead, he had a desire to win and regarded Naraku as his goal. "The arrangement of the examiner is not up to me, but if there is a chance, I don't mind." Naraku noticed the other party's emotional changes, so he smiled at him. After the assessment, the three left the training ground. Uchiha Shisui returned to the class first. "Naraku, you exceeded the standard in the actual combat assessment." After Uchiha Shisui left, Dashin, who stayed in place, turned and looked at Naraku. He saw Uchiha Shisui's performance in the actual combat assessment. According to Uchiha Shisui's performance, he was actually completely qualified. The failure was entirely due to Naraku's problem. As one of the examiners, Oyama's attitude towards the assessment was still very fair, so he was a little dissatisfied with Naraku's behavior. Naraku also looked at him and said seriously, "I know that Teacher Oyama thinks I am too strict, but I am doing this for Shisui's good. Shisui's talent is indeed beyond doubt, and he is very excellent, but he is still too young after all. For a genius like him, it may not be a good thing to leave school too early. It is better to hone his skills in school for a few years. So if Teacher Oyama thinks I did something wrong, I am willing to take responsibility." "Okay, you know it yourself, but I will not hide the process of the assessment. Oyama did not say anything more, and was not easily persuaded by Naraku, but expressed his attitude. In addition to the results of the assessment, the process of the assessment is also recorded, and it will be reported in the end. So Naraku's behavior in the actual combat assessment will inevitably be discovered. Naraku was very calm about what Oyama said. This assessment was a dilemma for him. If the mission failed, the root organization would definitely hold him accountable. Maybe he would be recalled for it. On the contrary, as it is now, he might also be held accountable by the Hokage. All Naraku could do was to choose the lesser of two evils. Denzo, you have to give me some strength. Naraku thought secretly. Chapter 9 You regret my Hokage. In the Hokage building. Hokage, this is the assessment report of Uchiha Shisui submitted by the ninja school. Please read it. In the Hokage's office, a ninja respectfully saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen who was sitting behind the desk and handed him a report. Well, thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the report with a gentle face. After the ninja left, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and flipped through the report in his hand. The content of the report was exactly the test results and process recorded by Oyama. The content can be said to be very detailed. It not only includes the results of Uchiha Shisui's various assessments, but also includes the fact that Naraku, as an examiner, took out a difficulty that exceeded the standard in the actual combat assessment. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen only glanced at these, but his eyes froze when he saw Uchiha Shisui using the Sharingan in the assessment. He has awakened the Sharingan. The descendants of the mirror seem to be better than expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very surprised that Uchiha Shisui, who was only 5 years old, had awakened the Sharingan. He fell into deep thought. From the description in the report, Uchiha Shisui obviously already has the strength of a genin, and with the addition of a Megatama Sharingan, his strength is not inferior to that of a Chunin. Crack! Suddenly, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about Uchiha Shisui, the door of the office was pushed open. You must know that this is the Hokage's office. If someone wants to come in, the guards outside will definitely report it. At this time, someone entered the office without the guard notifying him. There is no doubt that only a few people in the village can do this. And the person at the moment? Hiruzen, you have read Uchiha Shisui's report. The other party has awakened the Sharingan at such a young age. We must control him. As soon as he entered the office, the visitor made a gloomy suggestion to Sarutobi Hiruzen behind the desk. Denzo, you are a little too extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the visitor, especially when he heard the other party's words. He couldn't help but take the pipe beside him, took a puff, and pretended to be helpless. Yes, the visitor was Denzo, the leader of the root organization. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen got the report from the ninja school as soon as possible. Denzo also got the assessment information as soon as possible. Well, the provider of this information is naturally Naraku, the executor of the task. Extreme? No, you are too lazy. Don't forget what Tobirama taught us. Uchiha is an evil clan. We must treat this clan with the greatest vigilance. Denzo was very dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude and shouted loudly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. I will naturally not forget Tobirama's teachings, but I understand that the Uchiha clan is also a part of the village. Before they do something against the village, we can't target them too much, otherwise it will easily cause trouble. Like this time, we prevented Uchiha Shisui from passing the test, which is already the maximum. Humph, I think you are too weak. Denzo snorted coldly. It was indeed a mistake for Tobirama to choose Hiruzen as Hokage. The other party had no awareness of being a Hokage at all, so the evil Uchiha clan has not been dealt with until now. If he was Hokage, how could the Uchiha clan be so comfortable as it is now? Regarding Uchiha Shisui, and even the handling of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo obviously have differences. In short, don't worry about Uchiha Shisui for the time being. Seeing Denzo said that he was weak, Sarutobi Hiruzen said dissatisfiedly. But compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction, Denzo was more unhappy. He said angrily, Hiruzen, you will definitely regret it. Denzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked directly at Denzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude, in Denzo's eyes, was no less than naked humiliation, which made him turn around and leave without saying a word. Bang! The door that was opened a few minutes ago was slammed shut. After the unpleasant parting, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe and looked out the window. I have to find an opportunity to contact Shisui. The talent shown by Uchiha Shisui made him unable to ignore it. Although he was not as extreme as Denzo, he was also wary of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Denzo's sending people to suppress Uchiha Shisui. The purpose was that he did not want the Uchiha clan to use Uchiha Shisui to expand their influence. The Uchiha Shisui test, from the news to the final failure, caused quite a stir in the school. However, this wave did not last too long and soon calmed down. I don't know if the Uchiha was too arrogant or the people above handled it well. In short, this incident did not affect Naraku. After waiting silently for several days and finding that no one came to him, Naraku knew that he had survived the crisis safely. Therefore, he returned to his previous state. During the day, he used his shadow clone to teach in the ninja school instead of himself, while he stayed at home and worked hard to cultivate immortality. In this way, a week passed in the blink of an eye. In Konoha, there are many training grounds. In the evening, in a remote training ground in the village, two figures were shuttling through the dense woods. Because of their speed, their figures seemed to have turned into phantoms. As for the identities of these two figures, they were Naraku and his shadow clone. When Naraku and his shadow clone shuttled through the woods, they were not in front and behind positions, but in a state of parallel advancement. Suddenly, Naraku and his shadow clone seemed to have agreed to move together, and threw dense shurikens at each other. Crackling! Both sides' shurikens were wrapped with brilliant lightning. When they shot towards each other, the shurikens quickly collided in the woods between the two sides. Lightning flashed, sparks flew. The same attacking party style, but the result was one-sided. The shuriken shot by Naraku had an overwhelming advantage, knocking away the shuriken shot by the shadow clone, and even shattering it, and then the shadow clone shot it accurately. Facing the incoming shuriken, the shadow clone burst out more chakra, and reacted quickly and stepped on the tree trunk passing by. Crack! The powerful force trampled a deep dent in the tree trunk, and the shadow clone used the force to change direction and quickly fell to the ground below. Correspondingly, Naraku also fell not far away. Lightning release earth walk! Lightning release earth walk! Naraku and the shadow clone used the same attack method again, quickly forming seals, then squatting and pressing their hands on the ground in front of them. Thunderbolt! Dazzling lightning burst out. Dense lightning was released from the hands of both parties, and then swept towards each other along the ground. This attack showed the difference more clearly than the lightning wrapped in the shuriken just now. The lightning released by Naraku not only approached the shadow clone at a faster speed, but also had a much stronger scale and power. The violent lightning easily tore the ground along the way. At a position obviously close to the shadow clone, the two lightnings collided fiercely. In just a moment, the lightning released by the shadow clone was defeated by the lightning released by Naraku. The lightning that won the victory with great momentum did not stop, but quickly submerged the shadow clone. Bang! The shadow clone disappeared in the violent lightning. First the body stiffened, and then the whole person turned into smoke and dissipated. Chapter 10 The Idea of the Shadow Clone. The power of using true energy to perform ninjutsu is indeed much stronger than chakra ninjutsu. The dissipation of the shadow clone made Naraku stop releasing lightning. Slowly getting up, Naraku looked at the location where the shadow clone disappeared. There, the ground nearby was turned into scorched earth and covered with cracks under the violent lightning. For such power, Naraku nodded secretly, feeling very satisfied. He would come here specially and fight with his shadow clone, not because he was bored, but to test the true chi in more detail. In fact, in addition to working hard to improve his cultivation, he has been testing the true chi in various aspects these days. For example, using true chi to replace chakra and apply it to the ninjutsu. The quality of true chi is undoubtedly better than chakra. But Naraku also knows that his current cultivation is still very shallow, so in order to maximize the use of true chi to enhance his strength, he would think of combining true chi with ninjutsu. After these days of testing, the results are satisfactory. Not only is the quality of true chi better than chakra, but it can also completely replace chakra in all aspects in terms of application. It's like the lightning escape performed in the previous battle with the shadow clone. It's not difficult to perform lightning escape with true chi, and its power is far better than that performed with chakra. The technique performed with true chi can be distinguished from the technique performed with chakra. Now, since its cultivation, the technique performed with true chi can be called magic, that is, lightning escape can be called lightning magic. Naraku touched his chin and pondered. Defining the technique performed with true chi as magic, the more he thought about it, the better it felt. After all, the immortal mode in this world can call the technique performed immortal magic, so what's the problem with calling the technique performed with true chi magic? Then the next thing is the test of the shadow clone. After thinking of the name, Naraku also put his attention back on the test. He made a cross seal with his hands in front of him, and in an instant, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, Naraku split another shadow clone. However, unlike the shadow clones used in the previous test, the shadow clones used true chi this time. Let's start. Naraku looked at the true chi shadow clone he had created and ordered it. Understood. The true chi shadow clone nodded, and without hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged, and began to practice the nameless technique with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Seeing this, Naraku closely watched the true chi shadow clone. Although the upper limit of the ninja method is not as high as the method of cultivating immortals, it still has its own unique features in the lower level. For example, the shadow clone. As a physical clone, the shadow clone can not only fight on behalf of the main body, but also feed back its own memory and experience to the main body after being released. The latter can also be used in cultivation. Just like the sage mode, the shadow clone can absorb natural energy with the help of the shadow clone, so as to quickly condense the immortal chakra. Naraku's test at this time is to see if the true chi shadow clone can also help to quickly condense true chi. As for why it is a true chi shadow clone, not an ordinary shadow clone. This is the problem of spiritual roots. The way of cultivating immortals requires 2 major foundations. One is spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, it is impossible to practice. The second is spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are like a transit station between the human body and spiritual energy. If there is a lack of spiritual roots, it is not only difficult to absorb spiritual energy, but also impossible to refine spiritual energy into true chi. Naraku had tested the shadow clone before, but in the end he found that the chakra was used. The shadow clone does not have spiritual roots, in other words, it cannot absorb spiritual energy to refine it into true energy. So after practicing for these days, as the true energy has become more abundant, he decided to see if the true energy shadow clone has changed. At this time, in Naraku's observation, he soon found that the surrounding spiritual energy was gradually attracted by the true energy shadow clone and slowly entered its body. Success! Naraku was immediately happy when he found that the spiritual energy entered the true energy shadow clone. Because this means that the true energy shadow clone is different from the chakra shadow clone, and can also affect the spiritual roots on the shadow clone. It may be because of the different worlds, or it may be because of his own lack of immortal fate. In short, Naraku was originally a person without spiritual roots. Under normal circumstances, even if he obtained the inheritance of immortal cultivation, it would be difficult for him to enter the field of immortal cultivation. However, as the Bronze Tower is suspected to be the inheritance treasure of a certain immortal cultivation sect, it is obvious that it has been considered that it will be obtained by people without spiritual roots. Therefore, when Naraku entered the Bronze Tower for the first time and was recognized as the master by the Bronze Tower showed its power to turn decay into magic and injected a magical power into his body. This magical power made his body transform and then formed spiritual roots. However, it may be that the Bronze Tower consumed too much energy when traveling through the world, so it only formed low-grade spiritual roots for him. Although this gave him the foundation for cultivating immortals, the qualifications for cultivating immortals brought by low-grade spiritual roots were relatively poor. It's like breathing in and out of spiritual energy. For the same technique, the better the spiritual roots, the more spiritual energy you can get each time you breathe in and out. On the contrary, the less. Besides, the true chi shadow clone successfully absorbed spiritual energy. This undoubtedly proves that Naraku can use the true chi shadow clone to speed up his cultivation speed next, so as to make up for the problem of insufficient spiritual roots. Time passed little by little. Naraku was not in a hurry to remove the true chi shadow clone, but let the other party continue to absorb spiritual energy, and wanted to see how far the other party could cultivate. Bang! About half an hour later, suddenly, the chi shadow clone took the initiative to dissolve. No, to be precise, it should be that the body was burst by the continuous absorption of spiritual energy. At the moment when the chi shadow clone was dissolved, Naraku immediately felt a large amount of spiritual energy surging in his body. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately sat down and practiced the nameless technique to refine the spiritual energy that emerged. After running for several cycles, the spiritual energy was refined into chi, which improved Naraku's cultivation. It seems that the idea is a bit too good. Although the chi shadow clone can breathe in and out spiritual energy, it is only a clone after all, so it cannot be directly refined into true energy, but can only feed back the breathed-in spiritual energy to me, and I will refine it myself. Naraku, who refined the spiritual energy, did not rush to get up, but sat on the ground and thought. In addition to the feedback of breathing in and out spiritual energy, the dissolution of the chi shadow clone also includes the experience of cultivation. The real energy shadow clone is indeed a different chakra shadow clone, which can project the spiritual root and breathe in and out spiritual energy. But from the cultivation experience of the real energy shadow clone, Naraku also found a problem. That is, real energy is different from fairy chakra. The latter is the fusion of natural energy and chakra, while the former is the fusion of spiritual energy and spirit. Some people don't, it's boring to play alone. If someone does, please let me know in the comment area that Yanzu is reading. Chapter 11 Efficiency Improvement. The essence of the real energy shadow clone is just an energy body constructed by real energy. Even if the spiritual root can be projected on the clone, it cannot fuse the breathing spiritual energy with the spirit like Naraku himself, and thus refine it into real energy. Naraku frowned slightly. If the real energy shadow clone cannot refine spiritual energy, then the help it brings to cultivation will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. After all, if the spiritual energy cannot be refined into real energy, in addition to the reduced efficiency, the maintenance time of the real energy shadow clone will also be limited. Just like the true chi shadow clone just now, breathing in too much spiritual energy will burst the body. Or, there is an upper limit to the spiritual energy that the true chi shadow clone can contain. This upper limit depends on his cultivation. After all, Naraku has only been cultivating for less than half a month. With his low-grade spiritual roots, and the fact that the concentration of spiritual energy in the Naruto world is far less than that in the world of cultivation, it is naturally impossible for his cultivation to improve very quickly. In fact, he can now have the current cultivation, thanks to the nameless cultivation method. Although this cultivation method has no specific name in the inheritance of the Bronze Tower, it must be said that this cultivation method is definitely the core inheritance of the Bronze Tower. If you want to describe it, you can completely call it the cultivation version of the Nine Yang Divine Art. Its method has various extraordinary characteristics when practicing. It can be roughly summarized as follows. 1. The amount of spiritual energy breathed in is far better than ordinary cultivation methods. 2. The speed of chi circulation is extremely fast, and ordinary consumption can be restored almost immediately. 3. When the chi is in motion, ordinary punches and kicks can also burst out with great power. 4. Extraordinary defense. Not only will the chi automatically protect the body when attacked, but it also has the effect of rebounding external forces. 5. After entering the practice, one's own understanding will be blessed. 6. It has a miraculous healing effect, which can prevent people from all diseases and poisons. For example, Naraku was able to fight with the shadow clone before and then perform the lightning escape. The rest time was to practice the true chi shadow clone, because he quickly recovered the true chi consumed by the nameless technique. Let's talk about Naraku's current cultivation. Under the extraordinary nameless technique, his cultivation speed is comparable to that of a mid-grade spiritual root. This is because the spiritual energy in the Naruto world is not as good as that of the immortals. If he were also in the immortal world, his cultivation speed would probably catch up with those immortals with high-grade spiritual roots. From this, we can see how much help a good technique can bring. It is also enough to prove the extraordinariness of the nameless technique. Don't be greedy. Being able to breathe in and out spiritual energy now is actually a very good result. Naraku's frown did not last long, and soon relaxed. He is not a person who doesn't know what's good for him. Although the true chi shadow clone does not have the ability to refine spiritual energy, being able to breathe in and out spiritual energy can already speed up his cultivation speed. With such a gain, what is there for him to be dissatisfied with? From the experience of the chi shadow clone just now, with my current cultivation, the chi shadow clone that I split out with all my strength can probably breathe in and out spiritual energy for half an hour. However, with my current chi recovery speed, I can completely split out the chi shadow clone multiple times in a short period of time, thereby increasing the number of chi shadow clone. Naraku thought quickly and soon came up with an idea. Without hesitation, he immediately started the second round of testing. He stood up and performed the shadow clone technique again. Naraku split out another chi shadow clone and let it continue to breathe in and out spiritual energy. Then, he immediately operated the nameless technique to restore the consumed chi. The chi circulates through the meridians, and the breathing speed of spiritual energy is much faster than improving the cultivation and recovery. This is a bit like the principle of a water tank. It is far more difficult to increase the storage space of a water tank than to refill it with water after the water in the water tank is used up. The extraordinary recovery speed allowed Naraku to recover his chi in a short while. He immediately used the shadow clone again, splitting out the second chi shadow clone, and let it also start to breathe in and out spiritual energy. Recovering the true energy again and again, splitting out the true energy shadow clone again and again. Until the first shadow clone was burst by the spiritual energy because of breathing to the limit, Naraku had split out 10 true chi shadow clones. When the first true chi shadow clone was released, the spiritual energy fed back was refined, not only allowing Naraku to recover the true energy he had just consumed, but also improving his cultivation to a certain extent. Without pausing, Naraku continued to split out new true chi shadow clones while refining the spiritual energy. Refining the spiritual energy fed back by the true chi shadow clone again and again. After busy efforts, what he gained was a rapidly improving cultivation. The sun sets and the moon rises, the moon sets and the sun rises. When the first ray of sunlight in the east shone into the dense woods, Naraku seemed to have practiced all night like this. Is it dawn? Time flies. Feeling the sunlight, Naraku, who was refining spiritual energy again, stopped and stretched. Although he practiced all night, Naraku did not feel much fatigue. This was not only because of the extraordinary recovery ability brought by the nameless technique, but also because of the great improvement of the true chi in his body. One true chi shadow clone can breathe in and out spiritual energy for half an hour. 10 true chi shadow clones can breathe in and out spiritual energy for 5 hours. In other words, after Naraku refined the spiritual energy breathed in and out by 10 true chi shadow clones, it was equivalent to practicing for 5 hours at ordinary times. Even if the time for true chi recovery is also included. But after Naraku felt the improvement in his cultivation tonight, he made a rough estimate and found that the results of this night's cultivation were enough to compare with the previous 8 nights of cultivation. This undoubtedly proved that using the true chi shadow clone to assist in cultivation increased his cultivation speed by more than 8 times. Perfect. With the current training efficiency, I should be able to improve my cultivation to the first level of chi training in another month. The greatly improved training speed made Naraku happy. With the concentration of spiritual energy in the Naruto world and his low-grade spiritual roots, it was definitely very fast to be able to improve to the first level of chi training in such a short time. But given the current situation, I can no longer return to the apartment to practice. I can only stay in the training ground for a long time, but it doesn't matter. Naraku thought while stroking his chin. The apartment has a limited area and obviously cannot accommodate too many chi shadow clones for training. However, Naraku is not opposed to settling in the training ground. Compared with the training in the root organization, such a wild life is completely child's play. As for the ninja school, it is all handled by the shadow clone anyway, so it doesn't matter where he stays. Chapter 12 Reducing the Seal. The appearance of the chi shadow clone made Naraku more motivated for the next practice. After taking some time off, he returned to the apartment and simply packed some necessities, then found a place to live in the training ground. Days followed one another. Unconsciously, a month had passed since the last mission to prevent Uchiha Shisui from graduating early, and this also meant that Naraku needed to submit the student intelligence collected in the ninja school again. It was still in the secret room under the weapon shop. After submitting the intelligence, Naraku skillfully had a profound and simple exchange with his captain. On the double sofa that had been tortured for more than an hour, Naraku rested his head on the armrest on one side of the sofa, and lay lazily. Similarly, Nono, who had just finished the exchange, also casually lay on Naraku. You have been in the ninja school for more than half a year. How are you doing now? Have you made a breakthrough in your strength? After all, he is a ninja, and a jonin. After a short breath, Nanoyu recovered. Under her long golden hair, Nanoyu raised her pretty face and asked Naraku. Naraku was able to enter the ninja school because of Nanoyu's relationship. After all, with the nature of the root organization, tasks like collecting student intelligence in the ninja school are very popular. The main thing is safety. No one wants to be in danger. Even members of the root organization are the same. So it is not easy for Naraku, who is only a reserve member, to grab this task. He can only use the relationship of his captain. As for Nanoyu's explanation, Naraku naturally would not be stupid enough to say that he wanted to cultivate immortality, so he found an excuse that his strength had entered the shackles and needed a quiet time to settle down in order to seek a breakthrough. Nanoyu asked now because he wanted to understand Naraku's cultivation status. As the two parties in the in-depth communication, Nono was very clear that the man in front of her was definitely very rebellious in his heart, no matter how he behaved to the outside world. It was also this rebelliousness that attracted her. Under the oppressive life of the root organization, many people actually live very numbly. Even Nono herself, she actually deliberately made herself numb in some aspects. But the man in front of her was different. The other party had never been numb. Whether it was the subtle discovery during the usual contact or the positive efforts to seek the sealing technique, Nono knew clearly that the other party had been resisting. Resisting the oppression of the root organization, resisting this numb world. I have found a breakthrough. Give me some more time next, and you may see a brand new me. Naraku moved his eyes down, met Nono's eyes, and said with a smile. Then I'm looking forward to it. Looking at Naraku, from Naraku's eyes, Nono vaguely felt that the brand new that the other party said might exceed her imagination. However, this feeling made Nono's heart beat fast, and he couldn't help but smile gently. No matter what changes Naraku will undergo in the future, it will surely be for the better. This is actually enough. No further communication. Naraku couldn't show too much before he was free, so when he saw Nono's gentle smile, he just raised his hand and hugged him tightly, conveying his body temperature to him. After a moment of tenderness, the two separated again. Nono sent the information submitted by Naraku to the root organization, and Naraku returned to the training ground to continue his training. Zhang! The taut steel wire was touched, and the next second, the various mechanisms at the connection of the steel wire were triggered. In all directions, whether in the lush tree canopy or under the soil, there were dense shurikens and kunao shooting out, heading straight for the central steel wire. And standing next to the steel wire was Naraku. The true energy circulated throughout the body. The body turned into a twisted shadow at a rapid speed. In just a small space, Naraku avoided all the shurikens and kunao that attacked from all directions through various small movements and difficult dance-like movements. The mist shurikens and kunao either pierced into nearby trees or slanted into the surrounding soil. Thunder method, pseudo-darkness. As soon as the shurikens and kunao attacks ended, Naraku did not stop, but suddenly put his palms together, bursting out violent lightning. Crack! Terrible arcs of electricity leaped from Naraku's palms, and then gathered into sharp thunder spears, like a light cannon, blasting forward fiercely. Boom! 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 In front of Naraku was not nothing, but dense trees. The thunder spear shot down, and all the trees blocking the way were smashed to pieces. The air wave roared. After smashing many trees, the thunder spear finally reached a huge rock about 5 or 6 meters high 100 meters away. In an instant, with a deafening explosion, the rock was smashed into powder by the thunder spear. Green smoke floated. When the thunder spear dissipated, a passage about 6 or 7 meters wide and hundreds of meters long appeared in front of Naraku. Even the land below was sunken, and the soil was burned black by lightning. I am getting more and more proficient in using ninjutsu with my true energy, and after reducing the number of seals, the practicality has also been greatly improved. Naraku was very satisfied with the power of pseudo-darkness. Pseudo-darkness was originally a B-level ninjutsu. Although the level of ninjutsu comes from the difficulty of practice. However, the difficulty of practicing a qualified ninjutsu often corresponds to the power of the ninjutsu. Especially combat ninjutsu. If the power of a ninjutsu is lower than the difficulty of practicing, then this ninjutsu is definitely a failure and has no meaning to be passed down. The power of pseudo-darkness is undoubtedly in line with the difficulty of practicing B-level. However, the thunder method, pseudo-darkness performed by Naraku at the moment has obviously exceeded the B-level and has risen to the A-level, or even comparable to the power of the S-level. This situation naturally comes from because of anger. After testing the use of chi instead of chakra to perform ninja, Naraku obviously did not stop there, but tried to develop further. Up to now, the most obvious thing is that Naraku has been able to reduce the seals. He only needs to close his palms to display the ninjutsu he masters. This achievement can be attributed to the fact that it is easier to change the nature of chi than chakra, and the other is the blessing of understanding brought by the nameless technique. Although Naraku is only at the first level of chi training, as his cultivation gradually improves, his understanding also gradually improves with the blessing of the nameless technique. This makes him more comfortable when practicing. Chapter 13 Ninja System. Based on my current situation, if I go all out, being a jounin is no longer a problem. Naraku estimated his strength. The power of chi is far greater than chakra. Even though his current cultivation level is still low, the increase in strength he brings is still very significant. And as he cultivated immortality, Naraku also discovered that as his cultivation level improved, his 5 senses and reaction speed were gradually enhanced. Under such circumstances, even if it is not counted as true energy, his strength has improved a lot compared to before. The strength of the Naruto world can be roughly divided into Genin, Chunin, Jounin, and Elite Jounin. As for the special Jounin, the strength of this level is relatively vague. Some are auxiliary types, that is, they master a skill based on the strength of the Chunin. Some are fighting types, whose strength is comparable to that of a Jounin, but their overall abilities are not as comprehensive as those of a Jounin. Therefore, Genin, Chunin, Jounin, and Elite Jounin can cover the entire ninja system. Well, this refers to the conventional combat power system. Otsutsuki belongs to another system and needs to be calculated separately. Return to the conventional combat power system. From the time you become a Jounin, you have already entered the upper echelons of this world. Among the top elite Jounin, this is already the top level. By the way, there is no so-called shadow level in this world. Kage is just the name the 5 major ninja villages call their leaders. Even though Kage lost his status as leader, he was actually an elite Jounin. Of course, the strength span among elite Jounin is also quite large. Combining the memories of his previous life, Naraku planned his own cognition. He divided elite Jounin into 3 stages. The first stage is for ordinary elite Jounin. Kakashi and Zabuza at the beginning of the plot belong to this category. The second stage is for the best among the elite Jounin. The fourth Kazekage Raza and Hayakura of Sand Hidden Village, as well as Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and others in the current period, belong to this category. The third stage is the top level among elite Jounin. Characters like the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage who can form an army by one person belong to this category. In fact, Naraku has never really fought against an elite Jounin so far. Of course, this is also a good thing in a way. After all, with his original strength, if he encountered an opponent at the level of an elite Jounin, he would probably be dead. As for now, although they haven't fought yet, Naraku feels that he should still be able to fight against the first stage elite Jounin. Especially after I break through. Naraku added silently in his heart. Yes, he is about to have a breakthrough. Nearly a month has passed since the creation of the Chi Shadow Clone cultivation method. At this time, his cultivation has reached the level of Chi training, and he is about to make a breakthrough. Once the breakthrough is successful, not only will his cultivation level be significantly improved, but all aspects of him, including his 5 senses, will be transformed. Regarding this, he had already understood this from the knowledge of immortality recorded in the Secret Code of Immortality. It can be said that every breakthrough on the path to immortality is a sublimation of life and will transform the whole person. Naraku is looking forward to this very much. Although it is a public training ground, as a ninja, I wonder if you should keep a good distance from others when they are practicing. Suddenly, Naraku turned his head and looked at a big tree not far away, and said calmly. After a brief moment of silence, a young figure walked out from behind a big tree not far away. Sorry, I just heard the noise here and came here to check. The young man who walked out from behind the tree said. By the way, I haven't seen you before. I wonder what your name is. The young man stared at Naraku and asked again. His eyes scanned the messy field nearby. From the movement just now, it is obvious that this place must have just experienced extremely powerful ninjutsu damage. At least A-level ninjutsu can cause such damage. The young man added silently in his heart. After all, the somewhat scary passage on the opposite side was obviously formed at once. Such a powerful ninjutsu cannot be mastered by ordinary people. According to his knowledge, there is absolutely no one in the village who can master this level of ninjutsu like this person. Naraku looked at the young man walking out, feeling a little surprised. Because he knows the other person. He has silver hair and a mask that covers most of his face. The boy who suddenly broke in before him turned out to be Hitaki Kakashi. The village is very big. Isn't it normal to have people you don't know? Although Kakashi's appearance was a little unexpected, Naraku's emotions did not fluctuate too much, and he replied calmly. It was normal that the other party did not recognize him. After all, he had always stayed in the root organization before, and even after entering the ninja school, he could be said to be a secluded person. Okay, can I get to know you now? By the way, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. Judging that the person in front of him was most likely a master, Kakashi also wanted to get to know him. No need, I have something else to do. Kakashi was an important character in the original plot. But this obviously did not mean much to Naraku. After replying coldly, Naraku directly performed the instant body technique and disappeared from the spot in an instant. So cold. Seeing that the other party left without even revealing his name, Kakashi scratched his head. But when he thought that he seemed to be like this to many people, he understood it a little. Facing irrelevant people, it seemed that there was really nothing to communicate. I've been at ease for too long. I even forgot to set up basic alerts. I hope nothing goes wrong next time. Naraku did not return to the apartment after leaving, but chose to change a training ground. After finding a secluded place to sit down, Naraku felt that his vigilance had really dropped significantly in the past 6 months. This made him alert. Next, he must strengthen his vigilance during training and train his lowered vigilance back. Fortunately, when Kakashi came over this time, he had stopped his actions. Otherwise, if the other party saw the ninjutsu he performed with true chi, even if the other party could not identify the true chi, it would definitely add unexpected factors. Because of an unexpected episode. In order to prevent other emergencies, Naraku rarely stopped today's training and prepared to meditate until night fell, and then break through. Night fell. Naraku first separated 10 true chi shadow clones. After waiting for the true chi shadow clones to breathe in and out spiritual energy to the limit, he sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky and prepared to break through. In the body, the chi slowly circulated. Naraku practiced the nameless technique over and over again, and according to the breakthrough method recorded in the technique, he continuously compressed the chi in his body. Time passed little by little. The chi in Danshin was gradually compressed to the extreme. Chapter 14 Breakthrough. Divine Consciousness. Come on, let me see the world of the second level of chi training. With the chi compressed to the extreme, Naraku finally guided the chi into Danshin. With his mind highly concentrated, he suddenly released the compression of the chi. Boom! The chi compressed to the extreme instantly burst out in Danshin like a flood. At this moment, the violent chi like a tsunami swept through his limbs and bones, shaking Naraku's whole body. The strong chi fluctuations even penetrated the body and spread to the outside world, causing the surrounding air to be slightly distorted. When the true chi exploded, Naraku did not really give up control, but used a special method to make the true chi that swept through his limbs and bones impact the invisible realm shackles in his body. Crack! The impact of the realm only happened in an instant. When the true chi exploded to the limit, the invisible realm shackles in Naraku's body did not resist for too long and were soon broken. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth was attracted and rushed into Naraku's body madly at a level far beyond the normal practice. Success! The moment the realm broke through, Naraku knew that he had succeeded. After all, this breakthrough was only from the first level of chi training to the second level of chi training. The difficulty of the breakthrough was undoubtedly the easiest level on the path of cultivation. Of course, it may also be that the nameless technique is too awesome. What is a divine skill? It has many advantages that ordinary techniques cannot achieve. The breakthrough of the realm is also included. At this time, with the successful breakthrough, Naraku's body was just like a sex-hungry ghost who had been thirsty for a long time, constantly refining the spiritual energy that flowed into his body. As these spiritual energies were refined, Naraku's true chi also grew rapidly, and when it was running, his physique was also undergoing a transformation. In fact, during normal cultivation, with the circulation of true chi, every cycle, the true chi would warm Naraku's body. It's just that this time the effect was more significant. This is also the benefit brought by every breakthrough. When the realm is broken through, it will enter a state similar to the unity of heaven and man. In this state, the whole person will be particularly in harmony with heaven and earth, and thus be nurtured by heaven and earth. The warming of true chi is naturally beneficial. Since the beginning of cultivating immortals, Naraku has actually been deliberately using true chi to warm his body that was depleted due to long-term use of banned drugs. Up to now, it cannot be said that it has been completely replenished, but it has also improved to a certain extent. According to the original trend, he should still need to warm up for more than half a year before his body can fully recover. But at this time, a change occurred. Along with the transformation of his physique, his depleted body was restored quickly, and the deficiency was completely made up. In addition, the 5 senses, physique, meridian toughness, etc. have all been greatly improved. Hey! The transformation lasted for a long time. When the influx of spiritual energy gradually slowed down, Naraku stopped the circulation of true energy and slowly opened his eyes. A ray of divine light flowed from his eyes. It was already late at night. But when Naraku opened his eyes, the night environment could not block his vision at all, and it was as clear as daytime. And wherever his eyes gazed, he could see all the dust floating in the air. Even when a flying insect entered his field of vision, its vibrating wings could not escape Naraku's capture. The change in his insight alone proved that after breaking through to the second level of chi training, Naraku's insight was no less than that of the Uchiha clan awakening the Sharingan, and became extremely sharp. Is this the feeling of the second level of chi training? It really didn't disappoint. Naraku chuckled, and his body and mind were extremely happy. Suddenly, Naraku's heart moved. The next second, his consciousness actually broke through the limitations of his body and spread around with invisible radiation. After spreading out a distance of 10 meters, the consciousness stopped. And within the coverage of the consciousness, even if Naraku closed his eyes, the surrounding scenes were all under his control. And the perception of consciousness was more acute than the naked eye. It was like the white eyes, which could directly see through matter. Spiritual consciousness? I actually developed spiritual consciousness just after breaking through the second level of chi training. The sudden change of consciousness made Naraku a little unbelievable. Because the perception of this consciousness was exactly the spiritual consciousness he had been thinking about. You should know that although immortal cultivators can awaken spiritual consciousness, it basically needs to be cultivated to the late stage of chi training before it can be bred. Even if the nameless technique that Naraku practiced is more extraordinary than ordinary immortal cultivation techniques, it is undoubtedly very amazing to awaken spiritual consciousness at only the second level of chi training. Is it because of my 2 lives as a human? After being astonished, Naraku couldn't help but guess. It seems that this is the only explanation. After all, the experience of being a human in 2 lives is destined to make him different in terms of soul. Of course, whether it is true or not, the emergence of spiritual consciousness is definitely a good thing for Naraku. After reacting, Naraku didn't even think about it, and immediately focused his spiritual consciousness on his brain. To be more precise, it should be the seal of the tongue that senses the root of evil in the brain. Although the seal of the tongue is displayed on the tongue, it is actually just an illusion. The actual location of the seal is actually in the brain. The perception of the spiritual consciousness did not disappoint Naraku. The seal of the tongue that senses the root of evil in the brain was perceived without any hindrance. In the perception, Naraku clearly found that there was an ugly curse seal engraved in the center of his brain. When he saw the seal of the tongue, Naraku calmed down. Next, let me see if you really can't crack it. Naraku calmly probed the seal with his spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness is invisible and intangible. When it came into contact with the seal, there was no ripple. Then, it quietly probed into it. No problem. The moment the spiritual consciousness probed into the seal, Naraku subconsciously clenched his fist. He was excited. The seal was not found, which undoubtedly means that the spiritual consciousness is above the seal, and exploring it will not trigger the seal. Sure enough. When Naraku continued to control the spiritual consciousness to conduct a full-scale exploration of the seal did not respond. Although Naraku had been studying the seal technique before, seeking to crack the seal of the tongue. But in fact, he had always been unaware of the structure of the seal of the tongue. There is no way, the seal of the tongue is too complicated. It can be chosen by Danzo as the core means to control the root organization. The seal of the tongue is not so easy to explore. Not to mention the shallow sealing technique mastered by Naraku, even the Uzumaki clan at that time, those who were able to crack the seal of the tongue were definitely rare. But this time is different. Even if Naraku's spiritual consciousness has just been conceived, it has already demonstrated extraordinary perception ability. Chapter 15, Shrinking the Earth into an Inch. The obscure seal of tongue eradication was like a naked beauty in Naraku's perception. Under such perception, Naraku felt as if he had obtained the passcode. It was only a matter of time before he could crack the seal of tongue eradication. The power of true chi is far greater than that of chakra. It will undoubtedly be easier to crack the seal of tongue eradication composed of chakra with true chi. After understanding the seal of tongue eradication, Naraku felt happier than when he had made the breakthrough not long ago. No, to be precise, it should be double the happiness. Although the haze that enveloped his heart could not be completely dispelled at this moment, there was no doubt that the sun had already shone in, bringing new life. After breaking the seal of the root of tongue disaster, I can move freely. If I want to leave Konoha in the future, I just need to find an opportunity. Well, preparations before leaving can start now. After calming down his excited mood, Naraku began to think. Leaving Konoha is certain, but he can't leave without any preparation. Apart from anything else, he will not waste the blood he has shed for the root organization for so many years. The breakthrough of the seal of the root of tongue disaster brought a breakthrough, and Naraku was undoubtedly in a good mood. Similarly, after his cultivation broke through to the second level of chi training, he was also ready to formulate a new training project. With the current cultivation, I can start practicing supernatural powers. After a little rest, Naraku thought of himself who had been the magical power that I envy. The magical power inherited on the first floor of the Bronze Tower is the 5 Elements technique. This magical power is extremely special. It can be regarded as a magical power, or it can be regarded as a combination of 5 magical powers. In short, the 5 Elements technique can not only be integrated into one, but also be divided into 5 magical powers. These 5 magical powers are: the mysterious gold sword chi representing the power of the gold element, the grass and trees sea soldiers representing the power of the wood element, the Tianyi divine water representing the power of the water element, the Yan Yang Dafa representing the power of the fire element, the shrinking the earth into an inch representing the power of the earth element. After Naraku inherited the 5 Elements technique, although he did not practice it due to his lack of cultivation, he had already studied this magical power many times. It takes too much time to practice the 5 Elements technique together, so let's focus on practicing one first. The difficulty of practicing magical powers is not comparable to ninjutsu. Even though his comprehension has greatly increased, he cannot guarantee that it will be much easier for him to practice his supernatural powers. So instead of spreading too much energy, it is better to focus on one practice first. After thinking for a while, Naraku quickly decided to practice shrinking the earth into an inch, which represents the power of earth. Although this supernatural power is not like the offensive supernatural power like Suinjin Sword Chi and Yunyang Dafa, in terms of comprehensiveness, it is what Naraku thinks is most suitable for him at present. As for the ability of shrinking the earth into an inch, it can be seen from the name. Once this supernatural power is practiced, it can be achieved that an inch of land is within reach. From a certain level, shrinking the earth into an inch is completely regarded as a time-space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God technique. After deciding on the supernatural power to practice first, Naraku did not rest because it was night, but immediately tried to practice. Shrinking the earth into an inch is a supernatural power of the power of earth. If you want to practice it, the most indispensable thing is to absorb the power of earth. The source of earth power can be drawn from spiritual energy on the one hand, and from materials containing earth power on the other hand. Not to mention the former, the most direct source of the latter is the earth under your feet. At this time, Naraku, who was practicing, was stepping on the ground, operating his magical powers in parallel, absorbing earth power from spiritual energy and the earth respectively. Thanks to the improvement of understanding brought by the nameless technique, Naraku was particularly smooth when practicing magical powers. After a while, a trace of earth power gathered in his body. Entering a new month also means that intelligence needs to be handed over again. Naraku went to the secret room under the weapon shop skillfully and met Nono again. The day of the assessment is coming soon. Do you have the idea of being promoted to a formal member this time? The two rarely met, and after handing over the information, they naturally had a good exchange. However, in the warmth after the exchange, Nono, lying in Naraku's arms, seemed to think of something and asked Naraku about something. Forget it. I just want to practice quietly now. If I am promoted to a formal member, I will definitely be transferred back to the organization. Naraku said lazily. The so-called assessment is a personnel transfer within the root organization. Given the nature of the root organization, it is naturally not peaceful inside, but full of competition. The assessment evolved from competition. Every year, the root organization will conduct an assessment. It is used to screen out high-quality tools and low-quality tools. The establishment of the root organization originated from the Anbu. On the surface, the root organization is just a detachment of the Anbu, led by the leader Danzo, divided into 4 classes, with a total of 17 members. But in fact, the root organization has more members. The reason is that Danzo can't let his private armed forces have so few people. Just like Naraku. Not counting Danzo, the root organization has 48 reserve members in addition to 16 formal members. That is equivalent to each class actually having 16 members. In this case, if necessary, a class of the root organization can be formed into a detachment and divided into 4 classes again. And the reserve members are not the lowest level. There are more members of the training class below. Let's talk about the assessment. If the lower level people want to get promoted, they naturally need to provide channels. The assessment is to facilitate the lower level personnel to challenge the upper level personnel. If they win, they can replace their positions. As for the losers, it's okay for formal members. Even if they are successfully challenged, as long as they are not dead or suffer incurable injuries, they will only be demoted to reserve members. The reserve members are miserable. Once they are successfully challenged by the lower level training class personnel, they can only keep their status by taking advantage of the challenge and defeating others of the same level. Otherwise, once they fall into the reserve, what awaits them is not returning to the training class, but they will be completely eliminated and disappear from the root organization. This disappearance is not retirement. It will contribute to the root organization in another form. For example, becoming a test subject for human experiments. Or to carry out a mission that will lead to certain death. If you don't want to, forget it, but you can't be careless. The people below are crazy to get promoted. Nono reminded. She knows more about Naraku's strength than others. After all, before Naraku entered the ninja school, she often served as Naraku's sparring partner. So she believes that with Naraku's strength, if Naraku is determined to be promoted to a full member, the chances are great. Similarly, since Naraku has no intention of being promoted, she is a little worried that Naraku will be challenged by others. Chapter 16 The Inheritance in the Base. The fierce competitiveness of the root organization is particularly prominent at the bottom. For example, if a member of the training class fails to be promoted to a reserve member before adulthood, he will also be eliminated. After all, failure to be promoted is a manifestation of incompetence, so he will naturally not be kept by Danzo. In Danzo's mind, the reserve is already the bottom line. If you go down further, you can't even be called a tool. Well, I'll pay attention. Naraku smiled and patted the other's shoulders, indicating that the other party should rest assured. Seeing Naraku's attitude of knowing what was going on, Nono said no more and lay quietly in the other's arms. The base of the root organization is very hidden, located on the edge of the village in an undeveloped area. At the same time, around the base, not only are there a large number of spells for vigilance, but there are also secret sentinels. With such a strong defense force, not to mention ordinary villagers, even people of the Jonin level can't sneak into the base. However, these are obviously not obstacles for Naraku, who is also a member of the root organization. Along the way, through specific sign language codes and inspections, Naraku easily entered the heavily guarded root organization base. The root organization's base is located underground, with a complex interior and a very wide space. If you are not familiar with it, it is easy to get lost if you sneak into it. Just as in the process of entering the base, Naraku is also very familiar with the environment inside the base. After entering the base, he went directly to the database in the base. The root organization's database is very large, almost the size of a football field. Here, bookshelves are neatly arranged in categories. The books and scrolls collected are of various types. From the customs of various countries in the ninja world to the practice of the ninjutsu, it can be said that everything is available. Naraku's goal this time is the many techniques collected here. It must be said that Danzo, the Konoha consultant, is the real power holder. Danzo can get a share of the resources that the Hokage can control. At the same time, the seal of the tongue to eliminate the root of trouble gave Danzo confidence. So as long as the technique resources that the Hokage can control can be found in the root organization, even the secret techniques that are kept secret by the major ninja clans can also be found here. Naraku is a reserve member of the root organization, but he has a lot of authority. Except for a few special technique resources, he can freely check most of the technique inheritance. After entering the database, Naraku glanced at it casually, and then went to the area where the lightning release inheritance was collected first, and then began to read it. Naraku read it very quickly. Basically, after reading a lightning release ninjutsu once, he would immediately take the next one. It's good to remember everything you see. It's really convenient to record. Naraku was amazed as he flipped through the scroll. After breaking through the second level of Qi training, the enlightenment blessing brought by the nameless technique has become more significant. For example, photographic memory is like this. The purpose of Naraku's visit to the base this time is to record the various techniques collected in the database. There are two reasons. One is to make full preparations for the future departure. The other is to enrich himself. The former is not mentioned. The latter is in line with the saying that knowledge is power. Naraku did not look down on the ninja system in the Naruto world because he became a cultivator. Especially with his current cultivation, this is even more true. Recording is for future research. Increasing knowledge from this. Even developing his own technique. I didn't have that ability before, but now, with my current understanding, I should be able to develop a good ninjutsu. Naraku recorded very seriously. Especially the first inheritance of thunder release that he chose to record. His chakra is of thunder attribute, so in terms of ninjutsu, he is best at thunder release. Although he cannot say that the ninjutsu he has mastered now is bad, these lightning escapes developed by others are definitely more or less different, and cannot perfectly bring out his strength in lightning escape. As for whether developing ninjutsu will affect normal practice, Naraku is not worried about this. Just as he has come to the root organization base, there are still shadow clones of true energy breathing in and out of aura or absorbing the power of earth in the training ground where he lives. With the assistance of the shadow clones, just developing ninjutsu will not have much impact on his practice. It took a whole day. Even if he was hungry, he would use the ration pills to solve it. Naraku just finished recording all the lightning escape ninjutsu. There are hundreds of them. Although most of them are only C level, there are also double-digit numbers of advanced ninjutsu such as B level and A level. If so many lightning escapes are placed in an ordinary ninja village, it is enough to greatly improve the foundation. From here, it can undoubtedly prove how deep the foundation of the 5 major ninja villages is. Especially as the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha, with only one type of ninjutsu inheritance, is comparable to the other 4 major ninja villages. After recording the inheritance of lightning escape, it is obviously not enough for Naraku. It is not the end, but just the beginning. After recording the inheritance of lightning escape, the next day, he immediately began to attack the next kind of ninjutsu inheritance. Thunder, fire, earth, wind, water. These are the 5 most common basic attribute ninjutsu in the ninja world. When Naraku recorded everything, a week had passed. But even so, it is far from the end. Because in addition to ninjutsu, there are also inheritances such as illusion, physical skills, and secret skills in the database. After finishing the ninjutsu record, Naraku set his sights on illusion. Illusion is much rarer than ninjutsu. So the illusion resources collected in the database are much less than ninjutsu resources. But even so, there are as many as more than 200 kinds of illusion. And Naraku never despises illusion. After all, illusion is more dangerous than ninjutsu if used well. It's like infinite moon reading. Although this technique mainly comes from the power of the samsara eye, it is impossible to deny that this technique is still derived from illusion. The power of infinite Tsukuyomi is naturally beyond doubt. After all, this illusion has the power to hypnotize almost everyone in the world. After Naraku came up with the idea of developing ninjutsu, he formulated a set of routes for his training in the ninja system. First of all, in terms of ninjutsu. As the main ninjutsu that he has practiced for more than 10 years, thunder release is naturally the main project, and he even plans to develop his own school for this purpose. For other things, there is no idea of special development. I am just preparing to learn earth release as a minor. Practicing earth release is to improve one's own defense. In addition, I will learn illusion and physical skills as a minor. There is no need to talk about illusion. As for physical skills, this is the basic power of combat. Even ninjas who specialize in ninjutsu cannot completely abandon physical skills, otherwise they will not be able to fight at high intensity. Chapter 17 Discovery in the Record. Super Strength Technique. I've been craving this physical technique for a long time, but I had to give it up because it required too much control over chakra. Now I can give it a try. The various records for many consecutive days did not make Naraku feel tired. Instead, he kept plenty of energy and enthusiasm. At this time, Naraku, who had entered the stage of recording physical techniques, suddenly brightened up when he recorded one of the physical techniques. This physical technique is the super strength technique passed down by the Senjo clan. Super strength technique is an extremely special physical technique. Unlike conventional physical techniques, which use body skills, the skill of super strength technique is reflected in the control of chakra. Through precise control of chakra, and then concentrated burst of chakra, an amazing super strength is formed. This is the way to use super strength technique. Of course, it's easy to say, but it's very difficult to do it. For example, the root organization, which has this inheritance, has never mastered this physical technique. It is not that no one in the root organization wants to learn this physical technique. No one knows, but they have not been able to learn it. With Tsunade as a typical figure. Before Naraku awakened his past life memories, he also thought about learning super strength technique, but in the end, like everyone else, he failed. But now, with the improvement of his understanding, his control over chakra has also improved by leaps and bounds, and his confidence has naturally increased. He plans to start with super strength technique in terms of physical technique. After recording super strength technique, Naraku continued to be busy. Unconsciously, illusion and physical technique were also successfully conquered. Next, Naraku came to the secret technique area. There are also many secret techniques. There are secret techniques such as super beast fake painting that were taken from the outside world, and beast simulation ninja technique that came from the Konoha ninja clan. Naraku took out a secret technique from the nearest bookshelf, and saw that the name marked on the scroll was the shadow secret technique of the Nara clan, one of the Konoha ninja clans. This secret technique seems to be missing a part. When Naraku recorded it, he did not record it mindlessly, but also pondered it while recording. When recording the shadow secret technique in his hand, Naraku suddenly frowned and noticed a problem. The improvement of his understanding made Naraku's thinking more acute. It's not that he had never read the shadow secret technique before. After all, secret techniques are stronger than ordinary ninjutsu in many aspects. It's just that the difficulty of practicing secret techniques is often higher than that of ordinary ninjutsu, so Naraku gave up after trying and failing. Similarly, he didn't find any problems in the process of trying. However, at this time, with the increase of understanding, Naraku was very keen to realize that there was a problem with this secret technique. To be honest, it's not that there is a problem with the shadow secret technique, but that there is a problem with the shadow secret technique recorded in the scroll in his hand. After a brief thought, Naraku did not come to a conclusion immediately. Instead, after recording it, he took the next secret technique. This time it was still a secret technique of the Konoha ninja clan, and it happened to be the heart-turning technique of another member of the Inoshikajo clan, the Yamanaka clan. This secret technique also has the same problem. After reading it, Naraku gave an evaluation and continued to flip through other secret techniques. After flipping through the recorded secret techniques record it. Because the secret arts are rarer. Even if the complexity is higher than ordinary ninjutsu, Naraku only took 1 day to complete the recording of all the secret arts. After recording these secret arts, Naraku rubbed his temples and felt helpless. These ninjas also used their brains when they offered their secret arts. Naraku sighed in his heart. Since Danzo has put the secret arts out, it is impossible for him to hide them. So the secret arts have problems, which can only come from the people who provide the secret arts. After watching all the secret arts, Naraku discovered a phenomenon. That is, the inheritance of all the secret arts outside the village is very complete. On the contrary, the secret arts from the village have more or less problems. These problems are very obscure. It is not that people cannot practice it at all, but it greatly increases the difficulty of practice. In short, it is like a piece of the core of a puzzle is missing, so if you want to complete the puzzle, you need to fill it in yourself. Combined with the secret techniques from the outside world, Naraku easily completed the reasoning. That is, the ninjas of Konoha, although they contributed their own secret techniques as a gesture of submission when they joined Konoha, but the secret techniques they contributed were all retained with a part of the core. Such an approach surprised Naraku but was not surprised. For the ninjas who did not inherit the blood limit, the secret techniques were the foundation of their clan. Even if the village had a treaty not to leak the secret techniques, the ninjas would definitely not fully trust them. Therefore, it is very normal to keep some secrets, and it is also human nature. Forget it, it is good to get most of the information about these secret techniques. It will take more time to study them later. Although the incompleteness of the secret techniques made Naraku feel helpless, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Anyway, it was all free, and getting part of it was also a profit. Besides, he was going to leave Konoha in the future. When he thought that the secret techniques carefully passed down by the ninjas of Konoha would become the foundation for his own development in the future, Naraku felt even better. With his mood improved, Naraku stretched himself. When his body made a series of bone-crunching sounds, he glanced at the bookshelves around him, and finally looked in a certain direction of the database. Crossing the bookshelves blocking the middle, Naraku looked in the direction where there was a tightly closed iron door. At the same time, there was a guard of the root organization on each side of the iron door. Now only the techniques in the sealed book have not been recorded. Naraku quickly retracted his sight and walked towards the exit of the database. The sealed book is the most core part of all the techniques passed down by Konoha. But in the root organization, there are still rubbings placed by Danzo. However, unlike other techniques, no matter how much Danzo believes in the control of the tongue root seal, he has also made certain restrictions on the inheritance of the sealed book. If you want to learn the techniques in the sealed book, you have to become a formal member. And learning is not completely open, but you can only choose one from it. If you want to learn more, you can only continue to improve your status, such as becoming a captain, or even Danzo's right-hand man. The techniques in the sealed book are naturally very tempting. But Naraku is not going to end his comfortable training environment now. So he can only consider the techniques in the sealed book later. Chapter 18 Assessment, please read again. After finishing recording the inheritance of various techniques, Naraku did not have time to relax. Because after more than 10 days of busy work in the database, the assessment date of the root organization is also coming soon. The lights illuminated, and even though it was located underground, the root organization's base did not seem dim. At this time, in the square in the center of the base, 10 boys and girls in combat uniforms stood in a row. At the same time, on the walls surrounding the square, there were also members of the root organization standing on the corridors. The personnel on each floor were not randomly distributed, but followed the class system of the root organization. The bottom floor was the training class members, the second floor was the reserve members, the third floor was the official members and captains, and the fourth floor was Danzo and his right-hand man. As one of the reserve members, Naraku was also in the corridor on the second floor. He leaned against the wall with his hands folded on his chest, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was resting his eyes. As for the other reserve members on the same floor, some, like Naraku, were quietly waiting for the assessment to begin, but some gathered together to talk in a low voice. Are these the top 10 in the training class this year? They look quite impressive. They are just young and fearless. After the assessment, they will know the difference in reality. Don't say that. You should know that every year in the assessment, some of us are knocked down. Tisk, those who are knocked down are just incompetent trash. If someone challenges me later, I will let them know the consequences of challenging me. Although there are only 10 people in the training class at the bottom at this time, it does not mean that there are only 10 people in the training class. There are only 10 people, but it is because the training class has been completed before the assessment. The 10 people at the moment are the best among the many people in the training class, and they are enough to be called the strongest 10 people in the training class this year. However, even if they are the strongest 10 people in the training class, in the eyes of the reserve members who are one level higher than the training class, many reserve members still look down on the 10 members of the training class with a condescending attitude. Danzo, except for those who are on missions outside, the rest of the people have gathered in place. On the 4th floor corridor, the person on Danzo's right turned around and asked respectfully. Danzo's right and left hands are called root guards in the root organization. At this time, the root guards are not Yamanaka Fu and Aberamaitajan in the late original plot. However, it may be that these two clans have reached some kind of cooperation with Danzo, so at this time, the root guards are still the ninjas of the Aberame clan and the Yamanaka clan. The Aberame clan is Aberame Ryoma, who appeared in the original plot and worked with Orochimaru. The person from the Yamanaka clan is the one who is asking Danzo for instructions now. This person looks to be over 30 years old, with a ponytail common to the Yamanaka clan, and his name is Yamanaka Hayabusa. Well, let's start. Danzo calmly looked down at the members of the root organization at each level below, nodded slightly, and responded. Seeing this, Yamanaka Hayabusa did not hesitate, and immediately served as the examiner of this assessment, and shouted to the people in the square, "The assessment begins now, the rules are still the same as before, and the training class will start the challenge." Hearing the assessment start, the people on each level are all focused at once. Naraku, who was leaning against the wall on the second floor, also slowly opened his eyes. It's finally started, waiting is a bit boring. He looked up at the three people of Denzo on the fourth floor, and then naturally retracted his gaze and looked calmly at the square. Strength is respected, this is a hard truth in any organization. With Yamanaka Hayabusa's announcement, the first of the 10 people in the training class to go on stage was the strongest number 1. Like the Anbu, the members of the root organization all have their own code names. For example, Naraku, his code name is ONI. This code name comes from his name. Whether it is the Naruto world or Naraku's previous life, the word Naraku represents hell. What is the most common thing in hell? Of course, ONI. Let's talk about the code names of the training class. After all, they are not real members of the root organization, so the code names of the people in the training class are named with numbers. The size of the number also determines the strength and status in the training class. When number 1 stepped forward, the other 9 people in the training class all tacitly retreated to the edge of the square and gave the venue to number 1. Number 1 glanced sharply at the second floor, and finally stopped at the face of one of them. The person I want to challenge is ONI. Because they were in the base and needed to be assessed, everyone was only wearing combat uniforms and did not wear masks. At this time, the person number 1 looked at was none other than Naraku. Being selected by number 1, the rest of the root organization subconsciously looked at Naraku. Among them is Nono, who is on the third floor. Naraku's strength in the organization has always been at the middle level of the reserve force, so it stands to reason that the possibility of being challenged is not too high. However, he has been staying in the comfortable ninja school for most of the past 6 months, which makes it easy for others to treat him as a soft persimmon. Nono saw that the first person to be challenged was Naraku, and looked at Naraku like everyone else without any expression. At the same time, she made a quick judgment in her heart. Although number 1 is the head of the training class, she knows Naraku's strength and is not worried about this challenge. Swish! Naraku is very direct. Although he was unexpectedly selected as the first one, he was not too surprised, but immediately performed the instant body technique and landed in the field below. I'm treated as a soft persimmon. He used to be like this, challenging the reserve force as number 1 in the training class. Now when it is his turn to be the challenge target of number 1 in the training class, Naraku feels a little emotional. But even if he sighed, he still had to do what he had to do. Looking at number 1 on the opposite side, Naraku drew out the katana on his back. Being looked down upon did not make him angry. He would not expose his strength because of this. After all, it would take some time to conquer the seal of the root of tongue trouble, and he did not want to add variables. Let's start. Seeing the challenged Naraku on the field, Yamanaka Hayabusa did not waste time and immediately announced the start of the battle. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the voice fell, number 1 took action. He gathered chakra with his feet, rushed towards Naraku quickly, and swung out dense shurikens with both hands continuously, heading straight for Naraku's vital points. The sword light was dazzling. Facing the incoming shurikens, Naraku either dodged or slashed with the katana. When the last shuriken was slashed, number 1 also successfully came close. He held a kunao in each hand and attacked Naraku with a fierce attack. Ding ding ding! Sparks flew. The blade and the kunao collided several times in a few breaths. Naraku blocked no one's attack again and again, then suddenly exerted force, swung the sword, and forced the opponent back with one sword. Chapter 19, I would rather die than be free. He did not pursue. Naraku pretended to create an opportunity to attack, and pulled back a distance. He threw his sword into the air and made hand seals in front of him. Lightning escape, ground walk. Naraku stopped his body, finished making hand seals and slapped his hands on the ground, bursting out lightning, sweeping towards number 1 along the ground. It was lightning escape, not lightning magic. Naraku naturally did not use his true energy. But even so, his use of lightning escape is no longer the same as before. That is to hide, otherwise even if he only used chakra, he could easily suppress number 1 when they just fought. The same is true for lightning escape now. Not only did he control the output of chakra, but he also slowed down the release speed of lightning escape. This gave number 1 on the opposite side a chance to react, and he barely escaped from the side when he was partially attacked by lightning. It's not easy to pass by ants without hurting them. Looking at the kunao that number 1 shot hastily after escaping, Naraku caught the falling katana with an extremely calm heart, and seemed to pick it up in a thrilling way. Lightning escape, thunder entanglement. Lightning jumped out of his right hand and quickly wrapped around the blade. Naraku began to perform again. He rushed towards number 1 quickly, as if he was starting his own counterattack. The sword flashed. Shuriken, kunao, and other ninja tools flew everywhere. From time to time, there were ninjutsu that destroyed the field into potholes. In the eyes of outsiders, the battle in the field was very exciting. Number 1 lived up to the title of the head of the training class. His strength was not inferior to some of the reserve. Naraku did not seem to have regressed in strength because of staying in the ninja school for more than half a year, but had made slight progress. After the two sides fought for a while, Naraku gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, he used a lightning-wrapped slash to cut off the kunao in no one's hand, wounding and subduing him. It's over. It's a pity for number 1. If he hadn't challenged the demon, he should have been promoted. You can't say that. The challenger was chosen by himself. He failed only because he underestimated the opponent's strength. So the failure was just because of his own lack of ability. I didn't expect the demon's strength to improve a lot. I thought he would regress after staying in the ninja school for half a year. Seeing the battle in the field decide the winner, some people couldn't help but talk about it. Some people expressed pity for number 1, and some were surprised by the strength shown by Naraku. Captain, do you think the demon will challenge us this time? On the 3rd floor, one of the 3 people next to Nono asked her with interest. The people standing with Nono were naturally the official members of the 3rd team belonging to Nono. Xiao, you are not afraid? Without waiting for Nono's response, another person from the 3rd team started the conversation, looking at the person called Xiao jokingly. Lang, you dare to say that I am so scared? Said Lang calmly. Lang shrugged, well, I am actually quite scared too. After all, no one wants to be demoted. Be quiet, don't disturb me to watch the next battle. At this time, the last person in the 3rd team, codenamed Yu, looked at Xiao and Lang with a fierce look. This person is a woman. However, unlike the beautiful Nono, Yu's face is covered with knife marks, as if she had suffered terrible punishment. Yu's ferocity is very effective, and it immediately shocked Xiao and Lang, making them smile awkwardly and dare not say anything more. There is no way. There is no difference between men and women in the root organization, only the difference in strength. Although Yu is a woman, her strength in the 3rd team is second only to the captain, Nono. Owl and Wolf are no match for her, so they dare not act recklessly. Back to the field. The victorious Naraku pretended to be exhausted and walked back to the 2nd floor. Number 1, who failed in the challenge, went to the sidelines in a daze. No wonder he was like this. After all, everyone has only one chance to challenge. Even if number 1 is as strong as some of the reserve members, he will have to wait until next year's assessment to challenge again unless a reserve member dies and vacates his position in the next year. Opportunity to be promoted. This is the consequence of choosing the wrong challenge target. It seems that there is a painful example of number 1. In the next challenge, the other people in the training class are obviously much more cautious. No, unlike number 1, he did not directly select the challenge target because of the information collected in advance, but observed it on the spot before launching the challenge. Like the challenge opportunity, there is only one challenge. So after being challenged once, no one will challenge him again. Back to the 2nd floor, he naturally pretended to recover his strength and rested with his back against the wall. As for the assessment, he did not plan to be promoted. After dealing with his part, he would naturally slack off. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, the challenge of the training class came to an end. Some of them failed the challenge like number 1, but some succeeded in the challenge, replaced the original one, and were promoted to reserve members. The people who were picked up hurriedly challenged after the 2nd stage of the assessment began, challenging the unchallenged people at the same level. People. It's just that the result is very realistic. These people will be defeated by the people in the training class, which is enough to prove that their strength ranks at the bottom among the reserves. After the fierce battle, even if they have been adjusted, their strength will inevitably be affected. So in the end, 3 reserves were eliminated. These 3 people seemed to be abandoned by the whole world, and they were all taken away by special personnel with pale faces. A tragic ending will be waiting for them. Although such a situation will appear in the assessment every year. But it is undeniable that among the reserves closest to elimination, some people trembled in their hearts when they saw the 3 people being taken away. Naraku also opened his eyes and looked at the backs of the 3 people leaving when the 3 were taken away. His eyes were deep. In fact, the first time he had the idea of breaking the tongue trouble root seal came from the first assessment he participated in. When he saw the desperate eyes of those eliminated people, he realized that he must be free. I'd rather die than be free. The internal assessment of the root organization passed quietly. Some were promoted, some were demoted. For Naraku, it was just a farce. After the assessment, Naraku, who maintained his position, continued to perform the tasks of the ninja school smoothly. However, after seeing the despair of the eliminated people again, Naraku was somewhat stimulated, and he devoted more energy to cracking the seal of tongue trouble rooting in the following days. It took another half a month. Finally, on this day, the seal of tongue trouble rooting became a thing of the past. Chapter 20 Rebirth. In the woods, Naraku closed his eyes and sat on a huge rock with his 5 hearts facing the sky. He silently used his spiritual consciousness to understand the seal of tongue trouble rooting in his brain, and then used his true energy to cut into it like threading a needle, and finally to a certain point, abruptly disconnected the core connection point of the curse. Buzz. At this moment, the seal of tongue trouble rooting in Naraku's brain quickly dissipated until only a shallow trace remained. Finally it's over. After cutting off the core point of the seal of tongue eradication, Naraku slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air with a sense of relief. He couldn't help but smile happily. Take a deep breath. After completing the cracking of the seal of tongue eradication, Naraku felt that the air around him became particularly clear and sweet. At the same time, the whole person was particularly light. It made him jump a little. He exerted force with his legs and jumped down from the boulder in an instant, and even did a somersault in the air with high spirits. Cool. As soon as he landed, Naraku couldn't help but shout, raised his hands high, and punched the tree not far away. Bang! A ball of true energy condensed into a fist mark the size of a football, and a fierce blow broke the tree that several people could hug in half. Amid the noise of falling trees, Naraku stretched himself lazily, and then he calmed down a little. The seal of tongue has been solved, but in order to prevent Danzo from noticing it, the outer shell must be kept, and then it only needs to be erased when leaving. Naraku once again used his spiritual sense to sense the seal of tongue in his brain. At this time, the seal of tongue in his brain did not completely disappear, but it was much weaker than before. This situation did not occur because the seal of tongue was not completely cracked, but because Naraku deliberately kept it. One of the functions of the seal of tongue is that the coordinates can be sensed by the caster. In other words, once the seal of tongue disappears, Danzo will definitely find it. Naraku, who was not ready to leave, naturally would not let this happen. So when he cracked the seal of tongue, he only cut off the caster's ability to control life and death, but retained the function of the coordinates for him to sense. In this way, he can leave Konoha without attracting Danzo's attention and without being threatened by the seal of tongue. It's not too late to leave after I master shrinking the earth into an inch. Naraku thought. Without the threat of the seal of tongue, there is no limit for him to leave Konoha now. On the contrary, practice is the first priority. With his current situation, it can be said to be a very comfortable practice environment. Since this is the case, he naturally doesn't mind taking this opportunity to improve his strength. After all, once he decides to leave Konoha, once he completely erases the seal of tongue, even if Danzo loses his sense of him, he will definitely be tracked down. Even if it's just to be on the safe side, he must consider the struggle with Danzo and even the entire Konoha if he is discovered. Therefore, he must improve his strength to the greatest extent before leaving. According to the time, the Third Ninja World War should break out in the next 1 or 2 years. Then, it will be a very good opportunity. Naraku thought. War represents chaos. Once the war breaks out, Konoha's attention will inevitably be distracted by the war. Even if Danzo wants to investigate, the force he can mobilize will become limited. And chaotic times are more conducive to hiding. Are you all going to apply for graduation tomorrow? Kakashi was sitting by the window of a barbecue restaurant, looking at the others in surprise. Yes, you don't have to say it. Kai also graduated last year. We can't fall behind you too much. That's right, Kakashi. I won't let you go all the time. I'm tired of staying in school. When I become a genin, I can go on missions. The people around the table are Obito Uchiha, Rin Nohara, Might Guy, Kurane Ui, Asuma and other people who are in the same period as Kakashi in the ninja school. Except for Might Guy who graduated last year, everyone else is still in the ninja school. However, it is not difficult to hear from the current conversation that Asuma and others are also preparing to apply for early graduation next year. Well, then congratulations in advance on your successful graduation. Although Kakashi was surprised that everyone planned to apply for early graduation examinations together next year, he didn't care much. After all, he graduated at the age of 5. Compared with him, it would not be surprising if Obito and others graduated now. Hey! After drinking a sip of juice, Kakashi glanced at the street outside the window while chatting with Might Guy and others. Suddenly, when he saw a pedestrian, his eyes fixed and a look of surprise appeared on his face. What's wrong? Kakashi, did you see someone familiar? Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito, who had been paying attention to Kakashi, noticed the change in Kakashi's expression and couldn't help asking. I saw an acquaintance. Kakashi nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, pointed to the person he saw outside the window and asked Nohara Rin and others, does anyone know this person? Looking in the direction Kakashi pointed, Nohara Rin and others also quickly saw the target. Hey! Isn't this Naraku teacher? Naraku teacher? Oh, I remember, it's the teacher who teaches the first year ninja tool throwing now, right? It's really Naraku teacher, is he shopping? Kakashi originally just asked with a fluke mind, but unexpectedly, many people present really knew the pedestrian he pointed to. This made him stunned for a moment. Naraku teacher? He is a teacher in the school. Nohara Rin, Ui Kurane and others nodded, and asked in confusion, yes, Kakashi, don't you know Naraku teacher? How come you don't know that he is a teacher in our school? In fact, I only met him once, and I don't know his name and identity. By the way, can you introduce him to me in detail? Kakashi asked. Sure, I tell you, Naraku-sensei is very popular with girls in school, Although there are more people who know Naraku than Nohara Rin and Ui Kurane, the two girls are the most active. But this is normal, after all, men and women in this world are quite precocious. In the ninja school, with Naraku's appearance, even if he has always been low-key, he is also particularly concerned by the school, from female teachers to female students. Chapter 21 Spiritual Medicine. Tisk. Asuma looked at the Ui Kurane he admired, who was so active in discussing other men, even though the other party was a teacher much older than them, and he still curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Uchiha Obito was on par with him, with a depressed expression on his face. As for the others, they didn't think much about it, just thought that Kakashi had seen Naraku somewhere, so they asked now. After all, it is inevitable to meet again. I hope Kakashi won't cause me any trouble. Naraku walked a distance away and looked back at the barbecue restaurant he just passed, feeling a little depressed. Although the scale of Konoha is not inferior to that of a city, as long as they live for a long time, the chance of two people meeting each other is naturally not zero. Just like now. Naraku didn't expect that he would meet Kakashi again. How sharp his senses are now. When Kakashi's eyes stayed on him a little longer, he immediately noticed the other party. For the encounter with Kakashi, Naraku can only describe it as unlucky. In Naraku's opinion, a man like Kakashi is a synonym for trouble. He not only doesn't want to contact him, but he doesn't even want to touch him. Depressed, Naraku temporarily put aside Kakashi's matter, and then he got down to business. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Naraku came to a herbal medicine store and walked in directly. Welcome, do you need to buy any herbs? When Naraku entered the herbal medicine store, the staff in the store entertained him. I want to buy some tonics with a longer age. Naraku glanced at the people in the store casually, and then talked to the staff. Yes, I have a special list here, you can take a look. Are there any real objects? The herbs I need are more stringent, and I have to observe them in person to confirm. Okay, I'll take you to the warehouse to have a look. The staff was in a trance for a moment, and then immediately recovered and walked in front, leading Naraku, who looked normal, to the back of the store. This herbal medicine store is the largest in Konoha. Very big. The warehouse is undoubtedly the key place of a store. On the way to the warehouse, Naraku not only met other customers, but also other staff members in the store. Among them was the manager of the herbal medicine store. However, this made it easier for Naraku to enter the warehouse. The warehouse was such an important place that customers could not enter whenever they wanted. The reason why the staff who entertained Naraku led Naraku to the warehouse was just because he was under Naraku's illusion. It was naturally against the rules to hypnotize store staff with illusion. Once discovered, the Uchiha clan would arrest Naraku like a mad dog. If they found out that Naraku was a member of the root organization, they would be even more excited. Well, of course, they might also let Naraku go honestly. After all, the leader who is now in charge of the Uchiha clan is the famous Uchiha Fugaku, who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The other party dare not touch the people of the root organization, otherwise they will be greeted by Danzo's heavy punch. Back to Naraku. After hypnotizing the manager of the herbal medicine store with the illusion, Naraku successfully entered the warehouse. There are various kinds of herbal medicines neatly collected here. The divine sense is activated. After entering the warehouse, Naraku did not check it out, but directly used his divine sense to explore it. Although his divine sense can only sense a radius of 10 meters, given the size of the warehouse, he can explore it in all directions by walking a few more steps. Go and get the herbs here, here, and over there. After the perception, Naraku asked the manager to bring the herbs he had selected. There are not many, only 5 herbs, and the types are also different. However, there is one thing in common, that is, the age of these 5 herbs is relatively long, at least more than 40 or 50 years. After taking the herbs, Naraku directly put them away with a sealing scroll, and then pretended to be the manager leading the way as he did when he came here, and returned to the store. Customer, the total amount of medicinal herbs you purchased this time is 530,000 taels. Well, the money is for you. Although he used illusion to find medicinal herbs, in the end, Naraku did not really get them for free, and still paid according to the price. He is so well-mannered. It is definitely not to prevent being discovered, but to make it easier to come and purchase next time. Money, Naraku still has a lot of savings. After all, the root organization, like the Anbu, is a department with low status but high power. It is very easy to make money. Especially when Naraku was performing tasks in the past, in order to buy more ninja tools and medicinal herbs for practicing physical skills, he robbed the rich and helped the poor. Because the wallet is full. Then Naraku went to other medicinal herb stores in the village. Until he swept the circle, he returned with satisfaction. The stream flows. There is a simple wooden house in the open space beside. This is the new home that Naraku built after moving. After returning from the street and entering the wooden house, Naraku no longer concealed himself and happily took out the herb sealed in the scroll. The sealed scroll is a disposable item. After sealing the item and taking it out, it will be scrapped. However, Naraku himself has mastered a certain sealing technique, so he has the ability to make sealing scrolls. Especially for small sealing scrolls like this one, he doesn't care about consumption. I didn't expect that there are so many spiritual medicines in the village's herbal medicine store, but it's true that mortals can't distinguish spiritual medicines, and they will only treat them as ordinary medicinal materials when they encounter them. Looking at the herbs placed on the simple wooden table, Naraku's eyes showed a smile. In fact, he was thinking of giving it a try at the beginning. As a result, he really found an unexpected harvest. These medicinal herbs in front of us are just some common medicinal herbs with a long age in the eyes of ordinary people. But under Naraku's divine sense, they all contain spiritual energy. In other words, these medicinal herbs are actually the spiritual medicines that cultivators desire. The role of spiritual medicines naturally needs no further explanation. Naraku went to the herbal medicine store to look for spiritual medicines because he thought that since this world has spiritual energy, no matter how weak the spiritual energy is, there is a chance that it will breed spiritual medicines. Facts have proved that his guess is right. This world does breed spiritual medicines. However, these spiritual medicines are not well preserved, and perhaps because of the lack of spiritual energy, the concentration of spiritual energy contained is also relatively limited. Naraku's divine sense sensed the situation of each spiritual medicine, and he was satisfied, but also a little regretful. The preservation of spiritual medicines is naturally much more complicated than that of ordinary medicinal herbs. Using the normal medicinal material preservation method to preserve spiritual medicines, it is inevitable that the spiritual energy in the spiritual medicines will dissipate. As for the concentration of spiritual energy, it goes without saying. Only an environment with more abundant spiritual energy can produce spiritual medicine with richer spiritual energy. The reverse is also true. Chapter 22 Chi Training Level 3. According to the records of spiritual medicine in the Secret Book of Immortal Dao, most of the spiritual medicines found at present only contain about 10 years of spiritual energy. Of course, with Naraku's current level of Chi training, 10 years of spiritual medicine also has a strong effect on him. enough to save a lot of time for hard training. Because there are guards and shadow clones around the wooden house, Naraku does not have to worry about being disturbed when refining spiritual medicine. At the moment, he took a medicinal material, sat cross-legged on a cushion he bought, and then put the spiritual medicine directly into the wooden house. Then swallow it. Ordinary people, even ninjas, cannot refine spiritual medicine. Even if they eat it, the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual medicine will be directly discharged through the body, and the effect it can produce is no different from that of ordinary medicinal materials. But Naraku, as a cultivator, is different. As the spiritual medicine enters his stomach, when he practices the nameless technique, the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual medicine is immediately refined by the true chi, which quickly improves his cultivation. In just a short while, the spiritual medicine has been refined. Correspondingly, Naraku's cultivation has increased by nearly half a month's hard work. Of course, this is without counting the assistance of the true chi shadow clone. After experiencing the effect of the spiritual medicine personally, Naraku couldn't wait to take another spiritual medicine. The spiritual medicines were refined one by one. Naraku's cultivation also rose with the tide. Especially when refining several spiritual medicines that were 20 to 30 years old, each one of them improved his cultivation by nearly 1 or 2 months. When the last spiritual medicine was refined, Naraku's true energy was surging, as if an invisible force field was formed. It can be said that even if someone shot a kunao at Naraku at this time, they would be blown away by the surging true energy. After a while, the surging true energy returned to the body. Naraku opened his eyes, and the divine light flowing in his eyes was enough to prove that his cultivation had been greatly improved. Yes, this will shorten the time to the perfection of the second level of chi training. Feeling his current cultivation, Naraku nodded secretly, feeling very satisfied. There is a chance to buy spiritual medicine in the herbal medicine store, but it can only be a matter of luck. In addition, I can't leave the village at present, so going to the herbal medicine store to buy spiritual medicine can only be regarded as a leisurely bargain. The truly stable one still depends on my own practice. A famous doctor once said that people must rely on themselves. Naraku quite agrees with this sentence. So although he found that this world was pregnant with spiritual medicine, he was not in a hurry to find it. After all, what he was pursuing now was stable development. Of course, the main reason for not being eager for spiritual medicine was the existence of the true chi shadow clone. Although the cultivation efficiency brought by the true chi shadow clone was not as fast as that of spiritual medicine, it was also quite significant. Especially in terms of stability, it gave him enough patience. You want to ask me for advice? Yes, Mr. Naraku, since the last time I fought with you, I found that I still have many shortcomings, so I hope to get your advice. At the door of the ninja school office. Originally, after school, teachers and students would leave, but on this day, just when Naraku, no, it should be the shadow clone, was about to leave, he was blocked by someone. This person was Uchiha Shisui. I saw Uchiha Shisui bowing respectfully to the shadow clone. I refuse. You want to find someone to teach you? I want to go to the front. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Uchiha Shisui's attitude was very good, but unfortunately, it was completely useless to the shadow clone. The shadow clone had no time to accompany the other party, not to mention that he was just a shadow clone and could not make decisions for the original body. So after refusing without hesitation, the shadow clone directly bypassed the other party and strode away. Uchiha Shisui turned around and looked at the back of the shadow clone leaving. He did not stop him, but scratched his head helplessly. He failed. It seems that he can only find a senior from the clan to accompany him to learn from him. Uchiha Shisui's idea of finding Naraku for guidance mainly came from his experience during the assessment. As a genius, he is very sharp. From the original fight, he vaguely realized that Naraku's strength was much higher than the first-year teacher on the surface. So this time I came to seek advice. On the one hand, I really wanted to find an expert to guide me, on the other hand, in fact, it was because I had made a lot of progress in these days, and I wanted to test Naraku's background. After the shadow clone got rid of Uchiha Shisui, it skillfully found a deserted place to dissolve. At the same time, in the wooden house of the training ground, Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, also received the memory from the shadow clone for the first time. Another troublesome guy. Naraku gave Uchiha Shisui the same evaluation as Kakashi. Geniuses are often precocious. He didn't think that Uchiha Shisui really came to him just for advice. Shaking his head, throwing the troublesome guy out of his mind, Naraku adjusted his state again and prepared for the next breakthrough. Yes, it was a breakthrough. With the help of the spiritual medicine, Naraku, who had been practicing hard for many days, finally successfully reached the perfection of the second level of Qi training and was preparing to enter the third level of Qi training. Concentrate your mind. It was not until night that Naraku felt that it was almost done and began to break through. Just like last time, under the operation of the nameless technique, Naraku continued to compress the true Qi that entered the Danshin until it was compressed to the limit. Boom! After the limit, there was an explosion. The violent true Qi swept through his limbs and bones, and the waves emitted made the whole wooden house shake. The resistance is much higher than last time. Naraku was awed in his heart. Facts have proved that the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to break through. Compared with the last breakthrough, this time, Naraku clearly felt that the realm shackles were more solid. Of course, this breakthrough did not fail because of this. The shackles of the second level of Qi training are certainly stronger than those of the first level, but under the impact of the pure and domineering true Qi condensed by the nameless technique, they only lasted a little longer. Wave after wave of explosions. After a while, the invisible shackles were broken with a bang. Buzz! The moment the invisible shackles were broken, Naraku's body shook slightly, and he ushered in a transformation again. Between heaven and earth, the spiritual energy was attracted and rushed into the wooden house frantically until it entered Naraku's body to provide nutrients for the transformation of his body. This transformation lasted longer than the last time. It took 2 or 3 hours for the transformation to end. At the same time, the spiritual energy slowly returned to calm. Open your eyes. The divine light flowed from your eyes. Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, seemed to shake a little, and the next second, he turned into a residual image and disappeared on the futon. Chapter 23 The Same Mission. Swish! Outside the wooden house, Naraku appeared by the river in an instant. Looking at the slowly floating dust in the air and the flying insects active at night, Naraku raised his hand and clenched his fist, and suddenly punched forward. Bang! The air exploded. Without the blessing of chakra and true energy, Naraku easily punched out a sonic boom with only the strength of his physique, and even made ripples in the air where the fist was. The 5 senses and physique have really improved a lot. Looking down, Naraku smiled at his clenched fist. It must be said that the transformation brought about by each breakthrough is really refreshing. After the breakthrough, it is natural to test various aspects so as to accurately grasp one's own progress. After testing the changes in the 5 senses and physique, Naraku then tested his spiritual consciousness and true energy. The improvement of spiritual consciousness comes from one's own cultivation. Before the breakthrough, with the improvement of cultivation, the spiritual consciousness is actually growing slowly. Now that he has broken through to the third level of Qi training, with Naraku's cultivation significantly improved, the progress of spiritual consciousness is naturally more obvious. In addition to the expansion of the perception range to a distance of 50 meters, the sensitivity of perception has also increased a lot. As for the true energy, it is naturally the same. In addition to the increase in total volume, the output is also rising. Just attacking with pure true energy, with a full strength attack, not only can the true energy be sent out 20 steps away, but the power generated is not inferior to many B-level ninjutsu. Next, I will wait for the entry of shrinking the earth into an inch. After checking his current strength, Naraku couldn't help but feel happy, and at the same time he thought silently. With his current strength, even if he is traced after leaving Konoha, it is enough to deal with most of the dangers. So next, I just need to wait for the entry of shrinking the earth into an inch. Once he has mastered the art of shrinking the earth into an inch, he believes that he will no longer have any worries with the power of this magical power. Time always passes by inadvertently. As Naraku practices day and night, the days pass by one. Before he knows it, the new year has come. The 42nd year of Konoha. This year is undoubtedly a special year. Because just when the chapter of this year just started, many people who also moved up a grade in the ninja school tacitly applied for early graduation. These people include Uchiha Shisui who failed the assessment last year, and Asuma, Ui Kurane, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and others who are in the same period as Kakashi. I didn't expect so many students to apply for early graduation this year. This is really unexpected. Who said it wasn't? I don't know if I will be selected as an examiner. In fact, I am looking forward to being an examiner. After all, the early graduation assessment is much more interesting than the normal graduation assessment. Naraku, weren't you selected as the examiner of Uchiha Shisui last year? Why don't you share your experience with us? In the first year office, the teachers were discussing the application of many students for early graduation. And soon someone brought the topic to Naraku. Not that much experience. The early graduation assessment is just more comprehensive than the ordinary assessment. There is nothing to say. Naraku saw that someone brought the topic to himself and could only deal with it simply. Finding that there was no hot news from Naraku, the teachers continued to talk with some disappointment. In the evening, after school, Naraku, no, it should be said that the shadow clone once again skillfully found a place to release. As expected, Uchiha Shisui has applied for the graduation examination again. Well, a 6-year-old genin, although not as famous as a 5-year-old genin, is also quite amazing. I'm afraid that Danzo will block him again. In the wooden house, Naraku, who was refining the spiritual energy fed back by the true energy shadow clone, had a bad premonition when he received the memory from the shadow clone of the ninja school. Sure enough, his premonition was not wrong. When night came, the alarm he set up near the wooden house was triggered. Seeing that you are practicing so hard now, I, as the captain, am really a little ashamed of myself. The person who triggered the alarm was Nono. With the intentional release of the shadow clone hidden in the dark, Nono entered the wooden house smoothly. Then, when Nono saw Naraku sitting cross-legged on the futon, he couldn't help but easing. After moving from the apartment to the training ground, Naraku took the initiative to inform Nono of his new location during the next intelligence handover. The main reason was that there might be a mission within the root organization, so he had to let Nono know his location. Nono was naturally surprised when she first learned that Naraku would move out of the apartment and even live directly in the training ground. In response, Naraku explained that he used the shadow clone to practice. It is no secret that the shadow clone can be used for practice. As a senior ninja, Nono naturally knows it. She even took the initiative to remind Naraku to control the amount. After all, if you practice with the shadow clone excessively, it will be harmful and hurt your spirit. It was stable for the past few months, so Nono actually came to the wooden house for the first time. Seeing the simple environment of the wooden house, Nono seemed to be teasing, but in fact she admired it in her heart. She found that she still underestimated Naraku's will. It seems that since taking on the task of the ninja school, the other party has become more diligent in practice. Practicing hard is just because I understand my own shortcomings. Naraku smiled slightly, stood up and left the futon, and walked to the other person naturally. Besides, there is still you, the captain, to send warmth. It's nothing worth mentioning to be hardworking. Naraku raised his hand to pinch the other person's chin, and smiled and leaned over to kiss Nono's attractive red lips. Given the relationship between the two, Nono naturally did not resist Naraku's closeness, and even after being kissed, he showed a gentle smile. I'm sorry, but I didn't come here to send warmth this time, but to convey a mission. Is it urgent? No, it's not urgent. That's fine. Naraku was not moved by the appearance of the mission. Instead, he hugged Nono's waist with a smile and took him to the bed. Nono, who was familiar with Naraku, immediately understood what Naraku meant. After rolling his eyes, he obediently let Naraku do whatever he wanted. Naraku never thought that he should be pure and free from desires after becoming a cultivator. On the contrary, he felt that his desires became greater after becoming a cultivator. Similarly, in addition to practicing hard, he did not reject occasional relaxation. Have a good time with Nono. In the future. Naraku lazily lay on the bed with his hands on his head. Tell me about the mission. What mission did the superiors give me? It's the same mission as last time. The superiors want you to stop Uchiha Shisui from passing the graduation assessment again. Hehe, the superiors are really not afraid of Uchiha making trouble. It's fine once, but now it's happening again. They are preparing to sacrifice me. Hearing the content of the mission, Naraku showed an intriguing look on his face. Chapter 24 Magical Power. Magical Power. You are not unaware of the attitude of the superiors towards Uchiha, but with the temper of Uchiha, they will not tolerate people suppressing them one after another, so you will most likely take the blame this time. But don't worry, I will try my best to help you, and at most you will be transferred back. Nono, who put her pretty face on Naraku's chest, couldn't help but look up and comfort him after hearing this. Both of them knew the final result of this mission. Although Uchiha Fugaku was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, he still had a bottom line when he was not facing his own son. Last time, it was obvious that he was suppressed. If it happened again, if Uchiha Fugaku didn't respond, I'm afraid he would lose his position as the clan leader. After all, the talent shown by Uchiha Shisui, especially the early awakening of the Sharingan, has made him regarded as the leader of the new generation by many Uchiha people. Subordinates are used to be betrayed. Especially Danzo, who regarded the root organization as his tool. How could he care about Naraku, a mere reserve member? Sacrificing Naraku in exchange for suppressing the Uchiha clan is definitely a big profit for him. I hope so. Naraku said lightly. Being used as a sacrifice is not uncommon in the root organization. And he has received the reward in advance. That is the inheritance of many techniques in the database. After leaving Konoha, these inheritances will become an important resource for him to develop his power. Compared with this, it is no big deal to be used by Danzo at the end. It is an equal exchange. I believe Danzo will understand it in the future. Well, probably. After handing over the task, Naraku performed a hat trick with Nanoyu again, and then let the other party go. Swish! In the wooden house, Naraku, who was lying on the bed with his hands on his head, suddenly disappeared. Plop! In the small river outside the wooden house, the sound of falling into the water was heard. The camera pulled over and saw that Naraku, who disappeared in the wooden house, appeared in the river. The clear river water washed over his body. Naraku turned into a swimming athlete and swam in the river. Magic power is magic power. After I have shrinking the earth into an inch, many things have become more convenient. With Naraku's current physique, let alone a hat trick, even if he kills 7 times in and 7 times out, he won't sweat. But as a personal habit, he still likes to wash after exercise. Well, it's mainly because he doesn't sweat, but no can, and the sweat is quite a lot. While swimming, Naraku sighed at the convenience of shrinking the earth into an inch. Just like his calm attitude towards the task just now. Even if he was really given to Uchiha as a sacrifice in the end, Naraku was not worried about his safety. In addition to his increasingly powerful strength, his confidence lies in shrinking the earth into an inch. The difficulty of practicing supernatural powers is much higher than that of ninjutsu. But with Naraku's amazing understanding now, and his unremitting practice day after day, as well as the assistance of the true energy shadow clone, he has successfully practiced shrinking the earth into an inch. Although this practice is only at the entry level, it is enough for him to deal with most dangers. The practice of supernatural powers is divided into 4 stages: entry, minor success, great success and perfection. Naraku's current level of practice of shrinking the earth into an inch is at the entry level. But even at the entry level, the power of the magic is superior to ordinary ninjutsu. Just like Naraku suddenly appeared in the stream from the wooden house just now. This is not the effect of high-speed movement, but real instant movement. The entry-level shrinking the earth into an inch can already allow Naraku to shrink the earth freely within 100 steps. In other words, it can be instantly moved within 100 steps. Based on this performance, it can be said that the entry-level shrinking the earth into an inch is not as good as the Flying Thunder God technique in long distances, but it is definitely better than the opponent in short distances. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique requires coordinates. And shrinking the earth into an inch can directly teleport. Especially when Naraku can touch the ground, he can use the endless earth power in the ground to move almost without consumption. After learning shrinking the earth into an inch, not to mention the help in battle, just in terms of saving his life, Naraku can already face various crises calmly. Let's wait and see. If you are just transferred back, then wait until you have planned the sealed book before leaving. But if they are completely at odds, then use shrinking the earth into an inch to kill them directly. In short, be prepared for the worst. After washing his body, Naraku walked towards the river bank with a calm expression. With the activation of his true energy, mist lingered around him, revealing his perfectly muscular body. The early graduation assessment is indeed much more difficult than the normal assessment. In addition to the more comprehensive assessment items, I didn't expect there would be a practical assessment. Obito, don't be too nervous. I know your strength. As long as you don't make mistakes, you will definitely pass the assessment. Rin, don't worry, I will definitely pass it. At the site of the school's actual combat exercise training ground, students who have already experienced the theoretical and 3-body assessments are now waiting for the last practical assessment. These people include not only Asuma, Ui Kurane, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and others in the same grade, but also Uchiha Shisui who has just been promoted to the second grade. While waiting for the final test, Asuma, Kurane Ui, and others were relatively calm, but Uchiha Obito was sweating profusely, forcing Nohara Rin to encourage him. As for Uchiha Shisui, he stood quietly with his eyes closed. Swish! After a while, figures appeared in front of Uchiha Shisui and others with the instant body technique. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Next, we will start the last practical test. It was the examiners of this test who arrived. This time, there was no longer only one person to be tested, so there were more examiners. Basically, there were 2 examiners for one student, one for the test and one for the record. Among them, Naraku was one of them. Looking at the students who were about to be tested, one of the examiners greeted them in a gentle tone, as if to ease the tense atmosphere of the test. But this obviously had little effect. With the arrival of the examiners, Asuma and others, who knew that the test was about to begin, became more nervous. Especially Uchiha Obito, he has no future evil demeanor now, just a test, his legs are shaking with nervousness. In response, the examiner who spoke could only give up the extra words helplessly and immediately explain the rules of this performance test. Chapter 25 Fighting Again, please read. This time the actual combat test will be carried out by multiple people, but the rules are still the same. The examinee will enter the training ground first, and then wait for the examiner to enter within an hour, or defeat the examiner in charge of him, or not be caught by the examiner to pass. The examinee in charge of Naraku is naturally Uchiha Shisui. Teacher Naraku, I'm going to trouble you again. Discovering that the examiner in charge of him is Naraku, Uchiha Shisui's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took the initiative to find Naraku and bowed politely. From the posture, Uchiha Shisui was naturally very polite, but when he looked at Naraku, his eyes were obviously full of fighting spirit. It's not a problem, as long as you don't blame me for being too strict. Naraku glanced at the other party. How could it be? Naraku-sensei is strict, I think it's good for me. Uchiha Shisui scratched his head and said. It must be said that Uchiha Shisui's attitude towards others has always been very upright. But if you think of the death of far future, it will give people a very strong sense of sadness. Naraku glanced at the other party deeply. Konoha is indeed a place worth lingering. Especially the current people in power. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, this village would definitely be played to death by its own people in the future. What should I do? I can't bear it anymore. Without communicating with Uchiha Shisui anymore, Naraku turned his head and looked at the forest beside him, murmuring in his heart. Because thinking of Uchiha Shisui's ending, Naraku's heart was also touched. Maybe it was because he was about to leave, and his heart began to be impetuous unconsciously. It may also be that he was holding a sharp weapon and the murderous intention arose. In short, thinking of his more than 10 years of experience in the root organization, Naraku couldn't help but feel murderous. He was a little tired of the previous disguise. The low profile in the root organization. The kindness in the ninja school. For Naraku, these were just disguises for a better survival. When you don't have enough skills, you need to disguise. If you still have to disguise when you have high skills, then wouldn't it be a waste of his efforts to become stronger? Okay, you all know the rules, so now I declare that this practical test officially begins. Just as Naraku's heart was surging, the examiner in charge of explaining the rules also finished his speech and announced the test. For a moment, whether it was Uchiha Shisui or other candidates, they immediately put away their extra thoughts and focused on the next test. The test began. The candidates entered the training ground first. After waiting for 10 minutes, the examiners also entered one after another. The examiners all had their own candidates in charge. So when tracking, even if they accidentally found other candidates, they could not take action. From here, it is not difficult to see that the difficulty of this practical test is much lower than that of Naraku's last experience. After all, the number of candidates has increased, and the traces left in the training ground will increase, which will increase the difficulty of tracking. The difficulty has been reduced. This is not because Asuma, the son of the Hokage, is among the candidates, but because of the situation in the ninja world this year. Although the Third Ninja World War has not yet broken out, after several years of recuperation, the major ninja villages have gradually recovered from the wounds of the Second Ninja World War. In other words, the friction between the major ninja villages is gradually increasing. Now there is only one opportunity left, and the Third Ninja World War may begin immediately. The tense situation in the ninja world naturally makes the major ninja villages want to expand their military strength. Applying for early graduation assessments also requires permission before the assessment can be arranged. Especially with so many people applying now. If it weren't for the tacit consent of the upper echelons of Konoha, how could there be the current assessment? Similarly, under the shadow of war, it is also a very normal operation to reduce the difficulty of the assessment. Back to the assessment. Naraku didn't know about the tracking of other people, but his tracking was undoubtedly very smooth. Since the last assessment, Uchiha Shisui, as a genius, has indeed made a lot of progress. For example, in cleaning traces, it is more delicate and silent. But this is obviously of no use to Naraku. Even without using his spiritual sense, he could easily detect the traces left by Uchiha Shisui with his super 5 senses. Finally, he tracked to the other end of the training ground. Here, there were a lot of rocks among the dense trees. Just when Naraku arrived, dense shurikens suddenly shot out from the crowns of several large trees around. Dense shurikens shot at him from multiple angles. Faced with such a situation, Naraku's expression remained unchanged. As he moved his feet, he dodged all the shurikens with incredible reaction. Swish! Almost at the moment when the shurikens missed, a figure rushed out from behind the nearby rocks at a speed that many chunins could not match, and swung his sword at Naraku from one side. This figure was Uchiha Shisui. Different from the last time. This time, as Naraku was tracking him, Uchiha Shisui seemed to have been waiting for Naraku's arrival and chose to take the initiative to attack. Bang! Turning around and kicking. Uchiha Shisui's slash was still halfway, but Naraku had expected it and kicked him away the moment he got close. Uchiha Shisui flew backwards, but soon turned into smoke and dissipated. This was just a shadow clone. Fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching flame appeared. A fireball with a diameter of several meters came from not far away, burning the ground along the way and violently crashing into Naraku. The sight fell. There was a figure standing in the direction of the fireball. It was Uchiha Shisui. First, he used shuriken to attract attention, then used shadow clone to contain, and finally attacked with fire style. Not to mention that he mastered B-level ninjutsu such as Great Fireball and Shadow Clone at the age of 6. Uchiha Shisui obviously had a detailed deployment in this attack, and he also deeply understood the fighting style of ninjas. Head-on attacks have never been the mainstream of ninjas. Has it evolved into a 2-magatama? Naraku looked past the incoming fireball and looked at Uchiha Shisui who was further behind. But when he saw the other party, his keen insight made him notice the abnormality of the other party's eyes at the first time. When Uchiha Shisui launched the fireball attack at Naraku, Shisui also opened his 2-magatama Sharingan and closely captured Naraku's figure. Last year, it was 1 magatama, this year it is 2 magatama. And he had 2 magatama Sharingan at the age of 6. This performance of Uchiha Shisui was undoubtedly very shocking. Even Naraku, who knew that Uchiha Shisui had the potential to evolve into a Mangeki Sharingan, was surprised that Uchiha Shisui evolved 2 magatama Sharingan so quickly. But although he was surprised, Naraku did not stop. Chapter 26 The Result of Waiting. When the hot fireball came in front of him, Naraku did not dodge, but raised his hand and chopped it off with a hand knife. Strong airflow was rolled up. There was no fancy performance. When Naraku's hand knife chopped on the fireball was like a fragile bubble, and it immediately split into two, turned into scattered flames, and dissipated in the air. Impossible! Uchiha Shisui, who was locking onto Naraku with his 2 magatama Sharingan, had his pupils shrink when he saw his fireball being split by the opponent's hand blade. The astonishment in his heart even made his movements stagnate. He was not an ignorant person. In addition to his usual training, he often sparred with the elders in the clan. Among them, there were many jonin. But even the jonin in the clan, Uchiha Shisui had never seen anyone who could split a fireball with a hand blade. With the insight of the 2 magatama, he could be sure that Naraku's hand blade did not perform any ninjutsu, but was only wrapped with basic chakra. Even the amount of chakra wrapped was not amazing, but only equivalent to the level of ordinary chunin. Swish! Uchiha Shisui was shocked. But Naraku would not wait for the other party to come back to his senses. With a flash of his body, Naraku had already closed the distance between the two and punched Uchiha Shisui in the abdomen. Ugh! The severe pain swept through his body. Under the heavy blow, Uchiha Shisui didn't even have the chance to use the 2 Megatama Sharingan. He bent over in pain and knelt on the ground with stomach acid. After putting his fists in and standing still, looking at Uchiha Shisui who had lost the ability to move, Naraku turned his head and looked not far away. The next thing is left to you to handle. The place where his eyes looked was another examiner in the same group as Naraku. Same as last time. When Naraku was tracking, another examiner in his group also followed in the dark. But at this time, the examiner in charge of recording was also in astonishment. This was not only because Naraku obviously used an excessive difficulty in the assessment, but also because of the strength Naraku showed. Even if this examiner was just an ordinary chunin with limited eyesight, he could see that the strength Naraku showed in the battle just now was definitely not something a normal chunin could have. Let alone the feat of using a hand knife to disperse the huge fireball, it is difficult for many jonin to do it, not to mention chunin. Good. After a while, the examiner reacted and replied quickly. But he was stunned soon, because when he was speaking, Naraku's figure had disappeared from his sight, and only Uchiha Shisui was kneeling on the ground. Uchiha Shisui will be a person who can evolve the Mangeki Sharingan in the future, but now. Even if Uchiha Shisui has evolved the Sharingan to 2 Megatama, Naraku did not feel the slightest joy of victory in defeating the opponent. After leaving a word, he directly left the training ground with the instant body technique and returned to the wooden house where he lived. The previous sense of peeping, if nothing unexpected happens, should come from Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique. Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Naraku waited calmly with a calm expression. Although the telescope technique is often used by Sarutobi Hiruzen to spy, it is sometimes used for serious matters. For example, just now. Since the actual combat assessment, Naraku's keen 5 senses have discovered the feeling of being spied on. Especially when he fought with Uchiha Shisui, this sense of being spied on became stronger. In response, Naraku immediately thought of the telescope technique after he found that there were no other people lurking in the dark. Or it should be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naraku was not surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen spied on his fight with Uchiha Shisui. After all, in the last assessment, Uchiha Shisui showed a Megatama Sharingan. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and others' fear of the Uchiha clan, it is normal for them to pay attention to Uchiha Shisui. And Naraku believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely pay more attention to Uchiha Shisui at this time. Who made Uchiha Shisui reveal his 2 Megatama Sharingan again this time? Such a talent is simply provoking Sarutobi Hiruzen's nerves. I showed a strength far beyond the past in this assessment. Under normal circumstances, even if they want to appease the emotions of the Uchiha clan, they should not abandon me, but... Naraku lowered his eyelids, covering the depth in his eyes, and began to wait quietly for the follow-up development. Time passed little by little. Naraku did not wait too long. About half an hour later, the warning spell he set near the wooden house was triggered, and there were quite a few intruders. Swish, swish, swish. Amid the sound of breaking through the air, 7 or 8 figures appeared outside the wooden house. They surrounded the wooden house directly. At the door, 4 figures walked into the wooden house, 1 in front and 3 behind. Sorry. After entering Konoha, the leader took off his mask, and it was Nono. She saw Naraku sitting cross-legged on the futon and made a low voice. Captain, don't waste time talking to him, just arrest him directly. Behind Nono, Xiao said impatiently. He didn't take off the mask, but through the mask, when he looked at Naraku, he seemed unhappy. However, when a mere reserve came to arrest, the superiors actually asked them to dispatch so many people, which was simply unreasonable. Stop talking nonsense, when is it your turn to point fingers at the captain's work? You on the side glanced at Xiao coldly. Even in the same organization and the same class, there are close and distant people. Yu is a person close to his own squad leader. On the contrary, Xiao only obeyed Nono's orders because his position was lower than Nono. Wolf didn't speak, but looked at Naraku with curiosity. He was actually quite confused. There was nothing wrong with arresting a reserve member, after all, it was normal for people to make mistakes. For example, if they violated the rules of the organization or leaked some secrets, they would be arrested. But to arrest a reserve member, normally, 2 or 3 people would be enough, not like the current lineup. Not only did the captain of the third team lead the team himself, but there were also 3 regular members and 5 reserve members. With such a lineup, not to mention arresting a reserve member, even arresting a captain-level member would be just that. Captain, how are you going to deal with me? Naraku didn't react much from beginning to end, but smiled at Nono. When they heard Naraku's words, especially calling Danzo by name, except Nono, the eyes of the three people, changed. Especially Owl, his face under the mask became gloomy, and he exuded a fierce murderous aura. There are people like Naraku and Nono who keep their original intentions in the root organization, and there are also people who are completely brainwashed. Owl is obviously such a person. No matter how cruelly the root organization treats him, he still regards Danzo as his master. But it may be that Yu's warning just now worked. Although Owl was filled with murderous intent, he still managed not to take action without Nono's order. Chapter 27 Free Bird. Capture, interrogate, and finally send your body to the Uchiha clan. Nono said expressionlessly. I see, it seems that I still overestimated the capacity of some people. Naraku sighed, and then looked at Nono with a burning gaze. Then Captain, will you take action against me? Nono was silent. Of course she didn't want to. But she knew very well that even if she let Naraku go now, under the restriction of the tongue trouble root seal, Naraku would still not be able to escape. People often call the branch of the Hyuga clan a bird in a cage, but they don't know that the people of the root organization are also birds in a cage. So. The sharp kunai slipped from the cuffs and was held by Nono, who immediately thrust it into the throat of Owl behind him. Puff! Blood splattered. Owl's eyes widened suddenly, and his sight shifted from Naraku to Nono, his eyes full of disbelief. Captain! On the side, Yu and Lang were shocked. The latter was so scared that he quickly jumped a distance, took out the kunai, and looked at Nono with caution. Puff! Nono pulled out the kunai, letting Owl, who had lost his strength, fall to the ground while spraying more blood. I'm tired, Naraku, I think you don't mind me accompanying you, Mao-san. Leaving behind the blood-stained kunai, Nono looked at Naraku, seemingly helpless, but revealing her usual gentle smile. In the original plot, Nono was a helpless soul, and in the end could only place her soul in the orphanage. But now it's obviously different. Just as she would accept Naraku, she and Naraku had already formed a deep bond. Don't laugh, I'm so happy, how could I mind? Looking at the familiar gentle smile on Nono's face, Naraku also showed an undisguised happy smile on his face. He is really happy now. Nono is undoubtedly a talent. If Nono chooses to attack him, he will still rescue the other party from the cage and take him away, but he will only regard him as a talent for future development of power. And like now, Nono is no longer just a talent, but also a virtuous wife worthy of his trust. Standing up, Naraku walked towards Nono. In this regard, Yu and Lang were a little at a loss. From Nono's killing of Owl, the two understood that their captain and Naraku had an unusual relationship. At the same time, they also thought of the captain's choice. Dazed, hesitant. Yu and Lang just stared at Naraku as he walked in front of Nono, then raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at Nono's forehead. Swish! The true energy flowed through the finger into Nono's brain and reached the seal of tongue trouble rooting. The strange feeling made Nono's body tremble slightly. Don't worry, everything will end. In the rest of our lives, we are all free birds. Naraku pointed his index finger at Nono's forehead and said softly. It was just a moment. The seal of tongue eradication parasitic in Nono's brain was removed by the true chi. Similarly, Naraku also completely wiped out the remaining seal of tongue eradication. This is. The removal of the seal of tongue eradication was not silent, and Nono immediately noticed the change. But because of this, Nono could not help but lose consciousness again. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Naraku opposite her in disbelief. Just as you thought, I already have the power to remove the seal of tongue eradication. Contacting Nono's gaze, Naraku understood what the other party meant and immediately gave him a confident smile. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. No wonder you were so calm from beginning to end. Really, I was so embarrassed just now. Nono is not an ordinary person after all. After a brief shock, she quickly adjusted her mentality and patted Naraku's chest coquettishly. It must be said that Nono adjusted her mentality very thoroughly. It's not that they didn't have intimate actions, but in the current situation, Nono's natural performance was enough to prove that after breaking free from the cage, the free bird has begun to spread its wings and fly. Are you kidding? You must be kidding, right? The words of Naraku and Nono naturally fell into the ears of Yu and Lang. It seems that from the beginning, the two have been in shock. But compared with the previous shock, when they heard that Naraku had lifted Nono's tongue trouble rooting seal, the two trembled completely uncontrollably. Yu's eyes kept moving back and forth on Naraku and Nono's faces, as if she wanted to confirm whether the two were bluffing. But no matter how she looked, she only saw two emotions, calmness and ease. With this discovery, no matter how unbelievable Yu was, she realized that the tongue trouble rooting seal seemed to have been cracked. As for Lang, under the mask, his face was like a smudged paint, constantly changing. How about you guys? Are you interested in leaving with us? Naraku seemed to have just discovered Yu and Lang, and turned his head to look at the two with a smile. Lang stuttered, not knowing how to answer. No. In fact, from the fact that he did not take action or escape, his heart had already given the answer. And Yu was more direct. If you can really help me remove the mark of tongue rooting, then I will follow you like the captain. Yu took a deep breath, calmed down the agitated emotions in his heart, and answered in a deep voice. Naraku did not disappoint the other party, walked closer, raised his hand and pointed his index finger at the other party's forehead, and used his true energy to erase the mark of tongue rooting in the other party's brain. Now that it has come to the end, it is undoubtedly a good thing to be able to add some good combat power before leaving. Lang stared at Yu intently. His eyes seemed to penetrate the mask on Yu's face and see something from Yu's expression. Since the tongue trouble seal was cracked by Naraku, it has become easy to erase it. Just like the tongue trouble seal that erased Nanoyu just now, in just a moment, Yu's tongue trouble seal was easily erased by Naraku. The moment it was erased, Yu's body trembled involuntarily when she felt the change. Clang! The flash of the knife. The moment the tongue trouble seal was released, Yu drew out the katana on her back with her backhand. But it was not aimed at Naraku, but turned around and pointed the blade at Lang. This action of Yu clearly showed her attitude. It seemed that as long as Naraku gave the order, she would immediately chop Lang in half with a knife. For Yu's action, Lang was not prepared, but stared blankly at the water drops flowing from the mask on Yu's face. Tears. When Yu opened the attacking posture towards Lang, she was actually crying. But why? This thought flashed through Wolf's mind, and then he immediately thought of the answer. Chapter 28 Thunderfinger. Ghost, no, Lord Naraku, please accept my loyalty. Wolf suddenly knelt on one knee, and gave his choice with a trembling voice. Very good, I accept your loyalty. Naraku smiled and waved at him. Wolf stood up quickly, ran to Naraku, and let Naraku point a finger at his forehead. Chi urged. Another caged bird escaped from the cage. Lord Naraku, how to deal with the people outside? When Naraku removed Wolf's tongue trouble root seal and retracted his finger, Yu also lowered the blade, took off the mask at the same time, and wiped his tears. After wiping away the tears, Yu returned to his previous ferocity, glanced at the door, and immediately asked Naraku in a deep voice. There are 5 reserve members outside. Yu needs to confirm Naraku's attitude. Is it to recover or to resolve? In addition to controlling life and death, the seal of the tongue can also sense the location, and if it is removed, the caster will also notice it at the first time. Naraku said calmly. Swish! 3 figures rushed out of the wooden house and rushed to the 5 reserve members outside at the first time. These 3 figures are Nono, Yu, and Lang. Naraku's words have undoubtedly told the 3 people their current situation. They don't have much time to stay, otherwise they will face to encircle and suppress the entire root organization. Seeing the actions of Nono and the other 2, Naraku also walked calmly towards the door. There is actually another reason why he gave up the 5 people outside. That is, in the root organization, only a few can keep their original intentions. They are actually the outliers. Of course, it can also be described as a not very appropriate saying that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. As the captain, Nono is an extremely gentle person. Not counting Naraku, with Nono taking the lead, Yu and Lang who often come into contact with her will naturally be more or less affected. As for Xiao, it can only be said that this person may have been brainwashed too deeply, so the impact is the smallest. For this, he also paid the price. Walk out of the wooden house. Naraku immediately saw the battle situation outside. Obviously, not every reserve member will hide his strength like him. So even though there are 5 people outside, in the face of the sudden attack of Nono and the other 3, when Naraku walked out of the wooden house, 3 reserve members had already become corpses. The remaining 2 were also in danger. Raise your hand. The index finger and middle finger are put together to form a sword finger. Thunderbolt. High-intensity lightning condensed from the sword finger, and in an instant, the lightning turned into 2 thunderbolts, shooting towards the 2 remaining reserve members. Not to mention the restraint of Nono and the other 3, even if there was no restraint, the speed of the thunderbolt was frighteningly fast, and it arrived in an instant. Swish! The thunderbolt not only hit the heads of the 2 reserve members accurately, but also passed through easily without any obstruction, leaving 2 fist-sized holes respectively. Due to inertia, the 2 reserve members with holes in their heads fell to the ground sideways and died in an instant. What kind of lightning escape is this? It was so fast that I couldn't detect it at all, and its penetrating power is so terrible. Sure enough, how could someone who can break the seal of tongue trouble be so simple? Ghost? No, Lord Naraku has been hiding his strength. Ninjutsu without seals? When did Naraku master such a powerful lightning escape? The 2 reserve members were killed in one blow, causing Nono and the other 2 who were fighting to stop their actions and look at Naraku in surprise. Lightning escape, Thunder Finger. This is the lightning escape that Naraku used to kill the 2 reserve members. At the same time, this is also the lightning escape style he developed for himself while practicing shrinking the earth into an inch. Thunder Finger is just one of them. Its power, even if it is performed with chakra, is at the A-level level. In addition, it has the advantages of no seals and low consumption. Give me your hand, we have to leave Konoha as soon as possible. After dealing with 2 reserve members, Naraku looked at Nono and the other 2. He spread his hands and motioned them to come closer. Although Nono and the other 2 were confused, they did not hesitate. They gathered at the first moment and put their palms on Naraku's hands. Swish! The figure flashed. Naraku used shrinking the earth into an inch and disappeared instantly with Nono and the other 2. 100 steps away, the 4 people flashed and then teleported forward again. While flashing continuously, Naraku took Nono and the other 2 to quickly leave the training ground and headed towards the nearest Konoha wall. Swish! 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 I don't know how long it took, and the dense sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared in front of the empty wooden house. Looking at the corpses outside the wooden house, the people who came in immediately rushed into the wooden house to search. Sir, there is no one in the cabin, and it is suspected that they have escaped. Yamazaki Hayabusa, who led several members of the root organization to search quickly came out of the cabin, knelt on one knee, and reported to the gloomy Danzo. The seal of the tongue to eliminate the tongue is the core power of Danzo to control the root organization. Now that the core power has problems, Danzo naturally cannot accept it. When he found that someone had cracked the seal of the tongue to eliminate the tongue, the shocked and angry Danzo immediately mobilized all the people of the root organization. The result is naturally to track down this place. Find the 4 traitors for me at all costs. Danzo gnashed his teeth and growled. At first there were 2, and then soon there were 2 more. Now there are 4 people out of control. If he lets it go, he dare not imagine how out of control the root organization will be. Konoha is called a village, but it is actually a city. At the edge of the village, there is not only a super large perception barrier, but also a towering wall. At this time, on a wall, suddenly, 4 figures flashed over. What? There were naturally ninjas standing guard on the wall. When they suddenly saw someone appear on the wall, the people standing guard nearby were immediately shocked and wanted to shout. Just as the shouting sounded, a thunder had already pierced the head of the Konoha ninja. Let's go! After using the Thunder Finger to kill one person again, Naraku did not continue to use shrinking the earth into an inch to rush on the road, but calmly passed through the perception barrier and jumped down from the wall. The movement of shrinking the earth into an inch was obviously beyond the imagination of Nono and the other 2. Until they stopped at the wall, the 3 were still a little dazed. But after all, the 3 had undergone strict training in the root organization. When they heard Naraku's call, the 3 of them immediately suppressed all kinds of thoughts in their hearts. Confused, immediately followed Naraku's footsteps. Landing on the land outside the wall, led by Naraku, a group of 4 people immediately ran away in the distance. After waiting to enter the nearby forest, the 4 people jumped onto the branches and bounced on the branches nimbly to hurry on. Aren't you going to clean up the traces? Following closely behind Naraku, Nono looked back and reminded Naraku. No need, if someone chases us, just deal with it. Naraku, who was looking ahead, said calmly without looking back. Chapter 29 Chasing in the Dark. Master Naraku, is the space-time ninjutsu you just led us to perform? You, who was following Naraku on the other side, couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Nono and Lang also looked closely at Naraku's back. The way of moving shown by shrinking the earth into an inch is easy to remind people of space-time ninjutsu. Especially Konoha has the inheritance of Flying Thunder God technique. Ordinary people naturally cannot get in touch with the Flying Thunder God technique, and they may not even have heard of it. But it is different in the root organization. Except Naraku, Nono, and the other two are at least formal members. In other words, they all have a chance to learn the techniques in the sealed book. Even if they did not choose the Flying Thunder God technique, they must have seen the introduction of the Flying Thunder God technique in the catalog. After all, the temptation of space-time ninjutsu is still very great. Yet, Naraku did not explain too much, but responded casually. Seeing Naraku's reaction, Nono and the other two did not think much, and really thought that Naraku had just performed space-time ninjutsu. This discovery immediately cheered up the three people. Nothing else, just a sense of security. Just the performance of shrinking the earth into an inch undoubtedly means that even if they encounter an invincible danger in the future, Naraku has the ability to lead them out of trouble. With the increased sense of security, the tension caused by the defection at this time is also relieved a lot. Quickly shuttled through the forest. With the ninja's foot speed, even horses can't match it. The four Narakus are moving away from Konoha quickly. But at the same time, Konoha's reaction is also very fast, and the first batch of pursuers set off quickly. The triggering of the barrier and the death of the sentry ninja. With Danzo's power in the village, these emergencies will naturally be known at the first time. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen also got the news. Danzo, how do you manage your subordinates? You don't even know that the tongue trouble seal has been cracked. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded Danzo opposite him with a very bad face. This can't be blamed on Danzo. It can only be said that this man named Naraku hid too deeply. Indeed, we all know how difficult it is to crack the tongue trouble root seal. Now that it has been cracked, it can't be said that it is all Danzo's responsibility. Moreover, compared to accountability, the most important thing now is to deal with the four people who defected. After all, these people have been in the root organization for a long time and have been exposed to too many secrets of the village. In the office, there are not only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, but also the other two of the four heavenly kings of Konoha, Mito Kato and Enyudan Koharu. When the two saw Sarutobi Hiruzen angry, they hurriedly persuaded him to ease the tense atmosphere. It seems that Mito Kato and Enyudan Koharu's persuasion worked. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe and smoked it, and didn't scold Danzo again. Hiruzen, don't worry, I have asked Hayabusa to lead 2 squads to chase, and I believe there will be results soon. Although Danzo was reprimanded, he didn't dare to be presumptuous at this time. 2 squads. Given Danzo's emphasis on the seal of the root of tongue trouble, it is obviously impossible to send out only 8 regular members, but also 24 reserve members. In other words, there are 33 members of the root organization chasing Naraku and his men at this time. The worst among them is also a special jonin, and the strongest is Yamanaka Hayabusa, Danzo's right-hand man who is close to the level of elite jonin. I hope so. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. 4 members of the root organization defected, especially one of them was a captain. He was naturally very dissatisfied. In his opinion, this was completely Danzo's dereliction of duty. He would indulge the other party in many things, and he valued Danzo's ability to do things. Now that such a mistake has occurred, he can't help but feel that he may have given the other party too much power, so that the other party has begun to relax management. What should we do with the Uchiha side? The other party is still waiting for us to hand over people. At this time, Uchiha Koharu spoke. Why bother with them at this time? Do they really dare to make trouble? Danzo, who was in a bad mood, became even more unhappy when he heard this. Uchiha Shisui's 2 Megatama Sharingan had obviously never been shown in the clan. When it was learned in this assessment that Uchiha Shisui had evolved the Sharingan to 2 Megatama, it caused a great sensation in the Uchiha clan. This also caused great dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan that Uchiha Shisui was suppressed again. This time, the Uchiha clan was extremely tough. Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally not be responsible for this, so Danzo, a professional, had to take the blame. Of course, Danzo would definitely not be used to calm the anger of the Uchiha clan, so the final choice was to sacrifice Naraku. It was not himself who was sacrificed, but in fact, Danzo did not intend to hand him over at the beginning. After all, in his opinion, the Uchiha clan was just a dog kept in captivity. It was enough to beat a dog when it barked, there was no need to appease it. But he was not the one in charge. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, he could only reluctantly hand over the person. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, and then said to Yutain Koharu, "There is no need to hide the truth, just explain it directly." "Explain it directly? Will it be possible?" Yutain Koharu hesitated. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and said, "If you want people to believe, you have to show evidence, and it is just right to confirm this matter, so that the other party will not pester you again." "I understand, then I will go and deal with it first." Yutain Koharu nodded, and then left the office first. "You should go back first, Danzo, I hope to hear good news from you tomorrow." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the remaining Danzo and Mito Kato-en. Danzo, in particular, emphasized his tone and put pressure on the other party. "Got it." Danzo nodded with a gloomy face, and then left quickly. The night covered the sky. The arrival of night added a bit of solemnity to the forest. Led by Yamanaka Hayabusa, a total of 33 root organization members shuttled through the forest at full speed. The traces that were not cleaned up were like a guideline for the root organization members who were good at hunting, so that they did not waste any time in the process of chasing. Has the fear of death made these people lose their basic qualities? During the pursuit, Yamanaka Hayabusa looked at the traces left in the forest and sneered in his heart. Although it was shocking that the other party cracked the tongue trouble root seal, it was obvious that these defectors were just lucky ones. Time passed little by little. While chasing at full speed, Yamanaka Hayabusa suddenly fixed his eyes while observing the front. On a big tree in the dense forest ahead, there was a figure sitting leisurely on the branch. There was no cover. This figure was Naraku. Chapter 30 Lightning Release. Chapter 30 Lightning Release. "Are you here?" On the tree branch, Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the other side chasing him, Hayabusa Yamanaka and others. Looking at the many root members led by Hayabusa Yamanaka, Naraku stretched out his legs and jumped down from the tree branch with a calm look. "Pa!" Both feet landed smoothly. Naraku walked towards the other side leisurely. "The first team stays and follows me to deal with this guy. The second team continues to chase the other three." Yamanaka Hayabusa quickly glanced around Naraku, and when he did not find the other three people, no, he gave the order without hesitation. Although Naraku is only a reserve member in the root organization, he is the main target in this pursuit. This was not only because Naraku was needed to appease the anger of the Uchiha clan, but also because Naraku's various abnormal behaviors made him the biggest suspect in cracking the tongue trouble root seal. For this reason, Yamanaka Hayabusa naturally planned to capture Naraku himself. As for the three people of Nono who disappeared, Yamanaka Hayabusa was ready to let the second team continue to pursue. The accompanying root organization members obeyed Yamanaka Hayabusa's orders very well. Under the order, the first team continued to follow Yamanaka Hayabusa and went straight to Naraku who was walking towards them. The second team deployed from both sides, intending to bypass Naraku and continue the pursuit. Bang bang! Naraku, who was walking towards Yamanaka Hayabusa and others, glanced at the second team members who were bypassing on both sides. His eyes flashed, and he immediately understood the other party's plan. Without any movement, accompanied by smoke, two shadow clones immediately appeared beside Naraku. Swish! The moment the two shadow clones appeared, without hesitation, they instantly used the instant body flash technique to turn into black shadows and rushed towards the second team members who were preparing to bypass. Stupid! From the separation of the second team to Naraku's use of the shadow clone, it all happened in an instant. Similarly, when Yamanaka Hayabusa, who was approaching Naraku quickly, saw the two shadow clones appear and move towards the second team members, he was surprised that Naraku's shadow clone technique had no trace, but he was more contemptuous of Naraku's actions. He saw Naraku's intention. Knowing that Naraku wanted to use the shadow clone to intercept the second team. For such an operation, Yamanaka Hayabusa had no choice but to sneer. Not to mention that it was completely unrealistic to use the shadow clone to intercept more than a dozen members of the root organization. Just the act of creating a shadow clone was stupid enough in his opinion. The shadow clone would evenly distribute the chakra of the main body. In other words, if 100% of the chakra is split into a shadow clone, then the chakra of the person and the shadow clone will each have a ratio of 50%. If more are split, then this value will continue to be averaged. For example, Naraku now has 2 shadow clones, and the chakra ratio of the 3 will undoubtedly drop to only more than 30%. Chakra is the source of power for ninjas. Even if the intelligence not long ago showed that the opponent is very likely to hide a strong strength. But no matter how much they hide it, facing so many people on their side at this time, the opponent's large-scale dispersion of chakra is definitely a very wrong approach. Of course, Yamanaka Hayabusa can understand this. It's no surprise that he would do something stupid when he is at the end of his rope. Give it to me. As his mind turned, the distance between the two sides had also shortened to less than 30 meters. This distance was undoubtedly within the attack range for the elite members of the root organization. Although Yamanaka Hayabusa despised Naraku's stupidity, he did not relax. When the distance was shortened, he prepared to order everyone to take action without hesitation. Thunderbolt. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Yamanaka Hayabusa's order had not yet been conveyed, and the dazzling thunder like a silver beam of light came towards him in an instant. Hair stood up. Yamanaka Hayabusa was, after all, a master close to the elite Jonin, and he was also very good at perception. When the thunder struck, a strong sense of danger immediately swept over his body, making him subconsciously dodge to the side. Puff! The silver thunder that was originally aimed at his face only passed his face due to Yamanaka Hayabusa's reaction. The stinging pain was accompanied by numbness. Blood flowed down his cheek. Even though it was just a graze, the thunder still tore a deep blood scar on Yamanaka Hayabusa's face. Oh! Dodge it! That's right, after all, he is a member of the Yamanaka clan. With keen insight, Naraku could clearly capture the injury on Yamanaka Hayabusa's face even from a distance. Naraku raised his eyebrows when his thunder finger was dodged, but he was not dissatisfied. The opponent was a master close to the elite Jonin level, and he also had a good perception ability. If he was easily solved by one move, it would be too much to underestimate the value of Denzo's right and left hands. Lightning escape, lightning body. Thunder finger is of course not Naraku's entire offensive, it is just a greeting before the battle. After the thunder finger, Naraku, who was walking, suddenly burst out dazzling lightning from all over his body. Lightning wrapped around his body. The next second, Naraku instantly turned into a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed the last distance between the two sides at an astonishing speed, and appeared in front of Yamanaka Hayabusa, who stopped to avoid the thunder finger. So fast! The pupils contracted. Yamanaka Hayabusa, who was still angry about the pain on his face, was immediately shocked by the speed of Naraku. As a member of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Hayabusa not only mastered the family secrets, but was also extremely confident in his perception ability. But when Naraku, who turned into lightning, attacked, with his perception ability, he could only barely catch a trace. This situation made Yamanaka Hayabusa's face change drastically. Especially when he saw that Naraku, who was close to him, was moving smoothly and throwing a swift whip kick at him, he had no time to think about it, and hurriedly raised his arms to defend. Bang! Naraku's whip kick landed heavily on Yamanaka Hayabusa's arms, and the violent impact stirred up a visible air wave circle. Both feet left the ground. Even if Yamanaka Hayabusa gathered the maximum amount of chakra to strengthen the defense of his arms, he still couldn't resist, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang bang bang! Behind Yamanaka Hayabusa were the first team members who followed closely. When Yamanaka Hayabusa flew backwards, several people were caught off guard and were knocked away by Yamanaka Hayabusa. Ah! The pain of broken tendons and bones made the people of the root organization scream. At the same time, Yamanaka Hayabusa, who had passed through the first team, still did not stop, but continued to fly backwards until he hit a big tree. Crack! The thick tree trunk was broken in half. The Yamanaka Hayabusa who hit the big tree was like a ball, rolling on the ground, covered with dust, looking extremely embarrassed. However, compared with the filth on his body, his arms were more serious. Although he defended in time, he still failed to completely dissolve the force of Naraku's whip kick. His arms were broken by Naraku's whip kick. Even the impact of the whip kick went through his arms and directly reached his chest, causing Yamanaka Hayabusa to spit out blood as soon as he stopped. Chapter 31 Lightning Thunder Fist. Swish! Not to mention the injury of Yamanaka Hayabusa, Naraku did not stop after kicking Yamanaka Hayabusa away. Maintaining the form of lightning, he pulled out a silver light and instantly appeared in front of the nearest root member. Bang! The immortal touched my head, and the inch of strength opened the sky. Naraku raised his hand expressionlessly and slapped the opponent's head into his chest without the opponent even having a chance to react. The figure flashed again. Naraku moved to the next root member again and smashed the opponent's throat with a punch. The lightning was flashing. Death is dancing. Killing people like Kun, it seems to describe Naraku at this moment. He turned into lightning and seemed to have the speed of lightning. In just a breath, he killed several members of the root organization at a terrifying speed. Lightning escape, lightning body. This is the lightning escape ninjutsu that Naraku performed when he turned into lightning. Like Thunder Finger, lightning body is also a lightning escape style developed by Naraku. The lightning escape style he developed is called Lightning Thunder Fist. That's right. As a time traveler, Naraku has made good use of this advantage. By borrowing from a famous thunder and lightning master, he gave the lightning escape style he developed the cool and awesome name Lightning Thunder Fist. Let's talk about lightning body. If Thunder Finger is to highly compress lightning to form a lightning beam with great penetrating power, then lightning body is similar to the lightning chakra mode of the hidden cloud village. By wrapping the powerful lightning around the body and activating cells, the movement speed, physical strength and nerve reaction are greatly improved. Damn it, kill him. Gather together, don't disperse. Kill. When Naraku killed several people in a row, the others just reacted. The remaining people were shocked and angry when they found their dead companions on the scene, and they hurriedly responded. Perhaps they chose to gather together or fight back. Kunao were shot out one after another, and the end of the kunao was tied with a detonating tag. But the kunao shot by these root organization members could not even touch Naraku's shadow. As soon as the kunao was released, Naraku disappeared from the attack range. Boom boom boom. The kunao with detonating talismans fell into the air one after another, and when they hit the nearby trees and the ground, they produced violent explosions and blasted out pits. Boom. The detonating talisman kunao did not affect Naraku's killing. With a loud noise, Naraku jumped up and kicked the nearest root member from a high position. A terrifying force exploded. The death of this root member was extremely tragic. First, he was trampled to the ground by the flying kick, and then the whole person was crushed into a ball of rotten meat as the ground collapsed. The earth shook violently. When the rolling dust flew around, it can be seen that Naraku's flying kick not only killed another root member, but also caused the ground to collapse into a large pit with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters. At the edge of the pit, dense spider web-like cracks extended, and the farthest extended for dozens of meters. Naraku's lightning body not only borrows from the lightning chakra mode, but also incorporates the skills of super strength. This makes him not only incredibly fast, but also extremely powerful. When trampling out of the big pit, Naraku's eyes glanced coldly at the remaining personnel through the dust. Puff! Raising his hand and firing a thunder finger, another person was pierced through the head and died. Lightning body makes Naraku's speed too fast. The remaining members of the root organization wanted to fight back in anger as their companions were killed one after another, but they couldn't even touch Naraku. In the continuous killing, Naraku not only did not slow down his offensive, but he was even more fierce in the next attack. Just kidding. Not to mention the repressed life for more than 10 years, even if he was finally betrayed as a sacrifice, how could he be indifferent? Just like he would let Nono and the other two leave first, and he stayed to wait for the pursuit. This was not only to cover the retreat, but also to vent the darkness in his heart. He wanted blood to flow like a river, he wanted to pave his way out with blood, he wanted to vent the gloom that had been suppressed for a long time in his heart. With a strong killing intent filling his heart, after killing another person with the thunder finger, Naraku jumped high again, and locked his eyes on the 5 or 6 root organization members who gathered not far away. Thunder release, thunder. The lightning wrapped around his body instantly gathered in his right fist, and with Naraku's fierce punch, the extremely violent lightning condensed into a thunder bomb with a diameter of several meters. Boom! It was like a heavy artillery bombardment. The terrifying thunder bomb fell into the crowd like a meteor, and in an instant, the amazing bombing bloomed in the night sky. The rolling dust rushed into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud, in which there was violent lightning, destroying everything within the range. Thunderbolt is also one of the lightning thunder fist, and it is also the most destructive one. In the amazing bombing, not only did it blow 5 or 6 root members in the area to pieces, but it also blew a huge deep pit like a meteorite impact on the ground. The rolling air waves swept around like a strong wind. The remaining root members, under the impact of this air wave comparable to the advanced wind escape ninjutsu, all dodged and resisted in a panic. Ninjutsu, heart-turning technique. Suddenly, an invisible spiritual consciousness swept towards Naraku, who was descending from the air. Looking in the direction where the spiritual consciousness appeared, it was Yamanaka Hayabusa. After being kicked away by Naraku and injured, Yamanaka Hayabusa obviously did not lose his will to fight. After a brief reprieve, he immediately found an opportunity to counterattack Naraku with the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. The spiritual consciousness swept over and intended to invade Naraku's mind. In response, Naraku in midair just glanced at Yamanaka Hayabusa not far away. Ah! His body shook, and Naraku's glance seemed to have unparalleled power, causing Yamanaka Hayabusa to scream in pain. Mental attacks are indeed difficult to guard against. For ordinary people, even if they are stronger than Yamanaka Hayabusa, they are likely to be overturned. But Naraku is obviously not one of them. Not to mention that he has studied the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, even his own mental energy is not something that Yamanaka Hayabusa can shake. It's like the foundation before embarking on the path of cultivation, the two stages of calming the mind and concentrating the mind, which have the effect of enhancing mental energy. Not to mention after formal cultivation. The cultivation of the nameless technique, the improvement brought by training, is very comprehensive. This includes spiritual energy. To put it bluntly, Naraku's current spiritual strength is completely on par with his strength, and there is no shortcoming at all. Yamazaka Hayabusa's spiritual consciousness intended to invade Naraku's mind, but was easily shattered by Naraku's powerful spiritual energy. Such a consequence directly led to Yamanaka Hayabusa lying on the ground stupidly after screaming, and even drooling unconsciously from the corners of his mouth. Mental injury is much more dangerous than physical injury. Yamazaka Hayabusa, who was seriously injured in the spirit, has become an idiot at this moment. Chapter 32, a bit weak. Earth escape, sky falling cover. Yamazaka Hayabusa's situation was unknown to others. But when Yamanaka Hayabusa made a move, someone also took advantage of Naraku's opportunity in the air to launch a counterattack. Above Naraku, a huge pot lid with a pig head pattern was summoned and immediately smashed towards Naraku below. Lightning style, lightning blade. A dazzling light burst out. The moment the pig head pot lid appeared, Naraku looked up, and the high-density lightning instantly condensed into a silver lightning sword from his right hand. He slashed upward with a sword. The crescent-shaped lightning sword energy easily split the pig head pot lid in two. Fire style, flame bomb. Wind style, breakthrough. Two attributes of ninjutsu were performed together. They were elite after all. The slaughter that Naraku had set off did not scare the rest of the people. When Naraku had just cut open the pig head pot lid, a scorching wave of fire swept towards him from below. Many people performed together, and combined wind and fire together. The scorching wave of fire was like magma erupting from a volcano, and it suddenly rushed into the sky and engulfed the descending Naraku. Is it solved? Below, the remaining members of the root organization stared closely at the surging and burning waves of fire. Zhang! The dazzling lightning sword energy appeared again. The surging waves of fire parted from it, and the next second, the terrifying lightning appeared again. Puff! The lightning flashed. It appeared on the ground below in an instant. Naraku, who was wrapped in lightning, killed two members of the root organization with a silver lightning sword as soon as he landed, cutting off the heads of two members of the root organization. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The killing started again. The lightning flashed. Naraku passed through the remaining people in an instant. When he stopped, blood rain gushed out. The last remaining members of the root organization's first team were all split in half. Thunderbolt. Naraku casually shot a thunder finger. The target was Yamanaka Hayabusa, who had become an idiot. After getting rid of the members of the first team, Naraku obviously did not forget this person. When Yamanaka Hayabusa's head was pierced, Naraku went to the battlefield where one of the shadow clones was without stopping. Wind style, wind blade technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Earth style, earth flow wall. Unlike Naraku's powerful defeat of the first team, the battle of the shadow clone was much more intense. One is that the shadow clone cannot withstand damage, otherwise it will be automatically removed, so it is bound to be restrained in the battle. The second is the chakra problem. Unlike Naraku as the main body, the shadow clone does not have extraordinary recovery ability, so it needs to take into account the consumption of chakra. Therefore, when Naraku rushed to the battlefield of one of the shadow clone, the battle here was very fierce. One root member was constantly attacking the shadow clone with shuriken, kunao, and various ninjutsu. The shadow clone responded with lightning thunder fist, either dodging or counter-attacking. In the battle between the two sides, the surrounding trees and rocks seemed to be destroyed, and traces of potholes could be seen everywhere. At the same time, the bodies of dead root members could be seen nearby. It is obvious that although the shadow clone failed to defeat his opponents as strongly as Naraku, he was not at a disadvantage, but also gained something. Thunder. Lightning entangled his body again. Naraku quickly glanced at the battle situation of the shadow clone and did not hesitate to use the lightning body and went to the nearest person. Boom! Before he could react, the root member who was targeted was immediately given a wave of heart-wrenching words by Naraku. The blood on his palms and forearms evaporated by the entangled lightning. Naraku, who killed one person in an instant, went to another target. Lightning release, thunderstorm flow. Compared to the root members, the shadow clone noticed the arrival of the main body first. When the main body joined the battle, the shadow clone immediately had no worries. With a self-sacrificing pounce, the shadow clone rushed directly to the nearest few people, and then the whole person suddenly turned into a violent lightning that flowed wantonly. Crackling! The violent lightning swept across a radius of 10 to 20 meters in an instant, turning the area into a world of thunder. Ah! A shrill scream rang out from the world of thunder. The people engulfed by the violent lightning twitched all over their bodies and quickly turned into charred, smoking corpses. Under the powerful killing power of the thunderstorm flow, the shadow clone also consumed the last chakra and dissipated. The shadow clone took away several people in one breath, and the remaining personnel obviously posed no threat to Naraku. Under the lightning-fast killing in just a short time, the remaining personnel on the battlefield were all slaughtered by Naraku. After finishing this, Naraku immediately went to the battlefield of another shadow clone. The following progress was no surprise. Another shadow clone also took away a group of people at the end with Naraku's arrival, and then Naraku cleaned up the remaining personnel. A bit weak. When the last member of the root organization was beheaded by his hand knife, Naraku looked around at the corpses everywhere, and after removing the lightning body, he also murmured in his heart. After more than a year of training, he has not experienced a decent battle for a long time. Like the root organization's assessment and Uchiha Shisui, he was just teasing a child, and it was not a battle at all. After this battle, Naraku suddenly found that the enemy was much weaker than he expected. No, it's not that these people are too weak, but that I am too strong now. Naraku understood something in his heart. Even without using true chi, his current strength has reached a very high level. Just like the battle just now, he won with an overwhelming advantage. Elite Jonin, at least starting from the first stage of Elite Jonin. This is Naraku's assessment of his own strength after this battle. This is without taking true chi into account. The Lightning Thunder Fist is considered to be a new experience. After estimating his own strength, Naraku suddenly chuckled. Thunder Finger. Lightning Body. Lightning Blade. Thunderstorm Stream. Thunder Roar Flash. Sky Thunder. This is all of the Lightning Thunder Fist. Except for Thunder Roar Flash, which had no chance to be used, the other 5 styles undoubtedly showed their powerful power in the battle just now. Not mentioning Thunder Finger and Lightning Body. The remaining 4 styles. Lightning Blade condenses high-intensity lightning into an unparalleled sharp lightning sword. Thunderstorm Flow takes itself as the center and releases violent lightning in all directions, which can be described as a combination of attack and defense. Thunder Roar Flash transforms the sound of thunder into a sound wave attack, thereby damaging the human nerves. At the least, it can cause deafness, nausea, diarrhea, and loss of combat effectiveness, and at the worst, the brain can burst. Thunderbolt is the strongest move, which can be used at both long and short distances. The long-range attack is a high-concentration thunder bomb, and the close attack is a fist-concentrated heavy thunder. The power is earth-shattering. Chapter 33 Faith and Fanaticism. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Through actual combat, Naraku has also conducted a detailed test of the Lightning Thunder Fist. As for the result, he is naturally quite satisfied. Swish! Without staying any longer, Naraku appeared 100 steps away in a flash, and then quickly flashed away. The forest returned to peace again. After a while, wild beasts were attracted by the smell of blood and came to eat the corpses left in the forest. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After leaving the Hokage's office, Danzo returned to the root's base in Konoha, and then waited for Yamanaka Hayabusa to catch the traitor. But after waiting for a while, Danzo, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly opened his eyes wide and stood up abruptly. The sudden movement knocked the chair under him to the ground. But at this time, Danzo had no extra thoughts to pay attention to it. His face was full of shock and panic. As a caster, Danzo can sense the location of every tongue root seal. And when the person who set the tongue root seal dies, he will also sense it at the first time. At this moment, a large number of tongue root seals disappeared one after another in the sensing. How could Danzo still remain calm? Come on, follow me. Danzo yelled out of control and summoned the root members guarding outside. But just as he was about to give the order, he suddenly stopped talking. Danzo's face was uncertain. He was just about to lead the people to the place where the tongue treble root seal disappeared. But he immediately came back to his senses. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was sure that the disappearance of a large number of tongue treble root seal undoubtedly meant that these people were killed. And the people or forces that could kill so many of his subordinates so quickly, even if he led all the remaining people in the base now, he would probably not get any good results. With a slight change in his face, Danzo took a deep breath and gave up his idea of going to investigate. Instead, he left the room and headed towards the Hokage building. Although it would be embarrassing, he knew that if he wanted to investigate the situation clearly, he could only ask for help from Sarutobi Hiruzen. I wonder what's going on with Lord Naraku now. As they kept moving forward, Nono and the other two hurried on their way silently. But it seemed that the atmosphere was too depressing, and Wolf couldn't help but look back. It's definitely okay. Lord Naraku has mastered the space-time ninjutsu. No matter how many enemies are chasing him, they can't threaten Lord Naraku. Yu glanced at Lang and said firmly. Well, I also believe that Naraku can return safely. After hearing what Yu said, Lang was silent for a while and also expressed his firm attitude. The fact that Yu and Lang have such a firm attitude actually represents the current mentality of the two. The relationship between Naraku and them now is not only the benefactor who liberated them from the cage, but also their future support. Removing the seal of the tongue root not only gave them freedom, but also left Yu and Lang with no way out. Either die or follow Naraku. As for escaping alone, Yu and Lang never thought about it. Because they all knew that with their own strength, it was impossible for them to deal with the pursuit of the root organization alone. Nono didn't say anything, but just hurried on silently. But in her heart, she also firmly believed that Naraku would catch up soon. After all, she was tied to Naraku more tightly than Yu and Lang. Swish! Suddenly, just as Nono and the other two were constantly strengthening their beliefs, a figure flashed in front of the three. Speed up, we have to get out of the land of fire as soon as possible. Naraku gave an order to the three people behind him without looking back, and then looked forward and increased his speed. Behind him, Nono and the other three were startled when Naraku suddenly appeared. When the three were about to respond, they were delighted when they heard Naraku's voice and saw Naraku's back. Yes! Yu and Lang's voices suddenly rose, and they were excited to catch up with Naraku, who was speeding up. Nono hurriedly caught up with Naraku and looked at him from the side with concern. After looking at him, Naraku looked like he had never experienced a battle. Not to mention injuries, even his clothes were not damaged. Didn't you encounter anyone chasing you? Nono was relieved when he found that Naraku was not injured, but he was also curious. It shouldn't be. With the importance of the tongue treble root seal, if it was found that someone had lifted it, Danzo would definitely send people to chase him. I did, but I have dealt with it. If there is another one, it will be the second wave of people. Naraku turned his head to look at Nono and smiled at him. Solved. Not only Nono, but also Yu and Lang, who were listening in the back, looked at Naraku in surprise. Yes, the first wave of pursuers were the first and second teams. In addition to the reserve members, the leader was still Hayabusa Yamanaka. But fortunately, these people are still a gap between me and me, so it only took a little effort to deal with them. In order to ease the tension in the hearts of Nono and the other two, and to boost morale, Naraku didn't mind showing off his record and strength. Nono and the other two were undoubtedly shocked when they heard his words. Even the reserve members were dispatched, which means that the people chasing them are all the people in the first and second teams, which is more than 30 people. Not to mention Hayabusa Yamanaka, whose strength is close to that of an elite jonin. Such a lineup is undoubtedly very luxurious and very scary. But now, in Naraku's mouth, these people have been dealt with, and from the tone, it is obvious that there is a clear gap between them and Naraku. Lord Naraku, you are so amazing. After recovering from the shock, Yu looked at Naraku in front of him with fanatic eyes. Lang was not much better. Like Yu, he did not think Naraku would joke, so the look he gave Naraku suddenly became fanatic. With such a leader leading them, they really have a chance to escape the pursuit of the root organization and even Konoha. Nono also looked at Naraku with a glittering look in his eyes. Sometimes surprises come so suddenly. The man in front of her has given her several surprises today. Nono really felt that her luck did not seem so bad at this moment. Although the past years were a mess, these bad lucks seemed to be for the current luck, allowing her to meet and know the man in front of her. If it were not for the wrong occasion, she really wanted to give the man in front of her a passionate kiss and tell him her excitement and joy. Naraku's encouragement was very effective. On the following journey, Nono and the other two were obviously much more relaxed, and even the fatigue seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 34, Star Ninja Village. It is not known whether the death of Yamanaka Hayabusa and others shocked Danzo and Konoha's people, or whether they had not yet organized a new pursuit team. Until dawn, when Naraku and his party successfully rushed out of the border of the Land of Fire, there was no subsequent pursuit. Naraku's route after leaving Konoha was not chosen randomly, but had an accurate goal. That was the river country. The river country is located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, and is adjacent to both countries. After entering the river country, this is not the final destination. After letting Nono and the other two rest for a while, Naraku led the three to continue on their journey until they crossed the river country and turned into the adjacent wind country on the other side. The Star Ninja Village in Bear Country? Is this where we are going to stay next? I don't think I've heard of it. After entering the wind country, while continuing on the road, Naraku also told Nono and the other two the final destination. After learning the destination, Yu showed a puzzled expression on her face. She obviously hadn't heard of the Star Ninja Village. Star Ninja Village? I seem to have seen information about this ninja village somewhere. I remember that this ninja village seems to be a very small ninja village, and according to rumors, this ninja village seems to have a very magical meteorite. Wolf thought about it, and finally told the information he knew. A magical meteorite? Could it be a treasure? Yu said in surprise. Lang shook his head, I don't know, but it shouldn't be a very valuable treasure. After all, it's just something from a small ninja village. The chain of contempt is everywhere. The same is true between ninja villages. As a wolf from a big ninja village like Konoha, he naturally looks down on those small ninja villages. In fact, it's almost the same. The precious treasures for many small ninja villages may be just some interesting gadgets in the eyes of the 5 major ninja villages. Is there anything special about this Star Ninja Village? When Yu and Lang were talking, Nono asked Naraku curiously. In her opinion, since Naraku chose the Star Ninja Village as their next stop, it must be unique. Regarding Nono's curiosity, Naraku said frankly, although the Star Ninja Village is small, it is hidden enough. The surrounding area of the entire ninja village has natural canyons and miasma as barriers, which can be said to be very suitable for hiding. In addition, I am also very interested in the meteorite they collected. Nono was thoughtful after hearing this. Indeed, given their current situation, they do need a hidden place to stay. According to Naraku's description, the Star Ninja Village is indeed quite suitable. Hey? Lord Naraku, is that meteorite really a powerful treasure? Yu, who was talking to Wolf, also listened to what Naraku said to Nono. When he heard Naraku mention the meteorite at the end, he couldn't help asking. Wolf also looked at Naraku unexpectedly. Could it be that a small place like the Star Ninja Village really got some incredible and precious treasures? You'll know after you get it. Naraku said casually. He chose the Star Ninja Village as his base, which was indeed related to the meteorite named Star. After all, there were various speculations about the origin of Star in his previous life. Some said it was a meteorite with some kind of radiation, but there were also claims that it came from the sacred tree. Naraku was naturally very interested in this, so he planned to take this opportunity to study it. The Kingdom of Wind is a standard desert country. Looking around, there are basically endless sand dunes, and the temperature changes between day and night are very large. If it were an ordinary person, he would most likely die due to acclimatization when he first came to the Kingdom of Wind. But for ninjas, the environment of the Kingdom of Wind is obviously not a big problem. Especially, it was not the first time for Naraku and the other four to come to the Kingdom of Wind. In the past, even Naraku, who was just a reserve, had been in and out of the Kingdom of Wind several times because of missions. So on the way after entering the Kingdom of Wind, what really caught Naraku's attention was the patrolling ninjas. That's right. It was the patrolling ninjas. At this time, although the Third Ninja World War has not yet broken out, it is obvious that they have entered the preparation period for war. In the Land of Fire, the defense deployment is naturally useless for the four Narakus from the root organization, and they can easily bypass it. But it is different in the Land of Wind. If you are not careful, you may break into a defense point of the Sand Village. Although Naraku will not be afraid even if he really encounters a ninja from the Sand Village, but in the current state of rushing, it is better to have less trouble than more. As they identified the areas where sand ninjas might exist along the way, Naraku and his team slowed down their travel speed a lot. But because they were all elite, they finally avoided trouble well. 3 days later, the four Narakus successfully passed through the Land of Wind and turned into the adjacent Bear Country. Naraku chose the Star Ninja Village as his foothold, and naturally had collected intelligence about the Star Ninja Village. After entering the Bear Country, the group went straight ahead and arrived in front of a canyon in just half a day. In the canyon, even in the sky, there is thick miasma floating everywhere. Is the Star Ninja Village inside? Let me try to use wind escape to see if I can blow away the miasma. Yu looked at the miasma in the canyon and suggested. In addition to being good at swordsmanship, Yu is also proficient in wind escape. Hearing her suggestion, Lang also said, if it works, I will use earth escape to build a bridge next. The obstruction of miasma is difficult for ordinary people to deal with, but it is not too difficult for ninjas. Especially Naraku and his friends. Even though Yu and Lang are at the bottom of the strength, both of them have the strength close to that of a Jonin. Soon, after a simple plan, Yu and Lang took action. Wind escape, once the typhoon passes. Yu made a seal to perform wind escape, and in an instant, it was like a gust of wind passing through, and the fierce gust of wind swept fiercely towards the miasma on the opposite side. Amid the whistling sound, the thick miasma could not resist the fierce wind and was quickly blown away, until the four people of Naraku could clearly see the other side of the canyon. Seeing this, Wolf performed earth escape without hesitation. A simple earth bridge immediately extended from the ground in front of Wolf, spanning the canyon and connecting to the other side of the canyon. After the bridge was built, Yu performed wind escape again to blow away the miasma that had spread back again. Swish, swish, swish. When the miasma dispersed again, the four people of Naraku quickly crossed the earth bridge and successfully arrived at the other side of the canyon. On the other side of the canyon, there was a barren open space around the canyon, and a little further away, you could see dense forests. What are you? People! A loud shout came from not far away. The four Narakus who had just passed the earth bridge turned their heads and immediately saw someone rushing towards them from the side of the canyon. This person was a young man with a forehead protector, undoubtedly a ninja from the Star Ninja Village. When the young Star Ninja rushed over, he not only shouted and scolded the four Narakus, but was also quite alert. He quickly took out the flare from his arms and shot it into the sky. Chapter 35 Peacock Magic. Bang! The flare exploded in the sky, forming a long-lasting red smoke. We need to recruit the people here, remember to control the strength. Naraku glanced at the young Star Ninja who fired the flare, and gave a light explanation to Nono and the other two, then walked towards the dense forest in the distance. Understood. Nono and the other two immediately understood Naraku's meaning. The next second, Yu acted decisively and rushed towards the young Star Ninja. Bang! The strength of the young Star Ninja was obviously different from Yu. Without even a chance to react, Yu had already appeared beside the other party, and then knocked the young Star Ninja unconscious with a knife. Oh! People come quite fast, so I should move around too. After knocking out the young Star Ninja, Yu immediately returned to the team, and followed Naraku with Nono and Lang. But after a while, the four saw 5 or 6 Star Ninjas rushing from the dense forest in the distance. In response, Lang raised his eyebrows, took the initiative to take over this battle, and flew towards the Star Ninjas attacking from the opposite side. It's an invader. The 5 or 6 Star Ninjas who were rushing over looked at the 4 unfamiliar Narakus, especially when they noticed the young Star Ninja who was knocked unconscious by the rain in the distance. They were all shocked and angry. Peacock Magic. Facing the wolves rushing over, the shocked and angry Star Ninjas formed seals one after another. In an instant, the materialized purple chakra emerged from behind the star ninjas like a peacock spreading its tail. Are you kidding? The approaching wolf was about to attack, but when he saw the materialized chakra behind the star ninjas, he was immediately shocked. Materialized chakra. Under normal circumstances, only those with extremely large chakras can show chakra to such an extent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as the wolf was shocked, the star ninjas had already launched an offensive, and the materialized chakra behind them quickly extended chakra tentacles and stabbed towards the wolf. Although the wolf was shocked, he did not neglect the battle. Under the attack of the chakra tentacles, he reacted and immediately jumped back swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. The missed chakra tentacles hit the original position of the wolf, smashing the ground into pits. Something is wrong. Although these people's chakras have reached materialization, their power is obviously not that strong. Not only Wolf was shocked by the materialized chakra, but also Nono and Rain. The two were also shocked at first. But when they saw the destructive power formed by the chakra tentacles of the star ninjas, Nono seemed to immediately notice the abnormality. The materialized chakra of the star ninjas on the opposite side was far less powerful than she expected. Wolf, who was in the battle, also noticed the problem. When he found that the opponent's materialized chakra was obviously lower than his expectations, his eyes suddenly flashed. Earth escape splitting earth palm. After dodging the chakra tentacles of the star ninjas continuously, Wolf soon found an opportunity, quickly formed a seal, and slapped the ground in front of him with both palms. Boom! The earth shook, starting from Wolf's palms, the ground began to crack and quickly spread to the feet of the star ninjas. Ah! The star ninjas who were caught off guard screamed and fell into the cracks in the ground, and were immediately buried by the collapsed rocks and soil. Although the materialization of chakra is a bit amazing, it is only a small ninja village after all, and the threat in terms of strength is not great. After getting rid of the star ninjas, Wolf evaluated them. Swish, swish, swish. The eye-catching flares naturally attracted more than just a few star ninjas. Just as Wolf was getting rid of the first wave of supporting star ninjas, more star ninjas were coming from the woods in the distance. Figures rushed out of the woods one after another. Soon, dozens of people gathered in front of the woods. Damn, where did these people come from? Go, kill these invaders. Stop it. After dozens of star ninjas arrived, they all looked at the four Narakus in doubt, and some of them even shouted. However, just as the star ninjas were about to take action, a loud shout came from the back of the crowd. 3 more people arrived. These 3 people were 2 young men and women and an old man. Not to mention the young men and women, the old man was wearing a white divine robe and a hat with the word star on his head. You know, only the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages are qualified to dress like this. Master Xing. Just like the dress, when the old man arrived, the other star ninjas hurriedly saluted him and revealed his identity. This man was the leader of the star ninja village, the 3rd generation of Xing. Xing? When the star ninjas arrived, Wolf had already returned to the team, but when he saw the 3rd generation Star Shadow's outfit and heard the star ninjas address, his amused expression suddenly became strange. The shadow cannot be called casually in the ninja world. This is an honor that only the leaders of the 5 major ninja villages can get. At the moment, the leader of the small ninja village was actually called a shadow. I don't know whether it was ignorance or arrogance. Tell me your identities. Although our star ninja village is not a big ninja village, we are not without the courage to fight. After the 3rd generation of Star Shadow stopped the star ninjas, he walked to the front under the protection of the young men and women behind him, and looked at Naraku and the other 4 in a deep voice. Naraku had stopped when the star ninjas arrived. When he heard the words of the 3rd generation of Star Shadow, he crossed his arms and said lightly, "It doesn't matter what our identities are. What matters is that I am here to recruit your star ninja village." What? Asshole, what are you talking about? Master Star Shadow, give the order, let's kill these invaders together. Naraku's words undoubtedly caused 1,000 waves, making the star ninjas furious. The 3rd generation of Star Shadow was not much better, and he was also angry. Impossible, our star ninja village will never yield to anyone. I don't care about your sister's jealousy and jealousy. Anyway, if you don't want to go to war with our entire village, then leave quickly. The 3rd generation of Xing suppressed his anger and shouted. Naraku suddenly smiled, then let's go to war. If we win, the star ninja village will be under my control. If we lose, your lives will be dealt with by you." As soon as these words came out, the three people behind him, no, responded to Naraku, and they all took fighting postures, looking at the star ninjas with sharp eyes. Go! The third generation of Xingyiang saw Naraku and others in such a posture, and realized that things could not be good anymore. He was decisive and no longer had any luck, and immediately issued an order. Kill! The star ninjas, who had been ready for the order, could no longer bear it, and rushed out one by one with anger. Earth escape splitting earth palm. Naraku did not rush to take action, but handed the battle to Nono and the other two. Among them, Wolf flashed in front of Naraku, quickly formed seals with both hands, and performed earth escape again. And the power of the earth-splitting palm performed this time was greater than before. With the slap of both palms on the ground, a large area of the ground in front of him suddenly collapsed. Chapter 36 Confrontation. Ah! Amid screams, the seemingly aggressive star ninjas were suddenly hit hard by Wolf's earth escape. Except for a few people who dodged in time, most of the others fell into the cracks unexpectedly and were smashed by the collapsed rocks. Swish! When Wolf performed earth escape, Nono and Yu did not stay in place, but turned into afterimages and quickly rushed out. Chakra scalpel. Nono's palms became knives, and chakra appeared on his palms. She quickly passed by several star ninjas who had escaped from the earth escape technique, and then saw them fall to the ground in pain. Chakra scalpel is an A-level ninjutsu that can be used for both treatment and against enemies. Although these star ninjas did not show any injuries on the outside, they were actually cut off from the inside by Nono's chakra scalpel. Looking at the other side, Yu, who had drawn his sword, showed exquisite swordsmanship and quickly severely injured several star ninjas. Peacock Magic Beast. Peacock Magic Wing. Purple materialized chakra emerged one after another. During the attack of Nono and the other two, the remaining star ninjas also responded in a hurry and performed the peacock magic. Some transformed the materialized chakra into the form of wild beasts, while others evolved into wings and flew into the air. Earth Escape Rock Cannon Technique. Lang looked up at the star ninja flying into the air and spit out a stone. The stone was not only as fast as a bullet, but also kept getting bigger during the flight until it became like a cannonball. Bang! A star ninja who had just flown into the air was hit by a sudden rock cannonball and fell back to the ground with a scream like a bird with broken wings. Natsuisa, Firefly, let's go too. The situation of the battle was obviously worse than the third-generation Star Shadow had expected. Although he had expected that the strength of the four Narakus would not be simple, he did not expect that most of his side would fall just after the battle broke out. Especially when he saw the fierce offensive of Nono, Yu, and Lang, he could not sit still and hurried to join the battle. Master Star Shadow. As soon as the young man and woman called Natsuisa and Firefly saw the third-generation Star Shadow joining the battle, they hurriedly followed. Peacock Magic Technique, Demonic Bear. Although the third-generation Star Shadow is old, his mastery of the Peacock Magic Technique is obviously far superior to that of other star ninjas. When he rushed forward, a rich materialized chakra immediately burst out from his body, condensing into a huge chakra bear. Controlling the chakra giant bear, the third-generation Star Shadow attacked Nono, who was closest. Boom! The bear's paw swung out and slammed fiercely on the ground. It turned out that Nono saw the attack of the third-generation Star Shadow and reacted quickly to avoid the attack of the chakra giant bear. With a loud bang, the chakra giant bear smashed the ground into a huge deep pit, and its power was comparable to many B-level ninjutsu. Although the energy contained in the star will cause erosion to the human body, the Peacock Magic Technique it brings can undoubtedly be called a very excellent secret technique. Although Naraku did not take action, he also paid close attention to the battle. Especially when he saw the performance of the third-generation Star Shadow, he couldn't help but give a judgment on the Peacock Magic. The power of the Peacock Magic is quite outstanding. As for the star ninjas present, although they were very weak when facing Nono, it was only because Nono was stronger. After all, among the Nono, the weaker Yu and Lang also have the strength close to that of a Jonin. Let's talk about the star ninjas. According to Naraku's observation, among these people, as long as they have a certain grasp of the Peacock Magic, their strength is basically at the level of a Chunin. The only shortcoming may be that their combat experience is relatively weak. Or they are not very adaptable to fighting outside. The Star Ninja Village is a very closed ninja village. Even if there is a battle, most of them are just sparring between Peacock Magic. Such combat experience is naturally very narrow. Peacock Magic Beast Claw. A huge claw made of chakra appeared from behind the third generation of Star Shadow and grabbed Nono fiercely. Following the connection of chakra, Xia Rixing followed closely. Seeing the third generation Xing Ying fighting with the enemy, Xia Rixing, as a guard, naturally assisted immediately. As a rare genius in Xingnan village for 100 years, although Xia Rixing has just come of age, his mastery of the peacock magic is not much inferior to that of the third generation Xing Ying. Wherever the chakra beast claw passed, the air caused bursts of whistling, fully proving that its power is very strong. Boom! A figure quickly swept over from the side, leaped up, and kicked the chakra beast claw hard with a flying kick. With the fierce impact, the chakra beast claw tilted to the side, and even the part that was kicked was dented. 2 against 1 is not good, let me be your opponent. The wolf that landed looked at Xia Rixing with a grin. Earth escape heart beheading technique. Before Xia Rixing could react, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the ground under her feet, grabbed her legs and pulled them down. Peacock magic guard. Xia Rixing was startled and quickly retracted her chakra claws, and materialized chakra burst out from her body. Bang! The hands that grabbed Xia Rixing were shaken away by the materialized chakra, and even the shadow clone of the wolf hiding underground was dissipated because of the injury. This woman is quite powerful. The wolf looked at Xia Rixing opposite, grinning on his face, and was quite alert in his heart. The woman in front of him was obviously not as powerful as those star ninjas before. Earth escape hardening technique. Alert in his heart, the wolf did not retreat. He quickly formed a seal and wrapped the earth escape chakra around his body, making his body harder than rock. He rushed out with a big step. After strengthening his defense, the wolf took the right to attack without hesitation and attacked Xia Rixing. Firefly, you protect Master Xing Ying, I will deal with the enemy. Xia Rixing's beautiful eyes shone, and while bursting out chakra to fight Xiang Lang, she did not forget to remind another person who was also a guard. Leave it to me. Leave it to you what? Firefly, who came with him, heard Xia Rixing's words and immediately responded loudly. But just as he finished speaking, before he had time to reunite with the third generation Xing Ying, a sneer came from behind him. With a shock in his heart, Firefly hurriedly wanted to get away in horror. But his reaction was obviously not fast enough. The sharp sword light flashed. Firefly immediately screamed and fell to the ground in front of him, with deep sword marks on his back. The owner of the sword light was you. Looking at Firefly who was cut by him. You did not give the other party any chance, and immediately stepped forward and kneed the other party's neck, causing Firefly to roll his eyes and faint on the spot. Obviously, although this person and Xia Rixing are both guards of the third generation Star Shadow, there is a big gap in strength. Chapter 37 Shock. Roar. The Chakra Giant Bear attacked, and although Xia Rixing's assistance was intercepted, the third generation Star Shadow did not stop his attack. Continuing to control the Chakra Giant Bear, the third generation Star Shadow attacked Nono again. Swish, swish, swish. Moving rapidly, Nono swung his hand and shot several kunai with detonating talismans while avoiding the Chakra Giant Bear. Most of them fell on the Chakra Giant Bear. In the violent explosion, not only did the Chakra Giant Bear retreat, but the chakra was also dispersed. In addition, there were 2 detonating talisman kunai that passed the Chakra Giant Bear and aimed at the third generation Star Shadow himself. Seeing the blasting kunai flying over, the third generation of Hoshi Cage quickly separated a part of his chakra and condensed a round shield-shaped defense in front of him. Boom! The blasting kunai exploded, and the round shield-shaped chakra vibrated, but it was not destroyed, but blocked the impact of the explosion. Swish! The figure attacked. Nono used the blasting kunai chakra to restrain the third generation of Hoshi Cage, and took this opportunity to rush closer. The chakra scalpel condensed slashed at the third generation of Hoshi Cage from the side. Danger! The third generation of Hoshi Cage reacted and hurriedly dodged to the other side. Seeing that Nono's palm was about to fall, suddenly, the chakra condensed on the palm suddenly grew a section and touched the third generation of Hoshikage's shoulder. A muffled groan. Although there was no scar on the shoulder touched by the chakra scalpel, the third generation of Hoshikage's face showed pain. Because the muscles in his shoulder were cut off, this also made his arm lose strength instantly. The footsteps moved quickly. Nono followed closely behind the third Hoshi Cage, not giving him a chance to breathe, and slashed again. Bang! Chakra was withdrawn one after another. Although the third Hoshi Cage lost one arm, he did not lose his fighting ability. When Nono slashed again, he roared and burst out chakra, which turned into a fist and hit Nono. His brows were slightly wrinkled. Nono moved, avoided the incoming fist with super fast reaction and exquisite physical skills, and then attacked the third Hoshikage again. Facing the dangerous chakra scalpel, the third Hoshikage could only retreat step by step even if he continued to burst out chakra. The strength of the third Hoshikage can be said to have reached the level of a Jonin. But Nono is obviously more powerful. As a person who can create such a great reputation in the original plot, and who can still make Danzo miss him after leaving the root organization in some way, and try his best to bring him back to the organization, Nono's excellence can be imagined. Even though she is better at medical ninjutsu and has not yet developed to a complete form, her strength is at the top level among the 4 captains of the root organization. To be frank, people like Nono are definitely high-quality talents no matter which faction they are in. Nono fought against the third generation of Hoshikage, and Lang fought against Natsui. Rain fought against the remaining Hoshinin. Not to mention Nono and Lang, it is obvious that Rain alone cannot intercept all the Hoshinin, so several Hoshinin quickly broke through Rain's blockade and rushed towards Naraku during the battle. Go to hell! Either holding a kunao or performing the peacock magic. The several Hoshinin who rushed over attacked Naraku one after another. Crackle! Naraku didn't even put down his hands that were folded across his chest, and with a calm face, he directly swept out violent lightning with a thunderstorm flow. Whether it was the kunao or the chakra tentacles that attacked, they were all blown away by the violent lightning, and then they easily engulfed several approaching star ninjas. However, Naraku still had control. The lightning only stunned a few star ninjas, but did not kill them. Let's stun them a little. Although the battle was going in a good direction, because the gap was not obvious enough, even if they won in the end, they might not be able to make the people of the Star Ninja village surrender and obey. In response, Naraku slowly put down his hands. Lightning release, lightning body. With lightning wrapped around his body, Naraku instantly turned into a flash of lightning and swept out. Thunder. Moving at super high speed, Naraku quickly passed by the remaining star ninjas, and as he passed by, one by one, the star ninjas screamed and fell to the ground as if they were hit hard. Swish! Xia Rixing, who was fighting the wolf with the peacock magic, felt a flash in front of her eyes. The next second, Naraku, who had rushed in front of her, punched the opponent in the abdomen. As if her whole body was torn apart, the intense pain made Xia Rixing open her eyes wide and kneel on the ground with a face full of pain. After killing Xia Rixing in an instant, Naraku quickly came to the place where Nono and the third generation of Xing Ying were fighting. Like a flash, before the third generation of Xing Ying could react, Naraku also punched the opponent in the abdomen. Bang! The heavy force made the third generation of Xing Ying kneel on the ground in pain and lost his ability to fight all of a sudden. Seeing Naraku suddenly appear and get rid of the third generation of Xing Ying, Nono was slightly startled, and then dispersed the chakra in his hand. My name is Naraku. Now you have lost. From now on, I will be in charge of the Star Ninja village. If you disobey me, this will be the consequence you will have to bear. Looking down at the third generation of Hoshikage, Naraku hooked his chin with his toes, asked him to look up at himself, and then suddenly jumped up. Thunder method, thunder. Jumping high into the sky, the true energy circulated, and a thunder bomb that was far more terrifying than the use of chakra gathered together, and was immediately punched away by Naraku. Boom! The thunder bomb with a diameter of several meters fell on the distant land like a gorgeous meteor. The next second, a shocking explosion burst out. The strong light that burst out from the explosion was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The earth shook wildly, the rolling dust swayed and tumbled, and the earth in the distance instantly collapsed into a huge deep pit like a meteorite impact. Even on the surface of the deep pit, the soil was crystallized. As for the cracks, they were even more exaggerated. The cracks extended in all directions, and the longest one stretched for hundreds of meters. The shock wave formed by the explosion was transmitted, like a strong wind, sweeping away many star ninjas. The third generation of Xing Ying also endured the pain and hurriedly grabbed the ground to resist the shock wave. Until the shock wave dissipated, when the third generation of Xing Ying looked at the huge deep pit in the distance, the whole person fell into a daze. It was not just the third generation of Xing Ying who was dazed. Nono, Yu, and Lang, the three of them also lost their minds when they saw the terrifying destructive power formed by Naraku's punch. Although the three of them had expected that Naraku's strength must be extremely powerful, they obviously did not expect that Naraku's real attack would bring such an amazing scene. Sir, This is the treasure star that has been passed down from generation to generation in our village. It is also an indispensable medium for us to practice the peacock magic. In addition to the houses located in the Star Ninja village, there is also a large pit formed by a meteorite impact in the center. At this time, in the shrine at the center of the pit, the third generation of Hoshikage pointed at the star held by the claws of an unknown beast on the stone platform and was respectfully introducing it to Naraku. Chapter 38 Controlling the Daimyo. Before the war, the third generation of Hoshikage showed great courage and said that he would not surrender even if he died. But when the cruel reality came, the so-called courage naturally became following the heart. Especially when he saw Naraku's Thunder Method Thunderbolt performed by his true energy. Thunder Method Thunderbolt not only destroyed the earth, but also destroyed the psychological defense of the third generation of Hoshikage, making him completely lose the idea of resistance. He himself might not be afraid of death, but how could he drag the whole village to be buried with him? On the side, Naraku looked at the star in front of him with interest. From the outside, the star is a spherical stone with an uneven surface, and it also emits purple energy visible to the naked eye. My lord, I have to remind you that although star has brought us the peacock magic, it is very dangerous. Once the energy it emits is absorbed, it will have adverse side effects on the human body. In serious cases, it may even cause the body to collapse. In fact, I have even considered whether to seal up star. The third generation Star Shadow saw Naraku looking at Star, and after hesitating for a while, he still reminded him. His reminder was naturally not out of worry for Naraku. He was just afraid that if he didn't remind him, once Naraku discovered the harm of Star, he would be angry at himself, or even the people of the entire Star Ninja village. Well, you can leave now, don't forget to cooperate with the work. In 3 days, I hope to see an obedient Star Ninja village. Otherwise I don't need to say more about the consequences. Naraku glanced at him and waved his hand. Yes, I understand. The third generation Star Shadow sighed in his heart, but on the surface he could only retreat respectfully. After the third generation Star Shadow left, Naraku continued to look at Star. It seems that this is really just a special meteorite, not the fragment of the sacred tree as speculated in the previous life. Naraku touched his chin after carefully exploring the star with his divine sense. Under the exploration of the divine sense, the star has no other special features except that it emits aggressive energy. This obviously proves that the inference of the fragment of the sacred tree is wrong. Naraku was a little disappointed. After all, the sacred tree is the ultimate power of this world, and it is definitely of great research value. It's not, although it's not a fragment of the sacred tree, but this thing is also of good research value. Naraku reached out and took the star off the claws of the beast. It is undeniable that the value of the star that can materialize chakra is quite high. Naraku was also very curious about this. He tried to refine the chakra, and then absorbed the energy emitted by the star. The divine sense sensed the changes in the chakra. With his keen perception, Naraku soon discovered that as he absorbed the energy of the star, his chakra was gradually becoming more condensed. No. Not only was the chakra changing, but the energy of the star was also penetrating into all parts of the body through the chakra. Such penetration would allow the energy absorber to extract mutated chakra when refining chakra in the future. Of course, just like the people in the Star Ninja village. Absorbing the energy of the star is not without cost. While condensing the chakra, the body is also eroded. The process is very similar to when Naraku took banned drugs, overdrawing his vitality in exchange for the stimulation of potential. Seeing that his body was eroded by the star, Naraku's eyes condensed, and he immediately circulated his true chi to sweep his whole body. In an instant, the damage caused by the erosion was immediately suppressed and healed. My true chi can heal the side effects of the star, which means that I can absorb the energy of the star harmlessly. Naraku couldn't help but be happy when he found that his true chi had a restraining effect on the star. This is really God helping him. Peacock magic can be regarded as an excellent secret technique, and the only shortcoming is the erosion of stars. Now he can completely solve this shortcoming, which will undoubtedly make peacock magic flawless. In other words, he can fully promote peacock magic in the Star Ninja village, so as to develop power faster and better. For the incorporation of the Star Ninja village, Naraku mainly provides military deterrence, and he fully entrusted the actual operation to Nono. Nono obviously did not disappoint him. 3 days later, the total number of people in the Star Ninja village is 532, and the number of ninjas is 93, including 23 genin, 69 chunin, and 1 jonin. In the room that originally belonged to the third generation of Hoshikage, Naraku sat cross-legged on the futon, and opposite him stood Nono, Yu, Lang, and the third generation of Hoshikage. Nono was reporting the statistics of the Star Ninja Village. From her report, it is not difficult to hear that the Star Ninja Village is completely in line with the scale of a small ninja village. Whether it is the population or the number of ninjas, the number is quite small. The number and strength of ninjas need to be improved as soon as possible. It just so happens that I have studied a way to suppress the side effects of the star. Rain and Wolf, you two should work hard to find the daimyo of the Bear Country, control him, and then arrange for people of the right age to be sent to the village. Xing, you are responsible for the teaching of the peacock magic method. You must let the current ninjas in the village improve their control of the peacock magic method as soon as possible. When the report was over, Naraku opened. For example, Yu and Lang, he actually asked them to control the daimyo of Bear Country. In this world, the power structure is very contradictory. Although ninjas have extraordinary military power, they are controlled by daimyo who are just ordinary people in many aspects. Even for ninja forces like the 5 great ninja villages, the replacement of Kage also needs the approval of the daimyo of the country to which they belong. Therefore, it is absolutely taboo for ninjas to control daimyo. Similarly, in the minds of many ninjas, daimyo is also extremely odd. But it is obvious that Naraku is not one of them. Even before awakening the memory of his previous life, he was the kind of daring person who was completely indifferent to daimyo. This is even more so now. In his eyes, daimyo is just a tool to be used. Let's talk about Yu and Lang. Although the two were surprised that Naraku asked them to control daimyo of Bear Country, they did not refute and immediately took on this task. They are now rebels, and they are extremely serious ones. In such a situation, many concepts will naturally change. My lord, what is the way to treat the side effects of the star? On the other side, the third generation Xing, who was also arranged, looked at Naraku in shock. You will know if you try it. Naraku waved to the other party and asked the other party to come in front of him. When the third generation Xing hurried forward and knelt on the floor without daring to look down at Naraku, Naraku reached out and pressed on the other party's head. The true chi urged and entered the other party's body instantly. Chapter 39 The Idea of Refining Equipment. The third generation Xing practiced the peacock magic for many years. Although he is still alive and well because of his good physique, his body has undoubtedly been eroded by the star. When Naraku washed the other party's body with true chi, the erosion and damage to the other party's body immediately began to be relieved. The third generation Xing trembled and keenly felt the changes in his body. When Naraku moved his hand away, the third generation of Xing suddenly cried with joy and knocked his head heavily on the floor. My lord, I beg you to heal the damage of the star for other people in the village. Here, I swear that I will follow you to the death. The third generation of Xing shouted loudly. Well, I accept your loyalty. Naraku nodded slightly. The superiority of peacock magic is very suitable for developing power. Since he chose to promote it comprehensively, there will naturally be no hidden dangers. Under Naraku's arrangement, Yu and Lang did not waste time. They left the Xing Ninja village and went to the capital of the Bear Country that day. Here in the Xing Ninja village, Nono began to mobilize the civilians of the village to make arrangements for the expansion of the village for the upcoming population explosion. Naraku was also not free. In addition to sending a large number of true energy shadow clones to practice, he also dealt with the damage caused by the star for the Xing ninjas. My lord. After the third Hoshikage, the first person to be arranged was Xia Rixing. Inside the house, looking at Naraku sitting cross-legged at the top, Xia Rixing saluted very restrainedly, and when she looked at Naraku, her eyes were also very complicated. There was no way. To the people of the Star Ninja village, Naraku was undoubtedly an invader. If Naraku had not shown his unmatched military deterrence, how could the people of the Star Ninja village be so obedient as they are now? Of course, this was before. When the third Hoshikage spoke as a spokesperson and told the people of the Star Ninja village that Naraku had mastered the method of suppressing the side effects of the star and was willing to heal them, many people in the Star Ninja village immediately began to change their attitudes. For example, Xia Rixing. She was originally angry about Naraku's occupation of the village, but now her resentment has been reduced a lot, and she even has some admiration that she herself does not understand. The strong are respected. This principle is universal no matter where it is placed. Naraku is undoubtedly a strong man for Xia Rixing. Especially when this strong man has an outstanding image in addition to his strength, as a woman, it is even easier to have such an emotion of admiration. Xia Rixing, I heard from Xing Ying that you are the second only to him in the village in mastering the peacock magic, and even commented that you are a rare genius in Xingnan village in 100 years. Therefore, I hope you can meet me and even become my right-hand man. Naraku looked at Xia Rixing and said. From the performance in the original plot, Xia Rixing is indeed a genius. And for geniuses, Naraku will naturally pay more attention to them. Yes, I will definitely not let you down. Seeing that the man in front of him seemed to pay much attention to him, Xia Rixing's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously knelt on one knee and expressed his attitude respectfully. Very good, let's start. Naraku smiled slightly and asked the other party to come forward. When Xia Rixing came over, Naraku also reached out and pressed his hand on the other person's head after the other person knelt down, injecting the true energy into the other person's body. Under the extraordinary recovery power brought by the nameless technique, Naraku can wash away the consumption of the other person's body, and he doesn't need to worry at all. With wave after wave of washing, the erosion of Xia Rixing by seeing was soon completely eliminated. Okay, from now on you can let go and use seeing to practice peacock magic, because I will be your strongest backing. Naraku, who has completed the elimination, and moved his palm to the other's shoulder, speaking in a gentle tone. Xia Rixing looked up and saw Naraku's gentle expression and expectant eyes. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, and she lowered her head and said, Don't worry, sir, I will work hard to become stronger and strive to become your right-hand man as soon as possible. Well, I look forward to this day. Naraku naturally noticed Xia Rixing's strange reaction, and the smile in his eyes became stronger. Although admiration is the farthest emotion from understanding, it is undoubtedly the most useful emotion. For the next day, Naraku was dealing with the erosion of stars for the star ninjas. In this process, although not everyone was as effective as Xia Rixing, it undoubtedly successfully won the hearts of the people. This also made the star ninjas begin to have a submissive mentality towards Naraku. The spiritual energy in this world is indeed not very rich. The further you practice, the more spiritual energy you need. In such an environment, the speed of practice is too slow. After conquering the Star Ninja village, Naraku immediately separated a true energy shadow clone and let it breathe in the village woods. At this time, in the Star Shadow building, Naraku was refining the spiritual energy fed back by a true energy shadow clone. However, when refining, Naraku, who felt the slow growth of his cultivation, couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It has been a while since he broke through the third level of Qi training. Let alone a breakthrough, even if it is still a long way from the perfection of the third level of Qi training. There is no way. The higher the realm, the more spiritual energy is required. Although Naraku is only at the third level of Qi training now, because the spiritual energy in the Naruto world is thin, his practice progress is inevitably lower than when he was at the second level of Qi training. This is still with the help of the true energy shadow clone. If Naraku breathes in spiritual energy alone, it will definitely be slower and more headache. Regarding the slow progress of cultivation, Naraku thought about a breakthrough. Finally, he naturally thought of spiritual medicine. If there were sufficient spiritual medicine, his cultivation progress would undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. However, spiritual medicine is hard to find. Even in a big power like Konoha, Naraku can only rely on luck to occasionally find some in the herbal medicine store. I can start to try to learn refining. Naraku thought silently in his heart. Refining is one of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. The secret book of Immortal Dao inherited on the first floor of the Bronze Tower records the knowledge of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. Although it may be because it is only the first chapter, the knowledge of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals recorded in the secret book of Immortal Dao is relatively superficial, but it is obviously enough for entry. Naraku will learn to refine, not to refine some powerful magic weapon, but to find spiritual medicine. The importance of spiritual medicine to cultivators is beyond doubt. Naturally, there will be cultivators who are good at refining to study magic weapons for finding spiritual medicine. In his spare time, Naraku would often read the secret book of Immortal Path to increase his knowledge of immortal cultivation. Therefore, he had also read the knowledge about refining in the secret book of Immortal Path. In fact, if he had not been afraid of causing trouble and disturbing his comfortable development environment, Naraku would have tried to refine weapons in Konoha. Of course, although he did not try it in Konoha, he had also secretly studied the refining of magic weapons for finding spiritual medicines for a long time, and now he just needed to do it in practice. Chapter 40 Rapid Development, please read it later. If you want to refine weapons, you can't lack materials. After deciding to try refining weapons, Naraku immediately summoned the third generation of Hoshi Cage. Subordinates are used for dispatch, otherwise he would not have to go to the trouble of developing power. Therefore, Naraku did not intend to collect the materials needed for refining by himself, but handed the matter over to the third generation of Hoshi Cage. In terms of strength, the third generation of Xingyin has the level of a senior ninja, which is enough to ensure safety. In terms of money, although the Xingshi village is only a small ninja village, the magic weapon that Naraku currently wants to refine is only a very basic one. Compared with the resources and prices in the ninja world, the required materials not only exist, but the price is also completely affordable. When Naraku arranged it, the third generation of Xingyin naturally did not dare to neglect it. He took the list listed by Naraku, packed up simply, and then left the village with several Xingshi ninjas to go to the outside world to find refining materials for Naraku. A few days later, Naraku did not wait for the third generation of Xingyin, but waited for the return of Yu and Lang first. My lord, the matter has been settled. The daimyo of the Bear Country has been controlled by us with illusions. In addition to transporting the population of the right age to the village in batches, we also brought back funds for development. In the Xingyin building, Yu and Lang knelt on one knee and reported the trip to Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged at the top. The two men's action of controlling the daimyo of Bear Country can be said to be very smooth. Although daimyo of various countries would recruit ninjas as guards when they were afraid of the ninja village, the quality of the ninjas that could be recruited by a small country like Bear Country would obviously not be too high. After all, ordinary daimyo dare not provoke rebel ninjas, and most of them would only recruit those obedient wandering ninjas. The guards recruited by the daimyo of Bear Country were wandering ninjas and samurai whose strength was only at the level of Chunin. Guards of this level alone would certainly not be a problem for Yu and Lang. Even the two who were proficient in assassination had already silently controlled the daimyo of Bear Country without the guards noticing at the beginning. Very good, thank you for your hard work this time. Next, you should have a good rest. If you need anything, you can go to Nono. Naraku said with a smile. Yes. Yu and Lang retreated respectfully. Looking at Yu and Lang leaving, Naraku was very satisfied with their ability to act. After all, they were elites from the root organization, and they were efficient in doing things. It was worth it for him to bring them with him. After successfully controlling the daimyo of the Bear Country, the development of the Star Ninja Village will undoubtedly receive the full support of the entire Bear Country. Just as Yu and Lang reported, in addition to mobilizing the entire country to transport people to the Star Ninja Village, funds for development will also be continuously provided. A few days passed in a flash. The first batch of people arrived smoothly. There were 500 people, 300 of whom were between 12 and 18 years old and could be trained as ninjas, and the other 200 were used as laborers to build the Star Ninja Village. In fact, the best age for ninja training is from 5 or 6 years old. One is the people of this world, who are generally precocious both physically and mentally. The other is easier to brainwash. However, in order to cultivate more available combat power as soon as possible, Naraku chose to lower the requirements and raise the training age of ninjas to the stage of 12 to 18 years old. People at this stage are also in the golden period of physical development. The potential may be worse than that of ninjas who started training at the age of 5 or 6, but the growth rate will be faster. Not to mention the laborers. With the growth of population, the scale of the village naturally needs to expand. When the first batch of people were delivered, Naraku immediately held a meeting. Wolf, the construction of the village is left to you. Xiaorixing, the teaching of peacock magic is not bad. You will be responsible for the teaching of ninja body genie. Although peacock magic is good, it is not enough. We need to train the new generation more comprehensively. No, you continue to be responsible for the management of the village. Naraku quickly arranged for everyone. For example, Wolf. He is good at earth escape, such as the active transformation in it, which can easily complete the basic construction, so he let him be responsible for the construction of the village. The same is true for Xiaorixing and Yu. The excellence of peacock magic made Naraku determine it as the mainstream development direction of the Star Ninja Village ninja in the future. However, considering that just mastering peacock magic would be too single, he asked Yu to assist and added the teaching of ninja body genius to the training. As for the source of ninja body genius, it is naturally not enough for Yu to master it himself. But who made Naraku prepared? After conquering the Star Ninja village, he had already sorted out the many techniques he had recorded in the root organization database. With a rich heritage, the teaching of ninja body genius is naturally no longer a problem. Finally, it is no. Although Naraku intends to develop the Star Ninja village, he does not intend to invest too much energy, so the management of the village was handed over to Nono, who he trusted the most. Nono and his companions naturally said that they had no problem with Naraku's arrangement. As various arrangements were made, the Star Ninja village immediately began to operate at high speed like a machine. In the following days, houses could be seen rising from the ground in the Star Ninja village. This also included the establishment of the ninja school. Under the Wolf's Earth escape, the ninja school, which could accommodate thousands of people, completed its basic construction in just a few days. After the establishment of the ninja school, Xia Rixing and Yu immediately devoted themselves to teaching. Among them, Xia Rixing selected a group of Chunin from the existing Star Ninjas in the Star Ninja village to serve as teachers and be responsible for the teaching of the peacock magic. As for Yu, although she was alone, Naraku did not really put all the pressure on her. He also arranged for some shadow clones to assist her in teaching other inheritances such as ninja body genie. We have only been out for a few days, and the village has changed so much. Where did these people come from? Why are there so many people in the village all of a sudden? Are these all brought by Lord Naraku? It's really amazing. The 3 generations of Hoshikage and the accompanying Hoshinin who returned exhausted were stunned by the familiar yet unfamiliar village in front of them. Newly built houses can be seen everywhere. Busy workers and villagers kept coming and going on the road. If they hadn't passed the iconic Miasma Canyon before, several people even thought they had gone to the wrong place. And when they confirmed that the place in front of them was really their own village, the Hoshinin couldn't help but get excited again. No one doesn't want their hometown to develop. The huge changes that have taken place in Hoshinin village today have undoubtedly proved that it is developing rapidly like a waking baby. Tomorrow, the first trial recommendation will begin. The editor said that follow-up reading is very important, so I hope brothers can help to follow up and read more. Chapter 41 Star Shadow Building, please read on. The 3rd generation Star Shadow was also very excited. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and immediately told the Star Ninjas behind him, "Okay, disband now, go home first." When the Star Ninjas couldn't wait to return home and wanted to learn more about the development of the village, the 3rd generation Star Shadow also hurried to the Star Shadow building. However, when he arrived at the Star Shadow building, he was shocked again. The original Star Shadow building was called a building, but it was not, it was actually a slightly better house. But now, in front of the 3rd generation Xing Ying is a towering 9-story tower. Its scale is much larger than the original Xing Ying building. If it weren't for the word star on the outer wall of the tower, the 3rd generation Xing Ying would not have dared to be sure that this was the Xing Ying building. With shock and expectation, the 3rd generation Xing Ying walked into the brand new Xing Ying building. The first floor of the Xing Ying building is a spacious hall. To be precise, it is used as a mission hall. Although busy workers can still be seen doing subsequent decoration in the mission hall on the first floor, the decorated part alone makes the 3rd generation Xing Ying feel what solemnity and grandeur are. Master Xing Ying. At this time, a Xingnan who was supervising the workers discovered the arrival of the 3rd generation Xing Ying. In addition to being surprised, he hurried forward. When the 3rd generation Xing Ying saw an acquaintance, he couldn't wait to ask about the current situation of Xing Ying building and even the village. The Star Ninja naturally wouldn't hide anything. He immediately introduced the recent development of the village. Master Star Shadow, the village is developing so fast now. You don't know that Master Naraku has also established a ninja school. Now there are 300 students in the first batch. And it is said that this is just the beginning. There will be more people joining the village later. Many of us are discussing that our village may be on par with the 5 major ninja villages in the future. The Star Ninja who introduced the 3rd generation of Star Shadow became more and more excited. It can be seen that with the development of the Star Ninja village, the people in the village are also very happy. The 3rd generation of Star Shadow was also very happy. But he didn't forget the business. After roughly understanding the development of the village, he immediately went to the 8th floor. The 8th floor of the Star Shadow building is Naraku's office. After the Star Ninja guarding the 8th floor conveyed, Naraku, who learned that the 3rd generation of Star Shadow had returned, met him as soon as possible. Master Naraku, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully brought back all the items on the list. After the two sides met, the third generation of Xing Ying did not dare to neglect and quickly took out several sealing scrolls. Thank you for your hard work. You must be tired after being out for so many days. Come back. Naraku took the scroll and was satisfied with the third generation of Xing Ying's completion of the task. It's not hard. Compared with the development you have brought to the village, what I have done is not worth mentioning at all. The third generation of Xing Ying said sincerely. As he saw the development of the village, he no longer had any resentment about the village being taken over by Naraku, but began to truly recognize Naraku as the new leader of the village. After a while of greeting, the third generation of Xing Ying left. After the other party left, Naraku took the scroll and went to the 9th floor of the Xing Ying building. Each floor of the new Xing Ying building is arranged. For example, the first floor is the task hall for arranging tasks. The 8th floor is Naraku's office for official business. As for the 9th floor, which is now going to, it is the practice room Naraku prepared for himself. However, Naraku went to the 9th floor not for practice, but because the materials were in place, he could not wait to start trying to refine the weapon. Come to the 9th floor. This floor does not have too many decorations and partitions, but there are open spaces. There are not even walls on all 4 sides, but only 8 thick stone pillars to support the roof. When Naraku came to the 9th floor, there were already many Chi shadow clones distributed here. On the day when the expansion of the Xing Ying building was completed, he had already gathered the Chi shadow clones that were originally arranged to practice in the wild to the 9th floor of the Xing Ying building. The Chi shadow clones all breathe in and out spiritual energy for Naraku at all times, bringing improvement in cultivation. Passing the Chi shadow clones, Naraku walked to the open space in the center. He took out the scroll handed in by the third generation of Xing Ying, and after opening it, various refining materials immediately appeared from it. Some are some kind of ore, some are some kind of wood, and some are even some kind of animal bones. The names of the refining materials recorded in the secret book of Immortal Path are naturally different from the materials in the ninja world. But Naraku had already sorted them out. The material names in the list he listed for the third generation of Xing Ying were all localized. After careful comparison, Naraku soon confirmed that the third generation of Xing Ying did not purchase the wrong materials. Next, we will start refining. Without hesitation, Naraku selected some materials from them, and then formed seals with his hands in front of him. In an instant, as the true energy in the danshin was mobilized and operated, it condensed into a red flame in front of his hands. This red flame did not feel hot, and as it condensed, it was controlled by Naraku to fly forward in the air, and then slowly condensed into the shape of a pill furnace. The red flame is the fire of true energy, which was evolved by Naraku according to the refining method recorded in the secret book of Immortal Path. Similarly, just as the flame condensed into the shape of a pill furnace, the refining method recorded in the secret book of Immortal Dao is very unique. It does not require a separate refining furnace, but can use the fire of true Qi as the cauldron. The flame is not hot, but when Naraku puts the refining materials into the true fire cauldron, all these materials melt quickly. It is the first time to refine a weapon. Even though he has conducted countless research and deductions before, Naraku dare not be careless. He is highly focused. After Naraku puts the required materials into the true fire cauldron, he keeps making seals in front of him to contract, loosing the fire of true Qi to fuse and refine the materials. Crack! After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, a cracking sound came from the true fire cauldron. Failed. Is the output of the true Qi fire too great? Discovering the abnormality, Naraku dispersed the true fire cauldron, and immediately, a ball of twisted matter fell from the air to the floor. Obviously, the first refining failed. Although Naraku was disappointed, he also knew that this was a very normal thing. After all, this was only his first time refining, and even a so-called refining genius could not easily succeed the first time. After adjusting his mood, Naraku began to check the failed products, analyzing the reasons for his failure, and then calmly pondered, and then began the second refining. Crack! The second refining was still a failure. Naraku stepped forward to check again, sorted out the newly discovered errors, and then continued to refine. Failed one after another. But Naraku was never frustrated, but more cautious and careful. Chapter 42 Magical Weapon. Successful. Perhaps Naraku really has a talent for refining, or the enlightenment blessing brought by the nameless technique is also effective in refining. After 2 consecutive failures, when he started the third refining, the process was smooth and Naraku himself was very surprised. When the materials were integrated and the required array pattern was successfully imprinted during the refining, a black compass the size of a plate was soon born in the true fire cauldron. Although Naraku was surprised that the third refining went smoothly, as the refining was completed, he quickly dispersed the true fire cauldron and collected the refined compass. Really successful? I only failed twice to refine the soul-detecting compass. After carefully checking the black compass and finding no problems, Naraku was really relieved, and at the same time, he couldn't help showing joy on his face. As the first magic weapon he refined on his way to immortality, Naraku carefully considered the soul-detecting compass in his hand for a long time. Like the realm of cultivating immortals, magic weapons also have levels. The levels of magic weapons are divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man. Each level can be divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Spirit detecting compass is the most basic human level lower grade magic weapon. Even so, being able to refine spirit detecting compass undoubtedly proves that Naraku has successfully stepped into the threshold of a weapon refiner. Not necessarily, maybe this success is just luck. After a while of refining spirit detecting compass, in order to make sure that he did not succeed in refining it by luck, Naraku immediately adjusted his mentality and started refining spirit detecting compass again. Well, there are failures, but more successes. When all the materials were consumed, Naraku had refined a total of 10 spirit detecting compasses. Although the number of finished products was obviously a lot of waste compared to the number of materials, based on the introduction of weapon refiners in the Secret Book of Immortal Dao, Naraku can be sure that he has really become a qualified weapon refiner. Refining seems to be quite interesting. After refining, Naraku touched his chin and thought. Just like making money, there is motivation when there is gain. Naraku, who found that he was also very talented in refining, could not help but feel that he could continue to study in refining. After all, a qualified cultivator must have magic weapons. He did not notice it when refining, but when it was over, Naraku found that he had spent a whole day refining. Fortunately, the extraordinary recovery power brought by the nameless technique made Naraku not feel tired. Leaving the 9th floor and returning to the office on the 8th floor, Naraku summoned the 3rd generation of Xingyin again as soon as possible. He handed over the 10 spirit detecting compasses he had refined to the other party, and asked the other party to select outstanding personnel from the village to go to the herbal medicine stores in various places to find spiritual medicine for him. Just as Naraku would refine the spirit detecting compass. Although the spirit detecting compass is only a low-grade human-level magic weapon and is of no use in combat, it has the ability to sense spiritual medicine. Within a range of 500 meters, as long as there is no spiritual medicine sealed by special methods, the spirit detecting compass can sense it. Having had the experience of Konoha's herbal medicine store, Naraku naturally placed the first target of searching for spiritual medicine in herbal medicine stores in various places. Of course, just 10 spirit detecting compasses are far from enough. So he also asked the 3rd generation of Xingyin to go out again to purchase the materials needed to refine the spirit detecting compass. Now that he is in charge of the finances of the entire Bear Country, Naraku is naturally less stressed about the purchase of refining materials. The same is true for the 3rd generation of Xingyin. Seeing the hot development of the village, he is more obedient and pays more attention to what Naraku arranged. That day, the 3rd generation of Xingyin left the Star Ninja village again with sufficient funds and manpower. Another half a month passed in a flash. During this half a month, the Star Ninja village has continuously welcomed the transfer of people. In addition to allowing the population of the Star Ninja village to quickly break through the 5,000 mark, the number of students in the ninja school has also reached 2,000. With the rapid increase in population, the entire Star Ninja village has undoubtedly become more lively and prosperous. The construction team led by Wolf is building new houses almost every day for the new population to live in. Xia Rixing and you are busy with the affairs of the ninja school. Not to mention Nono. As the actual manager, every step of the development of the Star Ninja village needs to be supervised and planned by her. As for Naraku, although he handed over the development of the village to the people below, he himself was not really free. Maybe the number of materials to be purchased this time is more. Half a month has passed, and the 3rd generation of Star Shadow has not returned yet. But Naraku did not stop his work because of this. In addition to normal practice, he also devoted part of his energy to study the method of refining. Well, this energy mainly comes from the true energy shadow clone. It has to be said that Senju Tobirama is indeed a genius. The shadow clone he developed is really very useful. Now in Naraku's hands, after the true energy shadow clone is derived, it can not only be used for practice, but also for the practice of supernatural powers and refining. It can be said that Naraku only needs to use sufficient true energy and endurance to do multiple things at the same time, so that his various practices can go hand in hand. Let's talk about the research on refining in this half-month. Naraku really gained a lot. That day, he sent someone to the ninja school. A moment later, Xia Rixing arrived. "My lord, I have brought the star with me." Xia Rixing, who came into the office, respectfully handed the star in her hand to Naraku as soon as possible. The practice of peacock magic requires star as a medium. So usually, star is placed in the ninja school for the students of the school and the star ninjas to practice. The same is true for Xia Rixing, and she is also the caretaker of star appointed by Naraku. After taking the star, Naraku took a look at it, and then looked at Xia Rixing opposite. "From your appearance, your strength has improved a lot in these days." With his divine sense, Naraku easily saw the changes in Xia Rixing, and he couldn't help but chuckled. "Your Excellency is too kind. This is all thanks to your help. If you hadn't eliminated the side effects of the star for us, we wouldn't be able to practice the peacock magic with the help of the star." Xia Rixing looked up at Naraku and said modestly. "Star is the medium for practicing the peacock magic, but because the energy it emits is extremely corrosive, even Xia Rixing dare not absorb too much energy from the star during normal practice. But now it's different. Without any worries, whether it's Xia Rixing or others, they can practice without any scruples. In other words, when practicing, the energy emitted by the star can be absorbed to the greatest extent, thereby greatly improving the efficiency of practice." Please read, please read, please read, it's important to say it 3 times. Chapter 43 The Transformation of the Star. Until now, although less than a month has passed, Xia Rixing, who is already talented, has made great progress in strength, as Naraku said. According to Naraku's insight, Xia Rixing has completely caught up with the 3rd generation of Xing Ying and has initially reached the level of a senior ninja. Naraku reminded, "Although the peacock magic is very good, just like I arranged for you to teach the ninja body illusion technique in the ninja school, you can also allocate some time to learn it, so that you can enrich your combat methods." Based on the current personnel of the Star Ninja Village, Xia Rixing is the most valuable and has the most potential. Naraku naturally also wants to train her. "Yes, I will arrange time to learn." Xia Rixing was slightly stunned, and then immediately nodded and agreed. She is not a slow person, and she can feel that Naraku is willing to train her in many ways. For example, the ninja school. Naraku will appoint her to be in charge, which undoubtedly values her performance. And Xia Rixing does not resist Naraku's attention, and is even very happy in her heart. To this day, she has already recognized Naraku, and even sincerely regards Naraku as the leader of the village. After chatting for a while and reinforcing Xia Rixing's loyalty to him, Naraku let her go. Then, he went to the 9th floor. Star is definitely a very special material. If it is refined with the method of refining, it will definitely be refined into a very good magic weapon. Naraku looked at the star in his hand with expectation in his eyes. Star itself can be regarded as a special treasure. If it is refined again, even if it is just a basic refining, it can not only play the role of recognizing the master and preventing loss, but also make the star further strengthened. The true fire cauldron appeared, Naraku put the star in it, constantly forming seals, and began to refine. This refining took 3 days. After another half a month of research, Naraku's refining level naturally improved. But he did not become arrogant because of this. On the contrary, he knew that his refining skills were still very shallow, so he was particularly careful when refining the star, for fear that he would be careless and refine the star. Fortunately, Naraku, who had excellent comprehension, did not make any mistakes. In the end, he successfully completed the ritual and even refined a human-level mid-grade magic weapon. That's right. It's not a low-grade human level, but a mid-grade human level. With just the basic ritual, Xing was refined into a human-level mid-grade magic weapon. Of course, the reason why Xing was able to refine a human-level mid-grade magic weapon was not because Naraku had greatly improved his refining skills in just half a month. The real reason why Xing became a human-level mid-grade magic weapon was the quality of Xing itself. To be frank, the reason why Xing was refined into a human-level mid-grade magic weapon was still Naraku's the result of being dragged down by Naraku. If it were an excellent weapon refiner, with the material of the star, even without adding other materials, it could be completely refined into a higher quality magic weapon. For being the one who dragged down the team, Naraku had nothing to say. After all, it was his own incompetence. However, fortunately, when his weapon refining level improves in the future, he can re-refine the star. After dispersing the true fire cauldron, Naraku reached out and grabbed the star that was refined into a magic weapon and immediately flew into his hand. At this time, the star has changed a lot in appearance from before. The original star was an uneven stone ball, but now the star is not only smooth in surface, but also dark purple. Even with the naked eye, it is hard to tell what the star is made of now. The whole thing looks like a dark purple jade ball. As for the changes after the star became a magic weapon, although it has only become a human-level mid-grade magic weapon because of someone's drag, the current star has undergone a considerable transformation. First of all, it is the unique energy it emits. Its energy has not only improved in quality, but also eliminated the side effects of erosion. The latter is naturally needless to say. Although Naraku can rely on the true energy shadow clone to eliminate the side effects on his behalf, it will undoubtedly make it much easier for him to eliminate the side effects directly from the root now. As for the improvement of energy quality, this is worth mentioning. The improvement of energy quality can not only bring higher training efficiency of the peacock magic method, but also make it easier for people to refine and condense chakra. You must know that although the Star Ninja Village has established a ninja school and started to train a new generation of ninjas, but this training, the qualified standard, undoubtedly must at least be trained to be a genin. Even a large ninja village like Konoha has set up a 6-year system for the ninja school. It can be seen that from the beginning of training, under normal circumstances, it takes 6 years to train a qualified genin. In the Star Ninja Village, although Naraku has raised the age of admission to 12 to 18 years old, which is easier to grow, it will take at least 3 or 4 years to cultivate qualified genin. But now, the situation has obviously changed. The source of ninja's power is chakra. Whether it is faster to extract chakra or better condense chakra, it will bring faster growth in strength. Especially at the genin level. The mainstream fighting method of genin is actually mainly concentrated on the use of ninja tools and physical skills. As long as the qualifications are not too poor, the use of ninja tools often only takes half a year to a year to be basically formed. As for physical skills, part of it comes from skills and physique, and the other part relies on the blessing of chakra on the physique. In other words, in terms of physical skills, as long as the chakra is sufficient, it is half successful. Therefore, in terms of auxiliary, after the transformation into a magic weapon, the role brought by Star is far greater than before. And this is only the auxiliary aspect. Although it is not the first magic weapon I have refined, it is undoubtedly the first combat magic weapon I have refined. Feeling the smooth surface of Star with his fingers, Naraku suddenly threw it up, and then saw that Star, which had already recognized its master, turned into a residual shadow and directly crashed into Naraku's chest. To be precise, it should be integrated into Naraku's body. The figure flashed. Naraku activated shrinking the earth into an inch and left the Xingyiing building. He flashed continuously, and when he stopped, he had already appeared in a forest outside the village. Buzz! Dark purple chakra suddenly emerged from Naraku's body, as if it was expanding, and condensed into a chakra giant of 20 to 30 meters in the blink of an eye. When the chakra giant condensed, Naraku could also be seen in the chest of the chakra giant. Boom! Raised his foot and took a step. The chakra giant took a step forward. Although it is made of chakra, the chakra giant is no less than a real giant. Just ordinary walking can cause the ground to vibrate. Similarly, the trees and rocks stepped on by the chakra giant were crushed and shattered at once, leaving a concave footprint on the ground. Chapter 44 Mimic Susanoo. Chapter 44 Mimic Susanoo. Moving. After taking the first step, the chakra giant did not stop, but continued to move forward, and walked faster and faster, and soon turned into a run. Boom boom boom. The terrible movement resounded through the woods and even reached the Star Ninja Village, causing the patrol personnel to rush to check. What is this? Giant? No, this giant is made of high-density chakra, but how is this done? Even the peacock magic cannot condense chakra of this intensity. Wait, look, Lord Naraku seems to be inside this chakra giant. It's really Lord Naraku. Could it be that this chakra giant is some kind of ninjutsu performed by Lord Naraku? When the star ninjas who came upon hearing the noise saw the chakra giant running in the woods, they all opened their mouths wide with horror on their faces. But fortunately, someone soon discovered Naraku in the chest of the Chakra Giant. This discovery made the star ninjas feel relieved, and they immediately changed from horror to fanatical worship. Just running made the earth-shake move. This is enough to prove that the Chakra Giant is definitely possessed of unimaginable power. Let's talk about Naraku. He controlled the Chakra Giant and stopped running for a while, and then turned to the physical test of punching and kicking. Although it was huge, the Chakra Giant was not slow at all, but extremely agile. Not bad. After testing the practicality of the Chakra Giant, Naraku stopped the action with satisfaction. The star transformed into a magic weapon can not only be used to assist in cultivation, but also has extremely outstanding combat capabilities. The Chakra Giant is the product of Naraku using star as a medium to materialize his chakra with high density. From its form, it is not difficult to see that the inspiration of the Chakra Giant comes from Susanoo. After the test, Naraku also unceremoniously named it Mimicry Susanoo. Try other forms. Naraku ignored the star ninjas who came, but continued to test other combat applications of star. The Chakra Giant seemed to collapse internally, and the materialized purple chakra returned to Naraku's body, and then condensed into a pair of huge chakra wings behind him that covered the sky. The chakra wings flapped, so that Naraku did not fall from the sky, but flew at high speed in the air like an eagle with wings spread. Suddenly, after flying for a while, Naraku looked at the ground below with sharp eyes, and saw that the chakra wings behind him suddenly bent, pointing the wingtips downward. Boom boom boom. The two chakra wings suddenly became like two machine guns, madly shooting out a torrent of chakra bullets. The endless bombing sound was deafening. The firing rate of the chakra bullet was extremely fast, reaching thousands of rounds per minute, and the power was also quite strong. The power of each chakra bullet was not inferior to that of the detonating talisman. This way of attack consumes a lot. In the crazy bombardment, Naraku silently felt the rapidly consumed chakra. Power is often linked to consumption. Although Naraku's recovery ability is strong, the consumption of chakra is naturally very large under the amazing firing rate of chakra bullets. In fact, this is why he only used chakra instead of true chi when testing star. It's not that true chi can't activate star, but compared with chakra, although his true chi is of higher quality, it is far less abundant than chakra in quantity. If you want to test the combat ability of star with all your strength, you can only try it with chakra first. After just a while of bombardment, the ground below is already a mess, with dense pits all over. But Naraku didn't stop there. He stopped firing chakra bullets and dived down quickly. Then he saw one of the chakra wings extend and lengthen, slashing at the ground like a blade. Swish! With a tearing sound, the ground was cut by the chakra wings with a depth of more than 10 meters and a length of tens of meters. Let's call this form mimicry, Heavenly Dragon Slash. After taking off again, Naraku glanced at the huge crack cut by the chakra wings and casually named the chakra wings. Then he continued to test. The materialized chakra evolved from star can be said to be ever-changing in terms of form change. In addition to mimicry, Susanoo and mimicry, Heavenly Dragon Slash, it can also be transformed into various weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds. After testing for a long time, Naraku finally ended with a sense of unsatisfaction. As for the test results, of course, he was quite satisfied. You really caused quite a stir today, especially those new members, who are said to be worshipping you as a god. On the 8th floor of Singing Building, on the sofa in the office, Nono looked at Naraku sitting opposite with a smile. Why are you sitting so far away? Come, sit here. Naraku looked at Nono who was becoming more and more attractive and mature, and he was in a very good mood and patted his thigh to signal. There was no one else in the office, so Nono was naturally not shy. He stood up and walked forward, then turned around and sat down with his back against Naraku's chest. It's good to let the new members open their eyes, so that they can integrate into the village more actively and avoid unnecessary troubles. Naraku held Nono's slender but very flexible abdomen with both hands, and his chin rested on the other's shoulders. A warm and familiar breath came to his ears. Add to that the dishonesty felt in his buttocks. Nono's earlobes unconsciously turned slightly red, and his breathing gradually became a little hurried. You are right, military deterrence is indeed one of the means to facilitate management. However, this giant, why do I feel that it is a bit like the Susanoo recorded in the root organization's information about the Uchiha clan? Nono swung calmly, giving further signals to the man behind him. The person who knows you best is often your enemy. This sentence also applies to Danzo. Danzo's rejection and fear of the Uchiha clan made him pay special attention to the collection of information about the Uchiha clan. This also made the information within the root organization contain detailed information about the Uchiha clan. This includes the Mangeki Sharingan, which many Uchiha clan members themselves do not understand. Smart, mine is inspired by Susanoo. Naraku keenly noticed Nono's small movements. He naturally interacted with the other party happily. Similarly, with his enthusiastic interaction, Nono became more excited, and his breathing became more and more rapid. You are getting better and better now. I feel that I can no longer keep up with you. Nono's nose began to sweat faintly, but he still insisted on talking. Chapter 45 Shadow of War. Don't worry, you are my appointed right-hand man, how can I bear to abandon you? Naraku is not inferior to others. While starting to get started, he continued, next, in addition to continuing to use star to condense chakra, you might as well practice some strange power. Star can not only be used for the practice of peacock magic, but also has the function of condensing chakra. The more condensed the chakra, the stronger the power. Whether it is Nono, Yu, and Lang. After understanding the role of star, although the three did not practice peacock magic, they all used star to condense chakra. It can be said that during the days when they came to the Star Ninja village, although Nono and the other two were busy with the development of the village, their strength not only did not regress, but they all made considerable progress. As for the strange power technique, I actually tried to learn it before, but it not only requires extremely high chakra control, but it is also very dangerous when practicing. With the vital points in front of him controlled, Nono couldn't help turning his head and kissing Naraku, and then staring at Naraku with moist eyes. In the practice of strange power technique, chakra control is only the basis, not enough chakra control to learn. Naraku naturally knows the danger that Nono mentioned. That is, when the strange power technique explodes the highly concentrated chakra, if it is not controlled well, it is easy to backfire on oneself. This is easy to solve. Once your chakra gets out of control, I will find a way to help you control it. Naraku couldn't help himself when he saw Nono's moist eyes, and directly used shrinking the earth into an inch. In a flash, the two disappeared directly from the office. When they appeared again, they had come to the bedroom where Naraku usually rested. Then I'll leave it to you. Nono noticed the change of the place, and immediately let go of the last reserve, enthusiastically hugged Naraku's neck, and gave him a hot kiss again. The third generation of Xing Ying, who had been away for more than half a month, finally came back. And this time, in addition to successfully bringing back the refining materials needed by Naraku, he also brought back an important message. The third generation of Feng Ying is missing, this is not a good thing. In the office on the 8th floor of Xing Ying building, Naraku gathered together the backbones of the village, including Nono, Yu, Lang, Xia Rixing, and the third generation of Xing Ying. When the third Hoshi Kage told the news he got unexpectedly during his trip, Yu and Lang immediately frowned. Lang nodded and said solemnly, "Who said it wasn't? The situation in the ninja world is already quite tense. It can be said that the Third World War may break out at any time. Now the Third Kazekage has mysteriously disappeared. It may become the fuse for the outbreak of the Third World War. After all, they are from the root organization, and their vision is much higher than that of ordinary people." After learning from the third Hoshi Kage that the third Kazekage of the Sand Village had mysteriously disappeared, Yu and Lang immediately noticed the problem. The Sand Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages. How could their shadow disappear for no reason? Could it be that they were assassinated? Xia Rixing couldn't help but guess. Xia Rixing, who was summoned by Naraku to attend the meeting, was undoubtedly nervous, but facing the heavy news of the third Kazekage's disappearance, she forgot to be nervous for a while. It is impossible to have such a thing. After all, the guards of the shadow are very strict, not to mention that the third Kazekage is also a well-known strong man. I can't think of anyone who can assassinate the third Kazekage silently. Yu glanced at Xia Rixing and shook his head. At this time, Nono said, "No matter what happened to the third Kazekage's disappearance, if the Third World War really breaks out because of it, we have to be prepared." Speaking of this, Nono's face was very serious. She continued, "If my inference is correct, during the Third World War, there is a high probability that our Bear Country will become one of the battlefields of the Sand Village and the Rock Village. The Wind Country and the Earth Country are separated by 3 countries, namely the Rain Country, the Bird Country, and the Bear Country to which the Star Ninja Village belongs." Nono's words made Yu, Lang, the third Star Kage, and Xia Rixing look at each other in astonishment. How could it be? I remember that in the previous 2 wars, the battlefields of Sand Village and Rock Village were all in the Rain Country. That's right, our Bear Country has an agreement with the Wind Country, just like in the previous 2 wars, the Wind Country will avoid our country. Wolf and the 3rd generation Star Shadow said hurriedly. Especially the 3rd generation Star Shadow, he explained even more. It is indeed the case in normal circumstances, but have you forgotten about Hanzo? Nono said in a deep voice. When everyone was discussing, Naraku, who had been silent, heard what Nono said, and he finally said, I understand what you mean. In the last Ninja World War, although Sand Village, Rock Village and Konoha still set the battlefield in the Rain Country, because of Hanzo's rise, the 3 major ninja villages suffered a lot. So in this war, the 3 major ninja villages may avoid Hanzo, right? Nono nodded and said, yes, Hanzo was in the last war. He earned the title of demigod in the Ninja World War, and even the title of Konoha's 3 ninjas came from this person. It can be said that after the last war, although the Rain Village was defeated in the end, its reputation had been made famous by Hanzo, and the Rain Village was recognized as the 6th ninja village after the 5 major ninja villages. Although part of the Ninja World War came from the hatred between the major ninja villages, more of it was to use the war to gain benefits. So the Sand Village and the Rock Village are likely to avoid the Rain Country in this war in order to reduce casualties and accidents. Listening to the conversation between Naraku and Nono, Yu and Lang fell into deep thought. The 3rd generation of Hoshi Kage looked very bad, but he still insisted, but our Bear Country has an agreement with the Wind Country. They shouldn't put the battlefield on our side, right? You are too naive. The so-called agreement is just a piece of paper. When it is needed, it naturally has authority, but if it is not needed, it is just a piece of waste paper. You replied with disdain. Only those who have seen darkness can better understand how dark this world is. Although the 3rd generation of Hoshi Kage was once the leader of a village, he is far less knowledgeable than you and Lang. Nono also said, the Bear Country does have an agreement with the Wind Country, but don't forget that the Bird Country also has an agreement with the Earth Country. In other words, in the previous war, the reason why the Sand Village and the Rock Village did not put the battlefield in the Bear Country and the Bird Country is probably that the 2 parties reached a tacit understanding. Or to be more naked, that is, the Bear Country and the Bird Country, in the eyes of the Sand Village and the Rock Village, are the cakes that both sides share equally. But now with the changes in the Rain Country, the originally equally divided cake may naturally become a contested interest. Chapter 46 Liang Shanpo. Nono's words made the face of the 3rd generation of Xingying change. He is not a fool. Under Nono's well-reasoned analysis, he obviously realized that the country of bears is very likely to become one of the battlefields of the 3rd Ninja World War. Lord Naraku, if our country really becomes a battlefield between Sand Village and Rock Village, what should we do? Xia Rixing was a little panicked when she heard it, and subconsciously sought Naraku. Naraku was not panicked, but remained calm. Xia Rixing, you, tell me about the current situation of the ninja school. Hearing Naraku's question, Yu did not hesitate and immediately explained, according to the latest statistics, among the current students, 532 people have successfully extracted chakra, and most of these people are the first 2 batches of people who arrived. As for the progress of training, I am still learning the basics of ninja tool throwing and 3-body technique for the time being. When you finished speaking, Xia Rixing quickly added, because the student's chakra is still too scarce, no one has learned the peacock magic method for the time being. The students are still in the stage of refining chakra with the help of Star. It is obvious that in addition to the original ninjas in the Star Ninja Village, the students of the ninja school are not enough to be included in the combat force. No, I have a prescription here. See if you can refine it. If you can, invest it in the training resources of the ninja school students. After understanding the situation of the ninja school, Naraku handed a scroll that had been prepared to Nono. Nono raised his hand to receive it, and asked puzzledly, prescription? I wonder what the effect of this prescription is. It can effectively strengthen the spirit and body. Naraku briefly described the effect of the prescription. This prescription was selected from the alchemy method of the Secret Book of Immortal Path. It is a very basic elixir, and the required medicinal materials are also very common in the ninja world. As for why Naraku prepared this prescription in advance, it was naturally to further accelerate the military development of the Star Ninja Village. In fact, even if there was no news of the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, Naraku, who knew that the 3rd Ninja World War would soon break out, had already begun to make various preparations. Like Star. Although Naraku refined it into a magic weapon, he did not use it privately, but still placed it in the ninja school so that the students of the ninja school could improve their strength faster. The same is true for prescriptions. In order to better train their offspring, all the major ninja clans would use the inherited secret medicine to nourish them when they were young. Naraku would naturally not lag behind others, so he specifically looked up the prescription he was taking out from the secret book of Immortal Path. Chakra comes from life energy and spiritual energy. The prescription provided by Naraku can make a pill called Tiger Wolf Pill, which has the effect of strengthening the body and spirit. This effect not only helps to refine and increase chakra, but also has excellent effects in the practice of physical skills. Knowing the effect of the prescription, Nono opened the scroll in his hand and read it, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Need the blood of tigers and wolves? And I have never seen such a refining method. Nono was obviously very surprised by the medicinal materials and refining methods needed to refine the Tiger Wolf Pill. However, in addition to being surprised, as a proficient in medical ninjutsu, she could roughly see the authenticity of the Tiger Wolf Pill. If this pill can really be made, it will definitely become a secret medicine that surpasses the secret medicine passed down by the major ninja villages. Nono quickly put away the scroll and said to Naraku seriously, I will protect this prescription well. Discovering that the effect of the Tiger Wolf Pill is extraordinary, Nono naturally reacted to the preciousness and value of this prescription at the first time. Naraku was able to give it to her for research, which was a trust in her, and she will naturally live up to this trust. Well, you can always come to me if you don't understand something. Naraku nodded slightly, and then looked at the others again. You don't have to worry too much. Whether the Ninja World War will break out or the battlefield will fall on the Bear Country, the most important thing for us now is to develop ourselves. As long as we become stronger, there is nothing to be afraid of when the war comes, and the arrival of the war may also be our opportunity. As soon as these words came out, Yu, Lang, Xia Rixing, and the third generation of Xingying all looked at Naraku in confusion. Naraku looked around at everyone and said, after all, the Bear Country is just a small country. Even if we control the daimyo and let the other party support the development of the village with all their strength, except for the population, the resources are very limited. I have communicated with Nono before. With the resources that the Bear Country can provide now, the current development scale of the village has almost reached the upper limit, so if we want to continue to develop, we must open up new resource channels. The total population is more than 5,000, and the ninja reserve is 2,000. The former is naturally not worth mentioning. The key is the latter. Even if it is the 5 major ninja villages, it will be quite stressful to train 2,000 reserve ninjas at once. After all, reserve ninjas are not like formal ninjas who can create income for the village by accepting tasks, but only pay. For example, in terms of food, nutritious ingredients must be provided. There are also ninja tools and other aspects. The resources required for various miscellaneous consumption are very large. Therefore, even with the full support of the Bear Country, the current training of 2,000 reserve ninjas in the Star Ninja Village has reached its limit. But Naraku is obviously not ready to be satisfied with this. Since he has chosen to develop his power, he must climb to the top of the pyramid. The most important thing is that the stronger his power is, the more training resources he can obtain. That's right. The reason why Naraku wants to develop his power is, on the one hand, to further arm himself, and on the other hand, to use the collective power to cultivate immortals. His ultimate goal is to gather the resources of the entire ninja world and offer himself to become an immortal. Next, facing the doubts of you and others, Naraku quickly expressed his thoughts. That is to develop another force outside the Star Ninja Village. Liang Shanpo. Hearing the name given by Naraku, you and others all started to talk. That's right, the new force or organization, I named it Liang Shanpo. Its only task is to plunder all the resources that can be obtained, and then provide them to the Star Ninja Village for development. Naraku said in a deep voice. In addition, establishing a force is naturally not to disperse the power. If the Star Ninja Village is the foundation, then the Liang Shanpo to be established now is a knife hidden in the dark. Specially used to cut the flesh of others to feed the Star Ninja Village. Well, this is also the origin of the name Liang Shanpo. To act on behalf of the heaven, rob the rich to help the poor. It's just that the object of the poverty relief has become oneself. Chapter 47 The Transformation of Xia Rixing. Regarding the person in charge of Liang Shanpo, I plan to let you and Xia Rixing take charge. You can select the people you need from the village. After explaining the purpose of Liang Shanpo, Naraku looked at Yu and Xiaorixing. Yu was from the root organization, and his strength and experience were very experienced. Although Xiaorixing was weak in experience, his strength had reached that of a Jonin, and it would be no problem if he just needed a little training. And Naraku let Xiaorixing take charge of Liang Shanpo with the idea of further training him. Xiaorixing has good qualifications, and with the nature of Liang Shanpo, there will inevitably be battles in the future. If the other party can persist, then not only can they make up for the lack of experience, but their strength will also grow well. Although the formation of Liang Shanpo surprised everyone, under the shadow of war and the pressure of the village's development, everyone quickly accepted it. Yu and Xiaorixing have already set out, but they don't bring many people, and there are only 12 of them. Although the 8th floor of the Xingying building is not the highest floor, it is enough to completely overlook the entire Xingnan village. At this time, in front of the window, Nono came from behind and came to Naraku's side, looking through the window at the direction in the distance. Naraku nodded slightly. Quality is more important than quantity. The village is indeed short of manpower now, but with the strength of Yu and Xiaorixing, they are just the targets of plunder in the early stage, and there will not be too many problems in terms of safety. Plundering is not something that can be done randomly, but you have to start with the soft persimmons. Naraku not only established the Liang Shanpo, but also made certain arrangements for the targets of plunder. Like the first action in front of him, Naraku chose the Wave Country. The Wave Country is a small country, and it can only be ranked last among the small countries. Whether it is the description in the original plot or the information Naraku learned when he was in the root organization, the Wave Country has not only not established a ninja village, but also has a very shallow understanding of ninjas. Therefore, the rich and nobles of this country usually only hired some samurai as guards for their own safety. Such a guard force alone is not useless to Yu and Xiaorixing, but it can be said that it is not difficult at all. After all, not everyone can easily meet Zabuza in a small place like Wave Country. Elite Jonin. You have done a good job. Each of you will be credited with a B-level mission reward. You can go directly to the mission hall to collect the mission money. However, this mission is a long-term mission, so the time for you to complete it is relatively short. 3 days later, you will go to perform the mission again. In the office, looking at the dusty group of star ninjas opposite, Naraku encouraged them with a smile. This group of star ninjas was the one he arranged to go to find the elixir. Now it is obvious that they have returned successfully and brought back the first batch of elixir for Naraku. If you want the horse to run, you naturally have to feed it with grass. He is not such a person without quality. So when the elixir was successfully brought back, Naraku generously credited each of these people with a B-level mission reward. The mission levels and rewards set by Naraku in the Star Ninja Village are in accordance with those of Konoha. The reward for a B-level mission is between 50,000 taels and 150,000 taels. Compared to the danger of finding elixir, the reward for a B-level mission is definitely a preferential treatment. Thank you, sir. The Star Ninjas were very surprised by the reward given by Naraku, and they bowed in greeting. After the Star Ninjas left, Naraku could not wait to perform shrinking the earth into an inch and moved to the 9th floor training room with the spiritual medicine submitted. Although it was the first time to go out to look for spiritual medicine, in order to get something as soon as possible, the search range was limited to the herbal medicine stores in Bear Country, but the spiritual medicines harvested this time, both in quantity and quality, were more than when Naraku first searched in Konoha. This is not surprising. Although Konoha is a big ninja village, mortals cannot identify spiritual medicines. The number of herbal medicine stores in Konoha is naturally not as good as the herbal medicine stores in the entire Bear Country. Even if it is a matter of probability, it is reasonable for Bear Country to harvest more spiritual medicines. Naraku swallowed and refined each spiritual medicine. During this period, with the help of the true Chi Shadow clone, he never stopped practicing. Now with the help of the spiritual medicine, his cultivation finally began to approach the perfection of the 3rd level of Chi training. It's just a little bit away. Even if I practice normally, it will only take about half a month to reach the perfection of the 3rd level of Chi training. When the last spiritual medicine was refined, Naraku felt the greatly improved true Chi in his danshin, and he couldn't help feeling happy. After reaching the perfection of the 3rd level of Chi training, he can start to break through again. Once he breaks through the 4th level of Chi training, he will successfully enter the middle level of Chi training. After the breakthrough, the most direct benefit is the improvement of strength. Naraku knows better than anyone that the disappearance of the third generation of Kazekage is the fuse of the Third Ninja World War. In other words, the war will break out at any time. And in the case that the Bear Country may become a battlefield between the Sand Village and the Rock Village, every bit of his strength now will become his confidence in facing the coming of the war. Naraku has successfully refined the materials brought back by the third generation of Hoshi Kage into the second batch of spirit detection compass again. Besides, due to the improvement of the weapon refining method and more materials, 50 spirit detecting compasses were refined. Naraku would not waste them. In addition to the original manpower, he selected a group of people from the Star Ninja Village and asked them to go out together to find more spiritual medicines for him. I have fulfilled my mission and successfully brought back funds from the Kingdom of Waves. Yu and Xia Rixing knelt on one knee to salute, and then Xia Rixing stood up and handed several sealing scrolls to Naraku respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. Naraku responded with a smile, while looking at the two people who returned after many days of absence. Yu's changes were relatively small, but Xia Rixing's changes were much more obvious. Even if he tried to restrain himself, he still unconsciously exuded murderous aura. This murderous aura was naturally not aimed at Naraku, but an instinctive reaction formed after too much killing. It is obvious that this trip to the Kingdom of Waves, during the plundering process of Liang Shanpo, experienced a lot of killing. Especially for someone like Xia Rixing who has not been involved in too much killing, frequent fighting has already baptized his soul. Sir, this time we went out, in addition to robbing the rich and nobles of Wave Country, I also took the opportunity to go to the money exchange. After Xia Rixing handed over the looted funds, Yu also stood up and reported to Naraku. Oh? It seems that you have discovered something. Naraku looked at the other party. Yu nodded, but did not speak immediately, but glanced at Xia Rixing. Noticing the other person's eyes, Naraku smiled and said, "It's okay, just say it directly." Chapter 48 The Outbreak of the Third War. Yes. Seeing Naraku's attitude, Yu no longer worried and said in a deep voice, "I found our bounties at the gold exchange. The bounties for me and Lang are 30 million taels, Captain Nono is 45 million taels, and your bounty is as high as 80 million taels. Hehe, it's not surprising. Given our situation, it's normal for Danzo and Konoha's upper echelons to use the gold exchange when they can't find us." Naraku was surprised, but not surprised by what Yu said. As for the bounty of 80 million taels, he didn't care. After all, when he killed Yamanaka Hayabusa and others, he didn't deal with the bodies. In other words, as long as Konoha's subsequent troops can find the bodies of Yamanaka Hayabusa and others, they can read the memories of those people at that time from their heads. On the side, Xia Rixing, who heard Naraku and Yu talking, opened her mouth slightly and looked at the two in astonishment. She knew that Yu had left for a while when they returned from the Land of Waves, but she didn't know that Yu went to the gold exchange office, let alone that Naraku and others were rewarded at the gold exchange office. The most important thing is that at this moment, the conversation between Naraku and Yu also involved Konoha, the strongest ninja village in the current ninja world. Xia Rixing's heartbeat accelerated, she seemed to know the secret of Lord Naraku and others. "Okay, don't worry about the reward, you just need to wear a mask and hide your identity when you act." Naraku comforted Yu, and then asked him to leave first. After Yu left, Naraku and Xia Rixing were the only ones left in the office. Naraku looked at the other party and said with interest, "Do you have anything to say?" Xia Rixing hesitated for a moment, then said with a firm expression, "Don't worry, sir, no matter where you come from, you are now the leader of our Seeing Shinobi village. Whether it is the display of force or the changes in Seeing Shinobi village, Naraku has already conquered everyone in Seeing Shinobi village, including Xia Rixing." Xia Rixing is still very conscious. Although she was shocked that Naraku and his people had some kind of relationship with Konoha, and even very likely to be Konoha's traitors, she still immediately put her position in place. "Well, I'm very happy to hear you say that. Okay, you can go down and rest too," Naraku said with a smile. He was actually not very worried about Xia Rixing. With his understanding of Xia Rixing, the other party's personality, and the control of Seeing Shinobi village, the other party did not dare to leak anything to the outside world. This is why he let you go on when you signaled. During the Liang Shanpo operation, the new population of Seeing Shinobi village did not stop growing, and there were still people being transported in. It's just that due to funding issues, the ninja school did not recruit any more students. After all, it was just the growth of ordinary villagers, which not only put less pressure on resources, but also brought more labor. As for now, with the success of the first looting of Liang Shanpo, the funds increased greatly, and the ninja school naturally began to expand again. Although the Wave country is a small country, and even the country is very poor, this poverty is limited to the civilian level, and the rich and nobles can live well. Therefore, the results of this looting were quite good, which greatly alleviated the financial pressure of the Star Ninja Village. As for the ninja school, it expanded another 300 students, bringing the number of ninja reserves to about 2,300. At the same time, after this period of development, the benefits of Naraku refining star into a magic weapon are gradually reflected. With better stimulation of chakra, in the current ninja school, in addition to the newly expanded 300 people, the earlier more than 2,000 students have all successfully refined chakra. Some of them with excellent qualifications have even officially started to practice the peacock magic. Such progress can be said to be envied even by the 5 major ninja villages that carefully select students for admission. The Liang Shanpo led by Yu and Xia Rixing did not stay for too long after returning to the village. They simply rested for a few days before setting off again. It is worth mentioning that in order to hide their identities and avoid implicating the Star Ninja Village, the members of Liang Shanpo all wear black combat uniforms similar to those of the Anbu, and they all wear masks with sealing techniques set by Naraku himself. In addition to strengthening the mask, the sealing technique also has the ability to isolate perception. Especially when this sealing technique is performed by Naraku with true energy, the isolation effect is even stronger. Even the white eyes of the Hyuga clan can't see the appearance of you and others through the mask. The smooth operation of Liang Shanpo undoubtedly means that the development of the Star Ninja Village will usher in a new stage. It only needs to develop step by step. Not to mention developing to the scale of the 5 major ninja villages, but it is obviously only a matter of time before it becomes the 6th ninja village like the Rain Ninja Village. However, it really became the fuse. The Third Ninja World War is about to begin. In the office, Nono, who was sitting on the sofa, rubbed his temple helplessly. Naraku, who was sitting next to him, crossed his arms and said calmly, "This is expected." Yes, the Third Ninja World War has ushered in the outbreak. After learning that the third Kazekage was missing, Nono immediately asked the intelligence personnel he had assembled to closely inquire about the changes in the situation in the ninja world. And not long ago, the intelligence personnel submitted an important intelligence. The intelligence content is that the cloud-hidden village of the Lightning Country raided the Wind Country across the sea. The Earth is round. The ninja world is the same. From the inland point of view, the Wind Country and the Lightning Country are almost located at the two ends, but if you look at the sea on the other side of the two countries, the distance between the two is not as far as imagined. The cloud-hidden village is famous for its bravery and war in the 5 major ninja villages. Now that the third Kazekage is missing, it is obvious that the Cloud Village has become greedy and wants to take advantage of the loss of the Sand Village's leader to bite off a piece of meat from the Wind Country. As for whether the Wind Country is rich or not. Indeed, from the perspective of ecological environment, the Wind Country is indeed very bad, but as one of the 5 major countries, it is obviously far from being poor. The desert ecological environment certainly makes the Wind Country lack water and planting, but as the country with the largest land area in the ninja world, the desert of the Wind Country also hides unimaginable mineral resources. Not to mention the battle between the Cloud Village and the Sand Village. From the action of the Cloud Village's surprise attack on the Wind Country, it is obvious that the Third Ninja World War has officially begun. Prologue. This is what Nono is helpless about. What Star Ninja Village lacks most now is time. If the smoke of war enters the Bear Country now, with the current military strength of Star Ninja Village, it will undoubtedly be difficult to resist. Don't worry too much, I'm still here. If the war really spreads here, I don't mind showing my face in the ninja world. Naraku saw Nono's worry and immediately hugged his flexible waist to comfort him. Chapter 49 Breakthrough. 4th level of Chi training. Well, but don't be too strong. If it doesn't work, we can find another place to live. Nono felt the warmth brought by the palm on his waist, and his frown relaxed. I know. Naraku nodded slightly. He still has confidence in his strength. Hanzo was able to lead the Rain Ninja Village to rise in the Second Ninja World War, and he naturally has the confidence to do it. However, he would not refute Nono's concern. Since learning that the war between Kumagakure and Sandagakure started, Nono asked the intelligence personnel to pay close attention to the war situation. The current Sandagakure is not in a state where the military expenditure will be severely cut by the daimyo of Wind Country in the future. Among the 5 major ninja villages, although the number of ninjas in Sandagakure is comparable to that of Kirigakure, it is only ranked behind, but the quality of ninjas is well known for being elite. Even though it lost the third generation Kazekage, the main general, in the face of the sudden attack of Kumigakure, Sandagakure quickly stabilized the situation under the command of the two veterans Cho and Ebizo. Cho and Ebizo are the Kazekage consultants of Sandagakure. After stabilizing the situation in the village, the two immediately dispatched troops and launched a fierce battle with the Kumigakure army led by the third generation Raikage in the desert. In addition to the older generation Cho and Ebizo, the younger generation of Sand Village also has many talents, and the most outstanding ones are Raza and Yekara. When Nono was constantly obtaining information about the battle between Sand Village and Kumigakure, she often sought out Naraku for discussion. When commenting on the combat power of Sand Village, she emphasized two people, Raza and Yekara. These two are the best of the younger generation of Sand Village, and they are both bloodline ninjas. Raza masters magnetic escape. Yekara masters scorch escape. In terms of strength, the two are no less powerful than the older generation such as Cho and Ebizo. Just like this war, the commander-in-chief of Sand Village on the front line is not Cho or Ebizo, but Raza as the commander-in-chief and Yekara as the deputy commander. The intelligence obtained in succession allowed Nono and Naraku to obtain the battle situation in the first place. Although Luosha and Yekheng are young, they performed well in the war with the Hidden Cloud Village. For example, Luosha, as the commander, was mainly responsible for fighting against the third Raikage, the commander of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although Luosha was always at a disadvantage in the confrontation between the two, his magnetic escape successfully restrained the actions of the third Raikage under the home advantage of the desert. The same is true for Yekheng. The powerful burning escape makes her fighting style incredibly lethal. Every time she goes to war, she will bring tragic casualties to the Hidden Cloud Village. Based on the current situation, if there is no change in the Hidden Cloud Village, I am afraid it will return empty-handed. Naraku made a judgment at the end. This judgment of his comes not only from the understanding of the memory of his previous life, but also from the analysis of the situation of the entire ninja world. How could other forces remain indifferent when the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Sand Village opened the prelude to the war? There is no need to think about stabbing in the back. After briefly analyzing the battle between Sand Village and Cloud Village, Naraku ignored it and handed the follow-up to Nono. As long as the war did not affect the Bear Country, he would not care no matter how fierce the battle was. The 9th floor of the Star Shadow building. Surrounded by Chi Shadow clones, Naraku sat cross-legged in the center and began to adjust his state for the next breakthrough. That's right. Although Naraku was concerned about the fierce battle between Sand Village and Cloud Village, he did not relax his practice. After half a month, his cultivation had successfully reached the perfection of the 3rd level of Chi training. Almost, let's start the breakthrough. I don't know how long it has been, feeling that the state has been adjusted to the best, Naraku did not hesitate and immediately started the breakthrough. Running the nameless technique, the chi continued to compress in the danshin until it reached the limit and then exploded. Boom! The violent chi swept through his limbs and bones, causing Naraku's body to tremble slightly. The invisible realm shackles were impacted by the true chi. Compared to the last breakthrough, the resistance of this breakthrough increased again, and the increase was far greater than before. Naraku was not surprised by this situation, but had expected it. This time, he broke through from the 3rd level of Chi training to the 4th level, which was a breakthrough from the early stage of Chi training to the middle stage of Chi training. The bottleneck between the two is much larger than that of a normal small realm. No, the spiritual energy in this world is too thin. The large increase in the bottleneck made Naraku feel powerless when he broke through. He was awed in his heart. If it was a normal world of immortal cultivation, with the extraordinary Wuming Gongfa, even if his spiritual root was only of low quality, the bottleneck from the 3rd level of Chi training to the 4th level of Chi training would not be difficult at all. But in the current world of Naruto, it is obvious that there is a problem. The reason is the thinness of spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy is rich, then Naraku can absorb a lot of spiritual energy to promote the continuous impact of true energy when breaking through. But now, with the thin spiritual energy, the spiritual energy he can absorb is very limited, which makes him seem weak when breaking through the bottleneck. Release. Naraku did not hesitate. When he realized the difficulty of this breakthrough, he immediately released the 10 true energy shadow clones waiting on the side. These 10 shadow clones have already breathed in and out spiritual energy to the limit in advance. At this time, along with the release, the breathed-in spiritual energy is immediately fed back to Naraku's body. The true energy is running, the spiritual power is refined, and the weak breakthrough is immediately assisted, and the impact is launched with greater force. Obviously, Naraku has made full preparations for this breakthrough. Although the innate environment is limited, he makes up for the shortcomings of spiritual energy through acquired preparations. And the true energy shadow clone is just one of the preparations. There were nearly 20 spiritual medicines placed on the floor in front of Naraku. These spiritual medicines were all found with the Spirit Exploration Compass in the past half-month. However, Naraku did not choose to use these spiritual medicines to improve his cultivation, but used them as backup for his breakthrough. If the spiritual energy exhaled by the true Chi shadow clone could not help the breakthrough, then these spiritual medicines would be the second wave of help. Crack! The invisible shackles broke from within. The nameless technique is still very powerful. Although it was a little weak due to the drag of the external spiritual energy, when the spiritual energy was compensated, it immediately showed its extraordinary power. When the spiritual energy fed back by the true Chi shadow clone was refined, the supported true energy immediately broke through the bottleneck, allowing Naraku to successfully enter the 4th level of Chi training. Buzz! The realm was broken through, and Naraku once again entered the state of unity between man and nature, and the whole person turned into a black hole, madly absorbing the external spiritual energy. After entering the 4th level of Chi training, Naraku's absorption of spiritual energy has also been strengthened. Especially the transformation state brought by the breakthrough at this time. The crazy absorption, coupled with the thinness of spiritual energy, has actually caused a large amount of spiritual energy to gather, and gradually formed a spiritual energy vortex above the Xing building. If you think it's good, you might as well invest in it. Chapter 50 Genius Puppet Master. The situation is changing. Although spiritual energy cannot be detected by mortals, it has also formed a visible phenomenon when it turns into a vortex. Look, what is that? It's the Xing building. How could a whirlwind suddenly appear above the Xing building? Everyone be alert, don't let any strangers approach the Xing building. A whirlwind visible to the naked eye was rotating above the Xing building, which attracted the entire Xingnan village. The sudden abnormality surprised everyone in the Xingnan village, and the Xingnan guarding the Xing building hurriedly went on alert to prevent any danger. Fortunately, Nono stood up after a while. Remove the alert, this is Lord Naraku practicing, don't panic. When Nono conveyed the abnormal situation, the star ninjas and other people in the village were relieved. But then there was a heated discussion. It's amazing, I don't know what kind of powerful ninjutsu Lord Naraku is practicing to create such a scene. Lord Naraku's ability is beyond our imagination. I heard that there is a big war outside now, but with Lord Naraku in charge of the village, we will definitely get through it safely. Perhaps amazed, or fanatical. With Nono's explanation, the vision of the Star Shadow building has changed from a symbol of danger to a display of force, which makes everyone in the Star Ninja village feel particularly at ease. The spiritual energy vortex lasted for a long time before dissipating. The 9th floor of the Star Shadow building. When he absorbed enough spiritual energy and completed the transformation again, Naraku finally opened his eyes slowly. It was like lightning passing by. A nearly tangible divine light flowed from Naraku's eyes and dissipated after a while. Whew! After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Naraku stood up. Although there were some problems, I finally broke through successfully. Naraku felt the changes after the breakthrough and couldn't help but smile. This breakthrough, in addition to the significant improvement in cultivation, the transformation of all aspects of the body is also more obvious. For example, the 5 senses. Listen with your ears, starting from the Xing building, no matter how far you reach, all kinds of sounds cannot escape his listening. Everything in sight is exceptionally clear, and his insight has undoubtedly risen to a new level. And the sense of smell, taste, and touch are all the same. All of them have reached an incredible state. My physique has been strengthened a lot. The strongest physique in the ninja world now should be the 3rd generation Reikage. I wonder who is stronger, my physique or his. Feeling the power that is constantly flowing out of his body, Naraku couldn't help but have some strange ideas. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. It seems that he is still quite warlike. It seems that every time after a breakthrough, he wants to find an opponent to compete. Refine these spiritual medicines first. He noticed the spiritual medicines that he had originally used for backup. Now that he has successfully broken through, there is no need to keep these spiritual medicines. He sat cross-legged again, refined the elixir, and began his first practice after entering the 4th level of Chi training. Just as Nono was able to stand up in time to pacify the turmoil in the Star Ninja village. Although Naraku was practicing, he had arranged corresponding shadow clones to handle affairs on his behalf. Whether it was a breakthrough or practice, it would not affect the operation of the Star Ninja village. While Naraku was refining the elixir and improving his cultivation, a person in a certain place in the Bear Country also ended his retreat. In the Bear Country, not only is there miasma around the Star Ninja village, but there are many miasma areas distributed throughout the country. At this time, a valley was filled with daunting miasma. But in such a dangerous place, a strange figure slowly walked out of the valley. Humped over, wearing a loose robe that covered the whole body. This strange figure who ignored the miasma and walked out of the valley was a man with a ferocious look. The Kazekage is the Kazekage. He was poisoned by me in advance, but he still had such amazing fighting power when he exploded. But in the end, I won and turned it into my strength. The hunched and vicious man was not a real person, but a puppet. There was even another person hidden inside him. This person was the Red Sand Scorpion, who was regarded as a genius puppeteer by the Sand Village. Of course, those who really know the details know more clearly that the Red Sand Scorpion was the culprit who caused the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage. To be precise, the 3rd Kazekage did not disappear, but was killed by the Red Sand Scorpion. When walking out of the valley, while controlling the Higurashi as the shell, Scorpion was still reminiscing about the original battle. The 3rd Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage in the Sand Village. Not to mention whether this strongest is as full of water as the one in Konoha, but as a Kazekage, the strength of the 3rd Kazekage is undoubtedly in line with the leadership of the Sand Village. Even though he won in the end, Scorpion still admired the strength of the 3rd Kazekage. After all, his victory was largely due to his identity as the grandson of Cho, and also a genius puppeteer in the village. No matter how vigilant the 3rd Kazekage was, he would never have thought that Scorpion would poison him. The result was naturally like this. Under the poison, the 3rd Kazekage was defeated by Scorpion and ended up in misery. Even the corpse was not spared. Let's find enough materials to replenish the puppets first. After thinking about it, Scorpion looked around. Although he won the battle with the 3rd Kazekage, his puppets were almost destroyed because of the 3rd Kazekage's strength. Although he also gained a powerful human puppet, he used it as a trump card and would not use it easily. Therefore, for ordinary battles, he still needs to prepare a sufficient number of ordinary puppets. Although the Bear Country is only a small country, if you look carefully, you should be able to gather a lot of materials. Scorpion identified a direction and started to head. Scorpion was naturally clear about where he was. Because when he planned to assassinate the 3rd Kazekage, he had made preparations in advance. For example, the valley he stayed in before was a secret base he prepared for himself. Even in this base, he not only made a human puppet of the 3rd Kazekage during this period, but also completed the final transformation himself. The direction Scorpion identified was the nearest town. His original plan was to see if there were any materials he needed in this town, but when he was halfway there, he suddenly dodged and hid in the crown of the tree next to him. Through the dense leaves, he looked at the forest road not far away. It can be seen that a large number of people are rushing on the road, and some of them are escorted by people wearing ninja forehead protectors.